RC 44045. Shades of Twilight by Linda Howard. Copyright 1996 by Linda Howington. Read by Carol Jordan Stewart. This book contains 373 pages on 9 sides. If you would like to skip over any remaining announcements or introductory material, place your cassette player in fast forward until a beep is heard. Stop at that point to hear the beginning of the book. Library of Congress annotation. When her parents and aunt die in an accident, Roanna Davenport and her conniving, illegitimate cousin, Jessie, moved to their grandmother Lucinda's Alabama estate. Lucinda's great-nephew and heir, Webb, marries Jessie, much to Roanna's secret sorrow. Then Jessie's past rips the family apart. Strong language, explicit descriptions of sex, and some violence. Bestseller, 1996. From the book jacket. New York Times best-selling author Linda Howard has more than 10 million copies of her novels in print. Now, in her latest spellbinding contemporary romance, she shows again why America has taken her to heart. Roanna Davenport was raised a wealthy orphan on her grandmother's magnificent Alabama estate, Davencourt, where she had a passion for horses, a genius for trouble, and a deep love for her cousin Webb. But everyone expected Webb to marry their ravishing cousin Jessie. When he did, Roanna's desire became no more than the stuff of dreams, until the night Jessie was found bludgeoned to death. After the shocking murder of his wife, Webb left for Arizona, abandoning the legacy that he had once believed was all he wanted. But then an all-grown-up Roanna walked into a dingy bar in Nogales to bring him home. The mischievous sprite he had known 10 years earlier was no more. Gone, too, was her fire. In its place was ice that melted at his touch. Webb is drawn back to Davencourt, to Roanna, and to the killer that once destroyed his life, and waits only for the chance to finish the job. About the author. Winner of 8 awards, including the Silver Pen from Affaire de Coeur and the Romantic Times Reviewer's Choice Award for Best Sensual Romance, Linda Howard has captivated her vast audience with best-selling romances such as A Lady of the West, Angel Creek, The Touch of Fire, Heart of Fire, and Dream Man. Her dazzling After the Night was praised as a novel you won't want to end, Catherine Coulter. And with Shades of Twilight, Linda Howard proves once again why she is one of America's favorite romance authors. 2. Beverly Beaver. A wonderful woman and dearly loved friend for all the years of camaraderie and support, as well as taking the time to escort me around Tuscumbia and Florence, tell me who is sleeping with whom, and show me where all the bodies are buried. Just joking, folks. You hope. And to Joyce B.R. Farley, Sister Extraordinaire. Here's to dolls, both blonde and red-headed, tricycles with no brakes, attack roosters, graveyards for socks, hair rollers and bonfires, makeup and Molotov cocktails. You're the only other person I know who understands the reason behind wearing a Groucho mask and a tiara in public, and the only other person I know who's done it. For the curious, if you wear a Groucho mask and a tiara, people will figure you're either important or crazy. Either way, they'll leave you alone. Try it someday when you're feeling grouchy and don't want to be bothered. Reader's note. Talent Henry Alexander married Bessie Willona Mitchell. They had Webb Talent, who married Flora Lee Coffey, Lucinda Talent, who married Marshall Davenport, and Gloria Talent, who married Harlan Ames. Webb and Flora Lee had Hunter Talent, who married Yvonne McCurdy, and Sandra. Hunter and Yvonne had Webb Talent, who married Jessamine Davenport. Lucinda and Marshall Owen had David Davenport, who married Karen Holland, and Janet Davenport. David and Karen had Roanna Davenport. Janet had Jessamine. Gloria and Harlan had Barron, who married Dinah Sparks, and Lynette, who married Greg Spence. Barron and Dinah had Dina, Jared, and Tyler. Lynette and Greg had Brock and Corliss. End of note. Prologue. She heard her own soft cries, but the pleasure exploding in her body made everything else seem unreal, distanced somehow from the hot magic of what he was doing to her. The noon sunlight wormed its way through the rustling leaves overhead, blinding her, dazzling her as she arched upward against him. He wasn't gentle with her. He didn't treat her like a hothouse flower the way the other boys did. Until she'd met him, she hadn't known how boring it was to always be treated like a princess. To the others, the Davenport name had made her a prize to be sought, but never sullied. To him, she was just a woman. With him, she was a woman. Though she was 19, her family treated her as if she were still a child. The protectiveness had never chafed her until 2 weeks ago, when she'd met him for the first time. Naive and innocent she might be, stupid she wasn't. She knew when he'd introduced himself that his family was little better than white trash, and that her family would be horrified that she had even spoken to him. But the way his muscled torso had strained the fabric of his too-tight T-shirt had made her mouth go dry, and the swaggering masculinity of his walk had started a strange tightening deep in her abdomen. His voice had lowered seductively when he spoke to her, and his blue eyes had been hot with promise. She'd known then that he wouldn't limit himself to hand-holding or necking. She knew what he'd wanted of her, but the wild response of her body was out of her experience, beyond her control, and when he asked her to meet him, she had agreed. She couldn't get away at night without everyone knowing where she went, but it was easy to go out alone for a ride during the day, and easy to arrange a meeting place. He had seduced her that very first time, stripping her naked beneath this very same oak tree. No, she couldn't pretend that it was a seduction. She had come here knowing what would happen, and she had been willing. Despite the pain of the first time, he had also shown her a wild pleasure she hadn't known existed, and every day she came back for more. He was crude sometimes, but even that excited her. He had been proud that he was the one to bust her cherry, as he'd put it. Sometimes he said something with a sneer in his voice about a Neely screwing a Davenport. Her family would be horrified if they knew. But still she dreamed of how he would look in a nice suit and with his hair freshly cut and neatly combed, as they stood together and informed the family that they were going to get married. She dreamed of him going to work at one of the family businesses and showing everyone how smart he was, that he could rise above the rest of his family. He would be a gentleman in public, but in private he would roll her on the bed and do these nasty, delicious things to her. She didn't want that part to change at all. He finished, groaning with his climax, and almost immediately rolled off of her. She wished he would hold her for a moment before withdrawing, but he didn't like to cuddle when the weather was so hot. He stretched out on his back, the sunlight dappling his naked body, and almost immediately began dozing. She didn't mind. With 2 weeks' experience, she knew that he would awaken ready to make love again. In the meantime, she was content to simply watch him. He was so exciting that he made her breath catch. She lifted herself onto her elbow beside him and reached out with one lightly exploring finger to trace the cleft in his chin. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't awaken. The family would have a collective conniption fit if they knew about him. The family. She sighed. Being a Davenport had ruled her life from the day she was born. It hadn't all been onerous. She loved the clothes and jewelry, the luxury of Davencourt, the prestigious schools, the sheer snobbery of it all. But the rules of behavior had chafed. Sometimes she wanted to do something wild, just for the hell of it. She wanted to drive fast. She wanted to jump fences that were too high. She wanted this, the rough, the dangerous, the forbidden. She loved the way he would tear her delicate, expensive silk underwear in his hurry to get to her. That perfectly symbolized all she wanted in this life, both the luxury and the danger. That wasn't what the family wanted for her, however. It was assumed that she would marry the heir, as she thought of him, and take her place in Colbert County society, with lunches at the yacht club, endless dinner parties for business and political associates, the dutiful production of 2 little heirs. She didn't want to marry the heir. She wanted this instead, this hot, reckless excitement, the thrill of knowing that she flirted with the forbidden. She ran her hand down his body, sliding her fingers into the thatch of pubic hair that surrounded his sex. As she had expected, he stirred, wakening, and his sex did too. He gave a low, rough laugh as he lunged upward, rolling her down to the blanket and settling on top of her. "You're the greediest little bitch I've ever screwed," he said, and shoved roughly into her. She flinched, more from the deliberate crudity of his words than the force of his entry. She was still wet from the last time, so her body accepted him easily enough. But he seemed to like saying things that he knew would sting her. His eyes narrowed as he watched her reaction. She knew what it was, she thought, and forgave him. She knew he wasn't entirely comfortable being her lover. He was too aware of the social distance between them, and this was his way of trying to bring her nearer to his own level. But he didn't have to bring her down, she thought. She was going to bring him up. She tightened her thighs around him, slowing his strokes, so she could tell him before the growing heat in her loins made her forget what she wanted to say. "Let's get married next week. I don't care about a big wedding. We can elope if—" He paused, his blue eyes flashing down at her. "Married?" he asked, and laughed. "Where'd you get a stupid idea like that? I'm already married." He resumed thrusting. She lay beneath him, numb with shock. A light breeze stirred the leaves overhead, and the sunlight pierced through, blinding her. Married? Granted, she didn't know much about him or his family, only that they weren't respectable, but a wife? Fury and pain roared through her, and she struck out at him, her palm lashing across his cheek. He slapped her in return and caught her wrists, pinning them to the ground on each side of her head. "God damn, what's wrong with you?" he snapped, temper flaring hotly in his eyes. She heaved beneath him, trying to throw him off, but he was far too heavy. Tears stung her eyes and ran down her temples into her hair. His presence inside her was suddenly unbearable, and each stroke seemed to rasp her like a rusty file. In her paroxysm of pain, she thought she would die if he continued. "You liar!" she shrieked, trying to jerk her hands free. "Cheat! Get off me! Go screw your wife!" "She won't let me," he panted, hammering at her with cruel enjoyment of her struggles plain in his expression. "She just had a kid." She screamed with rage and managed to jerk one hand free, clawing him across the face before he could grab her. Cursing, he slapped her again, then drew back and swiftly flipped her onto her stomach. He was on her before she could scramble away, and she screamed again as she felt him plunge deep into her. She was helpless, flattened by his weight, unable to reach him to either hit or kick. He used her, hurting her with his roughness. Not 5 minutes before, the rough handling had excited her, but now she wanted to vomit, and she had to clench her teeth hard against the hot, rising nausea. She pressed her face into the blanket, wishing she could smother herself, that she could do anything other than simply endure. But worse than the pain of betrayal, of realizing that she was nothing more than a convenience to him, was the bitter knowledge that it was her fault. She had brought this on herself, eagerly sought him out, and not only let him treat her like a piece of trash, but enjoyed it. What a fool she was, spinning fairy tales of love and marriage to justify what was nothing more than a walk on the wild side. He finished, grunting with his climax, and pulled out of her to fall heavily beside her. She lay where she was, trying desperately to pull the shattered pieces of herself back into some semblance of humanity. Wildly, she thought of revenge. With her torn clothes and the marks of his hand on her face, she could hurry home in very real hysterics, charge him with rape. She could make it stick, too. After all, she was a Davenport. But it would be a lie. The fault, the weakness, was hers. She had welcomed him into her body. These last few minutes after she had changed her mind were little enough punishment for her monumental stupidity. It was a lesson she would never forget, the humiliation and sense of worthlessness, a mental hair shirt she would wear for the rest of her life. The burden of guilt pressed down on her. She had willingly traveled down this path, but now she had had enough. She would marry the heir, the way everyone expected her to do, and spend the rest of her life being a dutiful Davenport. Silently, she sat up and began dressing. He watched her with drowsy malice in his blue eyes. "What's the matter?" he sneered. "Did you think you were something special to me? Let me tell you something, baby. Snatch is snatch, and your fancy name don't make yours anything special. What I got from you I can get from any other bitch." She put on her shoes and stood up. The pain of his words lashed at her, but she didn't let herself react to them. Instead, she merely replied, "I won't be back." "Sure you will," he said lazily, stretching and rubbing his chest. "Because what you got from me, you can't get anywhere else." She didn't look back at him as she walked to where her horse was tied and painfully hauled herself into the saddle, the motion accomplished without her usual grace. The thought of returning to be used like a whore made the nausea rise hot and bitter in her throat again, and she wanted to kick him for his malicious, supreme confidence. She would forget the heated, soul-destroying pleasure he had given her, and content herself with the life that had been planned for her. She could think of nothing worse than to come crawling to him and see the triumph in his eyes as he took her. "No," she thought, as she rode away, "I won't come back. I'd rather die than be Harper Neely's whore again." Book 1. An End and a Beginning. Chapter 1. What are we going to do with her? God knows we certainly can't take her. The voices were hushed, but Roanna heard them anyway and knew they were talking about her. She curled her skinny little body into a tighter knot, hugging her knees to her chest as she stared stolidly out the window at the manicured lawn of Davencourt, her grandmother's home. Other people had yards, but grandmother had a lawn. The lawn was a deep, rich green, and she had always loved the feel of her bare feet sinking into the thick grass, like walking on a live carpet. Now, however, she had no desire to go outside and play. She just wanted to sit here in the bay window, the one she had always thought of as her dreaming window, and pretend that nothing had changed, that Mama and Daddy hadn't died, and she'd never see them again. "It's different with Jessamine," the first voice continued. "She's a young lady, not still a child like Roanna. We're simply too old to take on someone that young." They wanted her cousin Jessie, but they didn't want her. Roanna stubbornly blinked to hold back the tears as she listened to her aunts and uncles discuss the problem of what to do with her, and list the reasons why they'd each be glad to take Jessie into their homes, but Roanna would simply be too much trouble. "I'll be good," she wanted to cry, but held the words inside just as she held the tears. What had she done that was so terrible they didn't want her? She tried to be a good girl. She said ma'am and sir when she talked to them. Was it because she had sneaked a ride on Thunderbolt? No one ever would have known if she hadn't fallen off and torn her new dress and gotten it dirty, and on Easter Sunday at that. Mama had had to take her home to change clothes, and she'd had to wear an old dress to church. Well, it hadn't exactly been old. It had been one of her regular church dresses, but it hadn't been her gorgeous new Easter dress. One of the other girls at church had asked her why she hadn't worn an Easter dress, and Jessie had laughed and said because she'd fallen in a pile of horse doo-doo. Only Jessie hadn't said doo-doo. She'd used the bad word, and some boys had heard, and soon it was all over church that Roanna Davenport had said she'd fallen in a pile of horse shit. Grandmother had gotten that disapproving look on her face, and Aunt Gloria's mouth had pursed up like she'd bitten into a green persimmon. Aunt Janet had looked down at her and just shook her head. But Daddy had laughed and hugged her shoulder and said that a little horse shit never hurt anybody. Besides, his little bit needed some fertilizer to grow. Daddy. The lump in her chest swelled until she could barely breathe around it. Daddy and Mama were gone forever, and so was Aunt Janet. Roanna had always liked Aunt Janet, even though she'd always seemed so sad and hadn't liked to cuddle much. Still, she'd been a lot nicer than Aunt Gloria. Aunt Janet was Jessie's Mama. Roanna wondered if Jessie's chest hurt the way hers did, if she'd cried so much that the insides of her eyelids felt like sand. Maybe. It was hard to tell what Jessie thought. She didn't think a grubby kid like Roanna was worth paying any attention to. Roanna had heard her say so. As Roanna stared unblinkingly out the window, she saw Jessie and their cousin Webb come into view, as if she had dreamed them into being. They walked slowly across the yard toward the huge old oak tree, with the bench swing hanging from one of the massive lower limbs. Jessie looked beautiful, Roanna thought, with all the unabashed admiration of a 7-year-old. She was as slim and graceful as Cinderella at the ball, with her dark hair twisted into a knot at the back of her head, and her neck rising swan-like above the dark blue of her dress. The gap between 7 and 13 was huge. To Roanna, Jessie was grown, a member of that mysterious, authoritative group who could give orders. That had happened only within the last year or so, because though Jessie had always before been classified as a big girl to Roanna's little girl, Jessie had still played dolls, and indulged in the occasional game of hide-and-seek. No longer, though. Jessie now disdained all games except Monopoly, and spent a lot of time playing with her hair and begging Aunt Janet for cosmetics. Webb had changed, too. He had always been Roanna's favorite cousin, always willing to get down on the floor and wrestle with her, or help her hold the bat so she could hit the softball. Webb loved horses the way she did, too, and could occasionally be begged into riding with her. He got impatient with that, though, because she was only allowed to ride her old slowpoke pony. Lately, Webb hadn't wanted to spend any time with her at all. He was too busy with other things, he'd say, but he sure seemed to have a lot of time to spend with Jessie. That was why she'd tried to ride Thunderbolt on Easter morning, so she could show Daddy that she was old enough for a real horse. Roanna watched as Webb and Jessie sat down in the swing, their fingers laced together. Webb had gotten a lot bigger in the past year. Jessie looked little sitting beside him. He was playing football, and his shoulders were twice as wide as Jessie's. Grandmother, she'd heard one of the aunts say, doted on the boy. Webb and his mama, Aunt Yvonne, lived here at Davencourt with Grandmother, because Webb's daddy was dead, too. Webb was a talent from Grandmother's side of the family. She was his great-aunt. Roanna was only 7, but she knew the intricacies of kinship, having practically absorbed it through her skin during the hours she'd spent listening to the grown-ups talk about family. Grandmother had been a talent until she'd married Grandpa and turned into a Davenport. Webb's grandfather, who had also been named Webb, was Grandmother's favorite brother. She had loved him a whole lot, just as she had loved his son, who had been Webb's father. Now there was only Webb, and she loved him a whole lot, too. Webb was only Roanna's second cousin, while Jessie was her first cousin, which was a lot closer. Roanna wished it were the other way around, because she would rather be close kin to Webb than to Jessie. Second cousins weren't much more than kissing cousins, was what Aunt Gloria had said once. The concept had so intrigued Roanna that at the last family reunion she had stared hard at all her relatives, trying to see who kissed who, so she would know who wasn't really kin. She had figured out that the people they saw only once a year at the reunion were the ones who did the most kissing. That made her feel better. She saw Webb all the time, and he didn't kiss her, so they were closer than kissing cousins. "Don't be ridiculous," Grandmother said now, her voice cutting sharply through the muted arguments over who would be stuck with Roanna, and jerking Roanna's attention back to her eavesdropping. "Jessie and Roanna are both Davenports. They'll live here, of course." Live at Davencourt. Equal parts of terror and relief displaced the misery in Roanna's chest. Relief that someone wanted her after all, and she wouldn't have to go to the orphan's home like Jessie had said she would. The terror came from the prospect of being under grandmother's thumb all day, every day. Roanna loved her grandmother, but she was a little afraid of her, too, and she knew she'd never be able to be as perfect as grandmother expected. She was always getting dirty or tearing her clothes or dropping something and breaking it. Food somehow always managed to fall off her fork and into her lap, and sometimes she forgot to pay attention when reaching for her milk and knocked the glass over. Jessie said she was a clumsy clod. Roanna sighed. She always felt clumsy, fumbling around under grandmother's eagle eye. The only time she wasn't clumsy was when she was on a horse. Well, she had fallen off Thunderbolt, but she was used to her pony, and Thunderbolt was so fat she hadn't been able to get a good grip with her legs. But usually she stuck to the saddle like a cocklebur. That's what Loyal always said, and he took care of all grandmother's horses, so he should know. Roanna loved riding almost as much as she had loved Mama and Daddy. The upper part of her felt like she was flying, but with her legs she could feel the horse's strength and muscles, as if she was that strong. That was one good part about living with grandmother. She would be able to ride every day, and Loyal could teach her how to stay on the bigger horses. But the best part was that Webb and his mama lived here too, and she'd see him every day. Suddenly she jumped down from the window seat and raced through the house, forgetting that she was wearing her slick-soled Sunday shoes instead of her sneakers, until she skidded on the hardwood floor and almost slid into a table. Aunt Gloria's sharp admonition rang in the air behind her, but Roanna ignored it as she wrestled with the heavy front door, using all of her slight weight to tug it open enough that she could slip through. Then she was running across the lawn toward Webb and Jessie, her knees kicking up the skirt of her dress with every step. Halfway there, the knot of misery in her chest suddenly unwound, and she began sobbing. Webb watched her coming, and his expression changed. He let go of Jessie's hand and held his arms out to Roanna. She hurled herself into his lap, setting the swing to bumping. Jessie said sharply, "You're making a mess, Roanna. Go blow your nose." But Webb said, "Here's my handkerchief," and wiped Roanna's face himself. Then he simply held her, her face buried against his shoulder, while she sobbed so violently that her entire little body heaved. "Oh, God," Jessie said in disgust. "Shut up," Webb replied, holding Roanna closer. "She's lost her parents." "Well, I lost my mama, too," Jessie pointed out. "You don't see me squalling all over everybody." "She's just 7, Webb said, while he smoothed Roanna's tousled mop of hair. She was a pest most of the time, tagging along after her older cousins, but she was just a little kid, and he thought Jessie should be more sympathetic. The late afternoon sun slanted across the lawn and through the trees, catching in Roanna's hair and highlighting the glossy chestnut, making the strands glitter with gold and red. Earlier in the afternoon they had buried 3 members of their family, Roanna's parents and Jessie's mother. Aunt Lucinda had suffered the most, he thought, because she had lost both of her children at once, David, Roanna's daddy, and Janet, Jessie's mama. The huge weight of grief had bowed her down under the past 3 days, but it hadn't broken her. She was still the backbone of the family, lending her strength to others. Roanna was quieting down, her sobs dwindling into occasional hiccups. Her round little head bounced against his collarbone as, without looking up, she scrubbed her face with his handkerchief. She felt frail in his strong young arms, her bones not much bigger than matchsticks, her back only about 9 inches wide. Roanna was skinny, all pipe-stem arms and legs, and small for her age. He kept patting her, while Jessie wore a long-suffering expression, and eventually one slanted, tear-wet eye peeped out from the security of his shoulder. "Grandmother said that Jessie and I are going to live here too," she said. "Well, of course," Jessie replied, as if any other place would be unacceptable. "Where else would I live? But if I were them, I'd send you to the orphan's home." Tears welled in that eye again, and Roanna promptly reburied her face in Webb's shoulder. He glared at Jessie, and she flushed and looked away. Jessie was spoiled. Lately, at least half the time, he thought she needed a good spanking. The other half of the time, he was enthralled by those new curves to her body. She knew it, too. Once this summer, when they were swimming, she had let the strap of her bathing suit top fall down her arm, baring the upper part of one breast almost to the nipple. Webb's body had reacted with all the painful intensity of recent adolescence, but he hadn't been able to look away. He had just stood there, thanking God that the water was higher than his waist, but the part of him that had been above water had been dark red with mingled embarrassment, arousal, and frustration. But she was beautiful. God, Jessie was beautiful. She looked like a princess, with her sleek dark hair and dark blue eyes. Her features were perfect, her skin flawless. And now she would be living here at Davencourt with Aunt Lucinda and with him. He returned his attention to Roanna, jostling her. "Don't listen to Jessie," he said. "She's just spouting off without knowing what she's talking about. You won't ever have to go anywhere. I don't think there are any orphanages anymore." She peeked out again. Her eyes were brown, almost chestnut-colored like her hair, just without the red. She was the only person on either the Davenport or Talent sides of the family who had brown eyes. Everyone else had either blue or green eyes, or a mixture of the two. Jessie had teased her once, telling her that she wasn't really a Davenport because her eyes were the wrong color, that she'd been adopted. Roanna had been in tears until Webb had put a stop to that, too, telling her that she had her mother's eyes. And he knew she was a Davenport because he remembered going to see her in the hospital nursery when she'd just been born. Was Jessie just teasing? She asked now. That's all it was, he replied soothingly. Just teasing. Roanna didn't turn her head to look at Jessie, but one small fist darted out and hammered Jessie on the shoulder, then was quickly retracted back into the safety of his embrace. Webb had to swallow a laugh, but Jessie erupted into fury. "She hit me!" she shrieked, lifting her hand to slap Roanna. Webb shot his hand out, catching Jessie's wrist. "No, you don't," he said. "You deserved it for telling her that." She tried to jerk away, but Webb held her, his grip tightening, and his darkened eyes telling Jessie that he meant business. She went still, glaring at him, but he ruthlessly exerted his will and superior strength, and after a few seconds she sullenly subsided. He released her wrist, and she rubbed it as if he had really hurt her. He knew better, though, and didn't feel guilty as she intended. Jessie was good at manipulating people, but Webb had seen through her a long time ago. Knowing her for the little witch she was, though, only made it more satisfying that he had forced her to back down. His face flushed as he felt himself getting hard, and he shifted Roanna slightly away from him. His heart was beating faster with excitement and triumph. It was just a little thing, but suddenly he knew that he could handle Jessie. In those few seconds their entire relationship had changed, the casually close ties of kinship and childhood becoming the past, while the more intricate, volatile passions of male and female took their place. The process had been happening all summer long, but now it was completed. He looked at Jessie's sulky face, her lower lip pouting, and he wanted to kiss her until she forgot why she was pouting. Maybe she didn't quite understand yet, but he did. Jessie was going to be his. She was spoiled and sulky, her emotions volcanic in intensity. It would take a lot of skill and energy to stay on top of her, but someday he would be there physically as well as mentally. He had two trump cards that Jessie didn't yet know about, the power of sex and the lure of Davencourt. Aunt Lucinda had talked to him a lot the night of the car wreck. They had been sitting up alone, Aunt Lucinda rocking and quietly weeping as she dealt with the death of her children. And finally Webb had worked up the courage to approach and put his arms around her. She had broken down then, sobbing as if her heart would break, the only time she had so completely given in to her grief. But when she had composed herself, they had sat alone far into the early hours of the morning, talking in hushed tones. Aunt Lucinda had a great reservoir of strength, and she had brought it to bear on the task of securing Davencourt's safety. Her beloved David, heir to Davencourt, was dead. Janet, her only daughter, was equally beloved, but had not been suited in either nature or desire to handle the massive responsibilities involved. Janet had been quiet and withdrawn, her eyes dark with an inner pain that never quite went away. Webb suspected it was because of Jessie's father, whoever he was. Jessie was illegitimate, and Janet had never said who had fathered her. Mama said it had been a huge scandal, but the Davenports had closed ranks, and the upper echelon of Tuscumbia society had been forced to accept both mother and child, or face Davenport retaliation. Since the Davenports were the wealthiest family in the northwest quarter of Alabama, they had been able to carry it off. But now, with both her children dead, Aunt Lucinda had to safeguard the family properties. It wasn't just Davencourt, the center jewel. It was stocks and bonds, real estate, factories, timber and mineral rights, banks, even restaurants. The sum total of Davenport holdings required an agile brain to understand it, and a certain quality of ruthlessness to oversee it. Webb was 14, but the morning after that long midnight talk with Aunt Lucinda, she had taken the family lawyer into the study, closed the door, and designated Webb as the heir apparent. He was a talent, not a Davenport, but he was her adored brother's grandson, and she herself had been a talent, so that wasn't a great hindrance in her eyes. Perhaps because Jessie had started life with such a huge strike against her, Aunt Lucinda had always shown a marked preference for Jessie over Roanna, but Aunt Lucinda's love was never blind. As much as she might wish otherwise, she knew Jessie was too volatile to take up the reins of such a huge enterprise. Given a free hand, Jessie would have the family bankrupt within 5 years of attaining her majority. Roanna, the only other direct descendant, wasn't even considered. She was only 7, for one thing, and completely unruly. It wasn't that the child was disobedient, exactly, but she had a definite talent for finding disaster. If there was a mud puddle within a quarter mile, Roanna would somehow manage to fall in it, but only if she was wearing her best dress. If she was wearing expensive new slippers, she would accidentally step into a horse pile. She constantly turned over, dropped, or spilled whatever was in her hands or merely nearby. The only talent she had, apparently, was an affinity for horses. That was a big plus in Aunt Lucinda's eyes, as she too loved the animals, but unfortunately didn't make Roanna any more acceptable in the role of main heiress. Davencourt was going to be his. Davencourt and all the vast holdings. Webb looked up at the huge white house, sitting like a crown in the middle of the lush green velvet of the lawn. Deep, wide verandas completely encircled the house on both stories, the railings laced with delicate ironwork. 6 enormous white columns framed the front portico, where the veranda widened at the entrance. The house had an air of graciousness and comfort, imparted by the cool shade promised by the verandas, and the airy spaciousness indicated by the vast expanse of windows. Double French doors graced each bedroom on the upper story, and a Palladian window arched majestically over the center entrance. Davencourt was 120 years old, built in the decade before the war. That was why there was a gently curving staircase on the left side, to provide a discreet entrance to the house for carousing young men, back when the bachelors of the family had slept in a separate wing. At Davencourt, that wing had been the left one. Various remodelings over the past century had done away with the separate sleeping quarters, but the outside entrance to the second floor remained. Lately, Webb had used the staircase a time or two himself, and it was all going to be his. He didn't feel guilty over being chosen to inherit. Even at 14, Webb was aware of the force of driving ambition within him. He wanted the pressure, the power of all that Davencourt entailed. It would be like riding the wildest stallion alive, but mastering it with his own force of will. It wasn't as if Jessie and Roanna had been disinherited, far from it. They would still both be wealthy women in their own right when they came of age, but the majority of the stocks, the majority of the power, and all the responsibility, would be his. Rather than being intimidated by the years of hard work that lay before him, Webb felt a fierce joy at the prospect. Not only would he own Davencourt, but Jessie came with the deal. Aunt Lucinda had hinted as much, but it wasn't until a few moments ago that he'd realized fully what she meant. She wanted him to marry Jessie. He almost laughed aloud in exultation. Oh, he knew his Jessie, and so did Aunt Lucinda. When it became known that he was going to inherit Davencourt, Jessie would instantly decide that she and no one else would marry him. He didn't mind. He knew how to handle her, and he had no illusions about her. Most of Jessie's unpleasantness was due to that massive chip on her shoulder, the burden of her illegitimacy. She deeply resented Roanna's legitimate status and was hateful to the kid because of it. That would change, though, when they married. He would see to it, because now he had Jessie's number. Lucinda Davenport ignored the ongoing chatter behind her as she stood at the window and watched the three young people sitting in the swing. They belonged to her. Her blood ran in all three of them. They were the future, the hope of Davencourt, all that was left. When she had first been told of the car accident, for a few dark hours the burden of grief had been so massive that she had felt crushed beneath it, unable to function, to care. She still felt as if the best part of herself had been torn away, with huge, gaping wounds left behind. Their names echoed in her mother's heart: David, Janet. Memories swam through her mind, so that she saw them as tiny infants at her breast, rambunctious toddlers, romping children, awkward adolescents, wonderful adults. She was 63, and had lost many people whom she had loved, but this latest blow was almost a killing one. A mother should never outlive her children. But in the darkest hour, Webb had been there, offering her silent comfort. He was only 14, but already the man was taking shape in the boy's body. He reminded her a lot of her brother, the first Webb. There was the same core of hard, almost reckless strength, and an inner maturity that made him seem far older than his years. He hadn't flinched from her grief, but had shared it with her, letting her know that despite this massive loss, she wasn't alone. It was in that dark hour that she had seen the glimmer of light and known what she would do. When she had first broached to him the idea of training to take over the Davenport enterprises, of eventually owning Davencourt itself, he hadn't been intimidated. Instead, his green eyes had gleamed at the prospect, at the very challenge of it. She had made a good choice. Some of the others would howl. Gloria and her bunch would be outraged that Webb had been chosen over any of the Ameses, when after all they were the same degree of kin to Lucinda. Jessie would have good cause to be angry, for she was a Davenport and direct kin. But as much as she loved the girl, Lucinda knew Davencourt wouldn't be in good hands with her. Webb was the best choice, and he would take care of Jessie. She watched the small tableau in the swing play itself out in silence, and knew that Webb had won that battle. The boy already had the instincts of a man, and a dominant man at that. Jessie was sulking, but he didn't give in to her. He continued comforting Roanna, who, as usual, had managed to cause some sort of trouble. Roanna, Lucinda sighed. She didn't feel up to assuming the care of a 7-year-old, but the child was David's daughter, and she simply couldn't allow her to go anywhere else. She had tried, out of fairness, but she couldn't love Roanna as much as she loved Jessie, or Webb, who wasn't even her grandchild, but a great-nephew. Despite her fierce support for her daughter when Janet was pregnant without benefit of a husband, Lucinda had expected to, at best, tolerate the baby when it came. She had been very much afraid that she would actively dislike it because of the disgrace it represented. Instead, she had taken one look at the tiny, flower-like face of her granddaughter and fallen in love. Oh, Jessie was a high-spirited handful with her share of faults, but Lucinda's love had never wavered. Jessie needed love, so much love, soaking up every snippet of affection and praise that came her way. It hadn't been a starvation diet. From her birth she had been cuddled and kissed and made over, but for some reason it had never been quite enough. Children sensed early when something about their lives was out of kilter, and Jessie was particularly bright. She had been about 2 when she had started asking why she didn't have a daddy. And then there was Roanna. Lucinda sighed again. It had been as difficult to love Roanna as it was easy to love Jessie. The 2 cousins were total opposites. Roanna had never been still long enough for anyone to cuddle her, pick her up for a hug, and she was squirming to get down. Nor was she pretty the way Jessie was. Roanna's odd mix of features didn't fit her small face. Her nose was too long, her mouth too wide, her eyes narrow and slanted. Her hair, with its un-Davenport-like tinge of red, was always untidy. No matter what she wore, give her 5 minutes, and the garment would be dirty and likely torn. She favored her mother's people, of course, but she was definitely a weed in the Davenport garden. Lucinda had looked hard, but she couldn't see anything of David in the child, and now any resemblance would have been doubly precious had it existed. But she would do her duty by Roanna, and try to mold her into some sort of civilized being, one who would be credit to the Davenports. Her hope, though, and the future, lay with Jessie and Webb. Chapter 2. Lucinda wiped away the tears as she sat in Janet's bedroom and slowly folded and packed away her daughter's clothing. Both Yvonne and Sandra had offered to do this for her, but she had insisted on doing it alone. She didn't want anyone to witness her tears, her grief, and only she would know which items were precious, because of the memories, and which could be discarded. She had already performed this last task at David's house, tenderly folding away shirts that still faintly carried the scent of his cologne. She had wept, too, for her daughter-in-law. Karen had been well-liked, a cheerful, loving young woman who had made David very happy. Their things had been stored in trunks at Davencourt for Roanna to have when she was older. It had been a month since the accident. The legal formalities had promptly been taken care of, with Jessie and Roanna permanently installed at Davencourt, and Lucinda as their legal guardian. Jessie, of course, had settled right in, commandeering the prettiest bedroom as her own, and cajoling Lucinda into redecorating it to her specifications. Lucinda admitted that she hadn't needed much cajoling, because she understood Jessie's fierce need to regain control of her life, impose order on her surroundings again. The bedroom was only a symbol. She had spoiled Jessie shamelessly, letting her know that even though her mother had died, she still had a family who supported and loved her, that security hadn't vanished from her world. Roanna, however, hadn't settled in at all. Lucinda sighed, holding one of Janet's blouses to her cheek as she pondered David's daughter. She simply didn't know how to get close to the child. Roanna had resisted all efforts to get her to choose a bedroom, and finally Lucinda had given up and chosen for her. A sense of fairness had insisted that Roanna's bedroom be at least as big as Jessie's, and it was, but the little girl had merely looked lost and overwhelmed in it. She had slept there the first night. The second night she had slept in one of the other bedrooms, dragging her blanket with her and curling up on the bare mattress. The third night it had been yet another empty bedroom, another bare mattress. She had slept in a chair in the den, on the rug in the library, even huddled on the floor of a bathroom. She was a restless, forlorn little spirit, drifting around in search of a place of her own. Lucinda estimated that the child had now slept in every room of the house except for the bedrooms occupied by others. When Webb got up every morning, the first thing he did was go on a Roanna hunt, tracking her down in whichever nook or cranny she had chosen for the night, coaxing her out of her blanket cocoon. She was sullen and withdrawn, except with Webb, and had no interest in anything but the horses. Frustrated, not knowing what else to do, Lucinda had given her unlimited access to the horses, at least for the summer. Loyal would look out for the child, and Roanna had an uncommonly good touch with the animals anyway. Lucinda folded the blouse, the last one, and put it away. Only the contents of the nightstand remained, and she hesitated before opening the drawers. When that was finished, it would all be finished. The townhouse would be emptied, closed, and sold. All traces of Janet would be gone. Except for Jessie, Janet had left precious little of herself. After she'd gotten pregnant, most of her laughter had died, and there had always been sadness in her eyes. Though she'd never said who fathered Jessie, Lucinda suspected it was the oldest Leith boy, Dwight. He and Janet had dated, but then he'd gotten in an argument with his father, and enlisted, and somehow ended up in Vietnam in the early days of the war. Within 2 weeks of setting foot in that miserable little country, he'd been killed. Over the years, Lucinda had often looked at Jessie's face, searching for some resemblance to the Leiths, but instead saw only pure Davenport beauty. If Dwight was Janet's lover, then he had been mourned until the day of her death, because she had never dated anyone else after Jessie's birth. It wasn't that she hadn't had the opportunity, either. Despite the awkwardness of Jessie's illegitimacy, Janet was still a Davenport, and there were plenty of men who would have wanted her. The lack of interest had all been on Janet's part. Lucinda had hoped for more for her daughter. She herself had known deep love with Marshal Davenport, and had wished the same for her children. David had found it with Karen. Janet had known only pain and disappointment. Lucinda didn't like to admit it, but she had always sensed a certain restraint in Janet's manner toward Jessie, as if she were ashamed. It was the way Lucinda had expected to feel, but hadn't. She wished Janet could have gotten past the pain, but she never had. Well, putting off an unpleasant chore wouldn't make it any less unpleasant, Lucinda thought, unconsciously straightening her spine. She could sit here all day musing over the intricacies of life, or she could get on with it. Lucinda Talent Davenport wasn't one to sit around whining. Right or wrong, she got things done. She pulled open the top drawer of the nightstand, and tears filled her eyes again at the neatness of the contents. That was Janet, tidy to the bone. There was the book she'd been reading, a small flashlight, a box of tissues, a decorative tin of her favorite peppermint candy, and a leather-bound journal with the pen still stuck between the pages. Curious, Lucinda wiped away her tears and pulled out the journal. She hadn't known that Janet kept one. She smoothed her hand over the journal, knowing full well what information might be on the pages. It could be only private comments on day-to-day life, but there was the possibility that here Janet had divulged the secret she'd carried to her grave. At this late date, did it really matter who Jessie's father was? Not really, Lucinda thought. She would love Jessie, no matter whose blood ran in her veins. But still, after so many years of wondering and not knowing, the temptation was impossible to resist. She opened the journal to the first page and began reading. Half an hour later, she blotted her eyes with a tissue and slowly closed the journal, then placed it on top of the pile of clothes in the last box. There hadn't been all that much to read. Several anguished pages written 14 years ago, then very little after that. Janet had made a few notations marking Jessie's first tooth, first step, first day in school, but for the most part the pages were blank. It was as if Janet had stopped living 14 years ago, rather than just a month. Poor Janet, to have hoped for much and settled for so little. Lucinda smoothed her hand over the journal's leather cover. Well, now she knew. And she had been right. It didn't make any difference at all. She picked up the roll of masking tape and briskly sealed the box. Book 2. Torn Asunder. Chapter 3. Roanna bounced out of bed with the dawn, hurrying to brush her teeth and drag her hands through her hair, then scrambling into jeans and a t-shirt. She grabbed her boots and socks on the way out the door and ran barefoot down the stairs. Webb was driving up to Nashville, and she wanted to see him before he left. She didn't have any particular reason, other than that she seized every opportunity to have a few private minutes with him, precious seconds when his attention, his smiles, were only for her. Even at 5 o'clock in the morning, Grandmother would have had her breakfast in the morning room, but Roanna didn't even pause there on her way to the kitchen. Webb, while thoroughly comfortable with the wealth that was at his disposal, didn't give a snap of his finger for appearances. He would be scrounging around in the kitchen, preparing his own breakfast, since Tansy didn't come to work until 6, then eating it at the kitchen table. She burst through the door, and as she had expected, Webb was there. He hadn't bothered with the table, and was instead leaning against the cabinet while he munched on a jelly-spread slice of toast. A cup of coffee steamed gently beside his hand. As soon as he saw her, he turned and dropped another slice of bread into the toaster. "I'm not hungry," she said, poking her head into the huge double-doored refrigerator to find the orange juice. "You never are," he returned equably. "Eat anyway." Her lack of appetite was why, at 17, she was still skinny and barely developed. That and the fact that Roanna never simply walked anywhere. She was a perpetual motion machine. She skipped, she bounded. Occasionally, she even turned cartwheels. At least, over the years, she had finally settled down enough to sleep in the same bed every night, and he no longer had to search for her every morning. Because it was Webb who'd made the toast, she ate it, though she rejected the jelly. He poured a cup of coffee for her, and she stood beside him, munching dry toast, and alternately sipping orange juice and coffee, and felt contentment glowing warmly deep in her middle. This was all she asked out of life, to be alone with Webb, and to work with the horses, of course. She gently inhaled, drawing in the delicious scents of his understated cologne, and the clean, slight muskiness of his skin, all mingled with the aroma of the coffee. Her awareness of him was so intense it was almost painful, but she lived for these moments. She eyed him over the rim of her cup, her whiskey-brown eyes glinting with mischief. "The timing of this trip to Nashville is pretty suspicious," she teased. "I think you just want to get away from the house." He grinned, and her heart flip-flopped. She seldom saw that cheerful grin anymore. He was so busy that he didn't have time for anything but work, as Jessie consistently, relentlessly complained. His cool green eyes warmed when he smiled, and the lazy charm of his grin could stop traffic. The laziness was deceptive, though. Webb worked hours that would have exhausted most men. "I didn't plan it," he protested, then admitted, "but I jumped at the chance. I guess you're going to stay in the stables all day?" She nodded. Grandmother's sister and her husband, Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan, were moving in today, and Roanna wanted to be as far from the house as possible. Aunt Gloria was her least favorite of aunts, and she didn't care much for Uncle Harlan either. "He's a know-it-all," she grumbled, "and she's a pain in the—" "Ro," he said warningly, drawing out the single syllable. Only he ever called her by the abbreviation of her name. It was one more tiny connection between them for her to savor, for she thought of herself as Ro. Roanna was the girl who was skinny and unattractive, clumsy and gauche. Ro was the part of herself who could ride like the wind, her thin body blending with the horses and becoming part of its rhythm, the girl who, while in the stables, never put a foot wrong. If she had her way, she'd have lived in the stables. "Neck," she finished, with a look of innocence that made him chuckle. "When Davencourt is yours, are you going to throw them out?" "Of course not, you little heathen. They're family." "Well, it isn't as if they don't have a place to live. Why don't they stay in their own house?" "Since Uncle Harlan retired, they've been having trouble making ends meet. There's plenty of space here, so their moving in is the logical solution, even if you don't like it." He ruffled her untidy hair. She sighed. It was true that there were 10 bedrooms in Davencourt, and since Jessie and Webb had gotten married and now used only one room, and since Aunt Yvonne had decided to move out last year and get a place of her own, that meant 7 of those bedrooms were empty. Still, she didn't like it. "Well, what about when you and Jessie have kids? You'll need the other rooms then." "I don't think we'll need 7 of them," he said dryly, and a grim look entered his eyes. We may not have any kids anyway." Her heart jumped at that. She had been down in the dumps since he and Jessie had married 2 years ago. But she had really dreaded the idea of Jessie having his babies. Somehow that would have been the final blow to a heart that hadn't had much hope to begin with. She knew she'd never had a chance with Webb, but still a tiny glimmer lingered. As long as he and Jessie didn't have any children, it was as if he wasn't totally, finally hers. For Webb, she thought, children would be an unbreakable bond. As long as there were no babies, she could still hope, however futilely. It was no secret in the house that their marriage wasn't all roses. Jessie never kept it a secret when she was unhappy, because she made a concerted effort to make certain everyone else was just as miserable as she was. Knowing Jessie, and Roanna knew Jessie very well, she had probably planned to use sex after they were married to control Webb. Roanna would have been surprised if Jessie had let Webb make love to her before they were married. Well, maybe once, to keep his interest keen. Roanna never underestimated the depths of Jessie's calculation. The thing was, neither did Webb, and Jessie's little plan hadn't worked. No matter what tricks she tried, Webb seldom changed his mind, and when he did, it was for reasons of his own. No, Jessie was not happy. Roanna loved it. She couldn't begin to understand their relationship, but Jessie didn't appear to have a clue about the type of man Webb was. You could appeal to him with logic, but manipulation left him unswayed. It had given Roanna many secretly gleeful moments over the years to watch Jessie try her feminine wiles on Webb and then throwing fits when they didn't work. Jessie just couldn't understand it. After all, it worked on everyone else. Webb checked his watch. "I have to go." He swiftly gulped the rest of his coffee, then bent to kiss her forehead. "Stay out of trouble today." "I'll try," she promised, then added glumly, "I always try." And somehow seldom succeeded. Despite her best efforts, she was always doing something that displeased Grandmother. Webb gave her a rueful grin on his way out the door, and their eyes met for a moment in a way that made her feel as if they were co-conspirators. Then he was gone, closing the door behind him, and with a sigh she sat down in one of the chairs to pull on her socks and boots. The dawn had dimmed with his leaving. In a way, she thought, they really were co-conspirators. She was relaxed and unguarded with Webb in a way she never was with the rest of the family, and she never saw disapproval in his eyes when he looked at her. Webb accepted her as she was, and didn't try to make her into something she wasn't. But there was one other place where she found approval, and her heart lightened as she ran to the stables. When the moving van drove up at 8:30, Roanna barely noticed it. She and Loyal were working with a frisky yearling colt, patiently getting him accustomed to human handling. He was fearless, but he wanted to play rather than learn anything new, and the gentle lesson required a lot of patience. "You're wearing me out," she panted, and fondly stroked the animal's glossy neck. The colt responded by shoving her with his head, sending her staggering several paces backward. "There has to be an easier way," she said to Loyal, who was sitting on the fence, giving her directions, and grinning as the colt romped like an oversized dog. "Like what?" he asked. He was always willing to listen to Roanna's ideas. "Why don't we start handling them as soon as they're born? Then they'd be too little to shove me all over the corral," she grumbled. "And they'd grow up used to humans and the things we do to them." "Well, now," Loyal stroked his jaw as he thought about it. He was a lean, hard 50, and had already spent almost 30 of those years working at Davencourt, the long hours outside turning his brown face into a network of fine wrinkles. He ate, lived, and breathed horses, and couldn't imagine any job more suited to him than the one he had. Just because it was customary to wait until the foals were yearlings before beginning their training didn't mean it had to be that way. Roanna might have something there. Horses had to get used to people fooling around with their mouths and feet, and it might be easier on both horses and humans if the process started when they were foaled, rather than after a year of running wild. It should cut down on a lot of skittishness, as well as making it easier on the farriers and the vets. "Tell you what," he said. "We won't have another foal until Lightness drops hers in March. We'll start with that one and see how it works." Roanna's face lit up, her brown eyes turning almost golden with delight, and for a moment Loyal was struck by how pretty she was. He was startled because Roanna was really a plain little thing, her features too big and masculine for her thin face, but for a fleeting moment he'd gotten a glimpse of how she would look when maturity had worked its full magic on her. She'd never be the beauty Miss Jessie was, he thought realistically, but when she got older she'd surprise a few people. The idea made him happy because Roanna was his favorite. Miss Jessie was a competent rider, but she didn't love his babies the way Roanna did, and therefore wasn't as careful of her mount's welfare as she could have been. In Loyal's eyes, that was an unforgivable sin. At 11:30, Roanna reluctantly returned to the house for lunch. She would much rather have skipped the meal entirely, but Grandmother would send someone after her if she didn't show up, so she figured she might as well save everyone the trouble. But she had cut it too close, as usual, and didn't have time for more than a quick shower and change of clothes. She dragged a comb through her wet hair, then raced down the stairs, sliding to a halt just before she opened the door to the dining room and entered at a more decorous pace. Everyone else was already seated. Aunt Gloria looked up at Roanna's entrance, and her mouth drew into the familiar, disapproving line. Grandmother took in Roanna's wet hair and sighed, but didn't comment. Uncle Harlan gave her one of his insincere used-car salesman smiles, but at least he never scolded her, so Roanna forgave him for having all the depth of a pie pan. Jessie, however, went straight on the attack. "At least you could have taken the time to dry your hair," she drawled. "Though I suppose we should all be grateful you showered and didn't come to the table smelling like a horse." Roanna slid into her seat and fastened her gaze on her plate. She didn't bother responding to Jessie's malice. To do so would only provoke even more nastiness, and Aunt Gloria would seize the chance to put in her 2 cents worth. Roanna was used to Jessie's zingers, but she wasn't happy at all that Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan had moved into Davencourt, and she felt she would doubly resent anything Aunt Gloria said. Tansy served the first course, a cold cucumber soup. Roanna hated cucumber soup and merely dabbled her spoon around in it, trying to sink the tiny green pieces of herb that floated on top. She did nibble on one of Tansy's homemade poppy seed rolls, and gladly relinquished her soup bowl when the next course, tuna stuffed tomato, was served. She liked tuna stuffed tomato. She devoted the first few minutes to painstakingly removing the bits of celery and onion from the tuna mixture, pushing the rejects into a small pile at the edge of her plate. "Your manners are deplorable," Aunt Gloria announced, as she delicately forked up a bite of tuna. "For heaven's sake, Roanna, you're 17, plenty old enough to stop playing with your food like a 2-year-old. Roanna's scant appetite died, the familiar tension and nausea tightening her stomach, and she cast a resentful glance at Aunt Gloria. "Oh, she always does that," Jessie said airily. "She's like a hog, rooting around for the best pieces of slop." Just to show them she didn't care, Roanna forced herself to swallow 2 bites of the tuna, washing them down with most of her glass of tea to make certain they didn't lodge halfway. She doubted it was tact on his part, but she was grateful anyway when Uncle Harlan began talking about the repairs needed on their car and weighing the advantages of buying a new one. If they could afford a new car, Roanna thought, they could certainly have afforded staying in their own house. Then she wouldn't have to put up with Aunt Gloria every day. Jessie mentioned that she would like a new car, too. She was bored with that boxy 4-door Mercedes Webb had insisted on buying for her, when she'd told him at least 1,000 times she wanted a sports car, something with style. Roanna didn't have a car. Jessie had gotten her first car when she was 16, but Roanna was a rotten driver, forever drifting off into daydreams, and Grandmother had stated that, in the interest of the safety of the citizens of Colbert County, it was best not to let Roanna out on the roads by herself. She hadn't resented it all that much, because she would much rather ride than drive, but now one of her demon imps raised its head. "I'd like to have a sports car, too," she said, the first word she'd spoken since entering the dining room. Her eyes were round with innocence. "I've got my heart set on one of those Pontiac Grand Prix." Aunt Gloria's eyes rounded with horror, and her fork dropped into her plate with a clatter. Uncle Harlan choked on his tuna, then began laughing helplessly. "Young lady!" Grandmother's hand slammed against the table, making Roanna jump guiltily. Some people might think her mispronunciation of Grand Prix had been the result of ignorance, but Grandmother knew better. "Your behavior is inexcusable," Grandmother said icily, her blue eyes snapping. "Leave this table. I'll speak to you later." Roanna slipped from her chair, her cheeks red with embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and ran from the dining room, but not fast enough to keep from hearing Jessie's amused, malicious question. "Do you think she'll ever be civilized enough to eat with people?" "I'd rather be with the horses," Roanna muttered as she slammed out the front door. She knew she should go back upstairs and change into boots again, but she desperately needed to get back to the stables, where she never felt inadequate. Loyal was eating his own lunch in his office while he read one of the 30 horse care publications that he received each month. He caught sight of her through the window as she slipped inside the stable and shook his head in resignation. Either she hadn't eaten anything, which wouldn't surprise him, or she was in trouble again, which wouldn't surprise him either. It was probably both. Poor Roanna was a square peg who stubbornly resisted all efforts to whittle down her corners so she would fit into the round hole, and never mind that most people happily whittled on their own corners. Burdened with almost constant disapproval, she merely hunkered down and resisted until the frustration grew too strong to be repressed, then struck out, usually in a way that only brought more disapproval. If she'd had even one half of Miss Jessie's meanness, she could have really fought back and forced everyone to accept her on her own terms. But Roanna didn't have a mean bone in her body, which was probably why animals loved her so much. She was chock full of mischief, though, and that only caused more trouble. He watched as she drifted from stall to stall, trailing her fingers over the smooth wood. There was only one horse in the stable, Mrs. Davenport's favorite mount, a gray gelding who had injured his right foreleg. Loyal was keeping him quiet today, with cold packs on the leg to ease the swelling. He heard Roanna's crooning voice as she stroked the gelding's face, and he smiled as the horse's eyes almost closed with ecstasy. If her family gave her half the acceptance the horses did, he thought, she would stop fighting them at every turn and settle into the life into which she had been born. Jessie drifted down to the stables after lunch and ordered one of the hands to saddle a horse for her. Roanna rolled her eyes at Jessie's lady of the manor airs. She always caught and saddled her own horse, and it wouldn't hurt Jessie to do the same. To be honest, she never had any trouble catching a horse, but Jessie didn't have that knack. It only showed how smart horses were, Roanna thought. Jessie caught her expression out of the corner of her eye and turned a cool, malicious look on her cousin. "Grandmother's furious with you. It was important to her that Aunt Gloria be made to feel welcome, and instead you went into your hick act." She paused ever so slightly and let her gaze drift over Roanna. "If it is an act." Having delivered that zinger, so subtly sharp that it slid between Roanna's ribs with barely a twinge, she smiled faintly and walked away, leaving only the miasma of her expensive perfume behind. "Hateful witch," Roanna muttered, waving her hand to disperse the too heavy scent, while she stared resentfully at her cousin's slim, elegant back. It wasn't fair that Jessie should be so beautiful, know how to get along in public so perfectly, be grandmother's favorite, and have Webb, too. It just wasn't fair. Roanna wasn't the only one feeling resentful. Jessie seethed with it as she rode away from Davencourt. Damn Webb! She wished she'd never married him, even though it was what she'd set her sights on from girlhood, what everyone had taken for granted would happen. And Webb had taken it more for granted than anyone else, but then he'd always been so damn cocksure of himself that sometimes she nearly died with the urge to slap him. that she never had was due to two things. One, she hadn't wanted to do anything that would hurt her chances of ruling supreme at Davencourt when Grandmother finally died, and two, she had the uneasy suspicion that Webb wouldn't be a gentleman about it. No, it was more than a suspicion. He might pull the wool over everyone else's eyes, but she knew what a ruthless bastard he was. She had been a fool to marry him. Surely she could have gotten Grandmother to change her will and leave Davencourt to her instead of to Webb. After all, she was a Davenport, not Webb. It should have been hers by right. Instead, she'd had to marry that damn tyrant, and she'd made a big mistake in doing so. Chagrined, she had to admit that she'd overestimated her own charms and her ability to influence him. She thought she'd been so smart, refusing to sleep with him before marriage. She'd liked the idea of keeping him frustrated, liked the image of him panting after her like a dog after a bitch in heat. It had never been quite that way, but she'd cherished the image anyway. Instead, she'd been infuriated to learn that, rather than suffering because he couldn't have her, the bastard had simply been sleeping with other women, while he insisted she be faithful to him. Well, she'd shown him. He was an even bigger fool than she was if he really believed she'd kept herself pure for him all those years while he was out screwing those bitches he met in college and at work. She knew better than to mess up her own playground, but whenever she could get away for a day or a weekend, she quickly found some lucky guy to take the edge off, so to speak. Attracting men was disgustingly easy. Just give them a whiff and they came running. She'd done it the first time at the age of 16, and had immediately discovered a delicious source of power over men. Oh, she'd had to do some pretending when she and Webb had finally married, whimpering and actually squeezing out a tear or two so he'd think his big bad pecker was actually hurting her poor little virginal pussy, but inside she'd been gloating that he'd been so easy to fool. She'd also been gloating because now she was finally going to have the power in their relationship. After years of having to sweetly kowtow to him, she'd thought she had him where she wanted him. It was humiliating to remember how she'd thought he'd be more easily handled once they were married, and she had him in bed with her every night. God knows most men thought with their peckers. All of her discreet liaisons over the years had told her that she wore them out, that they couldn't keep up with her. But they'd all said it with big smiles. Jessie took pride in her ability to screw a man into limp exhaustion. She'd had it all planned. Screw Webb's brains out every night, and he'd be putty in her hands during the day. But it hadn't worked out that way at all. Her cheeks burned with humiliation as she guided her horse across a shallow creek, taking care that the water didn't splash on her shiny boots. For one thing, more often than not, she was the one who was left exhausted. Webb could go at it for hours, his eyes remaining cool and watchful, no matter how she panted and jerked her hips and worked him over, as if he knew she regarded it as a competition, and was damned if he'd let her win. It hadn't taken her long to learn that he could outlast her, and she would be the one left lying exhausted on the twisted sheets, her loins throbbing painfully from such hard use. And no matter how hot the sex, no matter how she sucked or stroked or did anything else, once it was finished and Webb was out of bed, he went about his business as if nothing had happened, and she could just make the best of it. Well, damned if she would. Her biggest weapon, sex, had proven to be ineffective against him, and she wanted to scream at the injustice of it. He treated her as if she were a disobedient child rather than an adult and his wife. He was nicer to that brat Roanna than he was to her. She was sick and tired of being left at home every day while he roamed all over the nation, for God's sake. He said it was business, but she was certain that at least half of his urgent trips were conceived at the last moment just to prevent her from doing something fun. Just last month, he'd had to fly to Chicago the morning before they were supposed to go on vacation in the Bahamas. And then there was the trip to New York last week. He'd been gone for 3 days. She'd begged to go with him, dying with excitement at the thought of the shops and theaters and restaurants, but he'd said he wouldn't have time for her, and left without her. Just like that. The arrogant bastard. He was probably screwing some silly little secretary, and didn't want his wife around to mess up his plans. But she had her revenge. A smile broke across her face as she reined in the horse and spotted the man who was already lying stretched out on the blanket beneath the big tree, almost hidden in the secluded little cove. It was the most delicious revenge she could have imagined, made all the sweeter by her own uncontrolled response. It frightened her sometimes that she desired him so savagely. He was an animal, totally amoral, as ruthless in his way as Webb was, though without the cool, precise intellect. She remembered the first time she'd met him. It hadn't been long after Mama's funeral, after she had moved into Davencourt and wheedled Grandmother into letting her redecorate the bedroom she'd chosen. She and Grandmother had been in town to choose fabrics, but Grandmother had run into one of her cronies in the fabric shop, and Jessie had quickly gotten bored. She had already chosen the fabric she liked, so there was no reason to hang around listening to two old biddies gossip. She had told Grandmother she was going to the restaurant next door to get a Coke and made her escape. She had gone there. She had learned early that she could get away with a lot more if she simply did what she really wanted to do after she'd done what she'd said she was going to do. That way she couldn't be accused of lying, for heaven's sake. And people knew how impulsive teenagers were. So, icy Coke in hand, Jessie had then whisked herself down to the newsstand where dirty magazines were sold. It wasn't really a newsstand, but a grimy little store that sold hobby kits, a smattering of makeup and toiletries, some hygienic items such as rubbers, as well as newspapers, paperbacks, and a wide selection of magazines. The Newsweeks and Good Housekeepings were prominently displayed up front with all the other acceptable magazines. But the forbidden ones were kept on a rack behind a counter in back, and kids weren't supposed to go back there. But old man McElroy had arthritis real bad, and he spent most of his time sitting on a stool behind the checkout counter. He couldn't really see who was in the back area unless he stood up, and he didn't stand up very often. Jessie gave old man McElroy a sweet smile and wandered over to the cosmetics section, where she leisurely inspected a few lipsticks and selected a sheer pink lip gloss, her reason for being there should she get caught. When a customer claimed his attention, she whisked herself out of sight and slipped into the back area. Naked women cavorted on various covers, but Jessie spared them only a brief, disdainful glance. If she wanted to see a naked woman, all she had to do was strip off her clothes. What she liked were the nudist magazines, where she could see naked men. Most of the time their peckers were small and limp, which didn't interest her at all, but sometimes there would be a picture of a man with a nice, long, fat one sticking out. The nudists said there was nothing sexy about running around naked, but Jessie figured they lied. Otherwise, why would those men be getting hard, like Grandmother's stallion did when he was about to mount a mare? She had sneaked into the stables to watch whenever she could, though everyone would have been horrified, just horrified, if they'd known. Jessie smirked. They didn't know, and they wouldn't. She was too smart for them. She was two different people, and they didn't even suspect. There was the public Jessie, the princess of the Davenports, the most popular girl in school who charmed everyone with her high spirits, and who refused to experiment with alcohol and cigarettes the way all the other kids did. Then there was the real Jessie, the one she kept hidden, the one who slipped the paperback porn books under her clothes and smiled sweetly at Mr. McElroy as she left his store. The real Jessie stole money from her grandmother's purse, not because there was something she couldn't have just for the asking, but because she liked the thrill of it. The real Jessie loved tormenting that little brat Roanna, loved pinching her when no one could see, loved making her cry. Roanna was a safe target because no one really liked her anyway, and they would always believe Jessie rather than her if she carried tales. Lately, Jessie had begun to really hate the brat, rather than just disliking her. Webb was always taking up for her for some reason, and that made Jessie furious. How dare he take Roanna's side instead of hers? A secret little smile curved her mouth. She'd show him who was boss. Lately, she had discovered a new weapon, as her body had grown and changed. She had been fascinated by sex for years, but now, physically, she was beginning to match her mental maturity. All she had to do was arch her back and take a deep breath, thrusting out her breasts, and Webb would stare so fixedly at them that it was all she could do to keep from laughing. He'd kissed her, too, and when she rubbed her front against him, he had started breathing real deep, and his pecker had gotten hard. She had thought about letting him do it to her, but an innate cunning had stopped her. She and Webb lived in the same house. She would be taking too much of a chance that others would find out, and that might change the image they had of her. She had just reached out for one of the nudist magazines when a man spoke behind her, his voice low and raspy. "What's a pretty little gal like you doing back here?" Alarmed, Jessie snatched her hand back and whirled to face him. She was always so careful not to let anyone see her in this section, but she hadn't heard him approach. She stared up at him, blinking wide, startled eyes at him as she prepared to go into her act of the innocent young girl who had wandered back here by accident. What she saw in the hot, impossibly blue eyes looking down at her made her hesitate. This man didn't look as if he would believe any explanation she could make. "You're Janet Davenport's kid, ain't you?" he asked, still keeping his voice low. Slowly, Jessie nodded. Now that she'd had a good look at him, a strange thrill ran through her. He was probably in his 30s, way too old, but he was really muscular, and the expression in those hot blue eyes made her think he must know some really nasty things. He grunted. "Thought so. Sorry about your mama." But even as he said the conventional words, Jessie had the feeling that he didn't really care one way or the other. He was looking her up and down in a way that made her feel peculiar, as if she belonged to him. "Who are you?" she whispered, casting a weather eye toward the front of the store. A feral grin bared his white teeth. "The name's Harper Neely, little darling. Mean anything to you?" She caught her breath because she knew the name. She had snooped through Mama's things on a regular basis. "Yes," she said, so excited she could barely stand still. "You're my daddy." He'd been surprised that she'd known who he was, she thought now, watching him as he lazed beneath the tree while he waited for her. But as excited as she'd been at meeting him, he really hadn't given a damn that she was his daughter. Harper Neely had a bunch of kids, at least half of them bastards. One more, even if that one was a Davenport, didn't mean anything to him. He'd approached her just for the hell of it, not because he really cared. Somehow, that had excited her. It was like meeting the secret Jessie, walking around in her father's body. He fascinated her. She had made a point of meeting with him occasionally over the years. He was rough and totally selfish, and she often felt as if he were laughing at her. It infuriated her, but whenever she saw him, she still felt that same electric excitement. He was so nasty, so totally unacceptable to her social circle, and he was hers. Jessie couldn't remember exactly when the excitement had turned sexual. Maybe it had always been like that, but she just hadn't been ready to recognize it. She had been so focused on bringing Webb to heel, so careful to indulge herself only when she was safely away from her home area, that it simply hadn't occurred to her. But one day, about a year ago, when she had seen him, the usual excitement had suddenly sharpened, turned almost feral in its intensity. She had been furious with Webb. What was new about that? And Harper had been right there, his thickly muscled body enticing her, his hot blue eyes drifting down her body in a way no father should ever look at his daughter. She had hugged him, cuddled against him, sweetly called him Daddy, and all the while she had been rubbing her breasts against him, rolling her hips against his pecker. That was all it had taken. He'd laughed down at her, then crudely grabbed her crotch and shoved her to the ground, where they had gone at each other like animals. She couldn't stay away from him. She had tried, knowing how dangerous he was, knowing that she had no power to control him, but he drew her like a lodestone. There were no games she could play with him, because he knew her exactly for what she was. There was nothing he could give her, and nothing that she wanted from him, except for the mindless, heated sex. No one had ever screwed her the way her daddy did. She didn't have to gauge her every reaction or try to manipulate his response. All she could do was simply lose herself in the hot nastiness of the sex. Whatever he wanted to do to her, she was willing. He was trash, and she loved it, because he was the best revenge she could ever have chosen. When Webb got into bed beside her at night, it served him right that he was sleeping with a woman who, only hours before, had been sticky with Harper Neely's leavings. Chapter 4. Roanna stared after Jessie as she rode away from Davencourt, up toward the hilly part of the Davenport lands. Jessie usually preferred a less demanding ride, over fields or level pastures. Why would she deviate from custom? Come to think of it, she had ridden that way a couple of times before, and Roanna had noticed it but not paid attention to it. For some reason, this time she was puzzled. Maybe it was because she still felt resentful at Jessie's last zinger, though God knows it hadn't been any worse than the usual cut at her fragile self-esteem. Maybe it was because she, unlike everyone else, expected Jessie to be up to no good. Maybe it was that damn perfume. She hadn't been wearing it at lunch, Roanna thought. A scent that strong would have been noticed. So why had she doused herself with perfume before going for a ride by herself? The answer dawned on her with blinding clarity. She's got a boyfriend, she whispered to herself, almost overcome with shock. Jessie was slipping around behind Webb's back and seeing someone. Roanna almost suffocated on her indignation on Webb's behalf. How could any woman, even Jessie, be fool enough to jeopardize her marriage to him? Quickly she saddled Buckley, her current favorite, and set out in the same direction she'd seen Jessie take. The big gelding had a long, slightly uneven gait that would have been jarring to a less experienced rider, but covered distance at a fast clip. Roanna was used to his stride and settled herself into his rhythm, moving fluidly with the motion as she kept her eyes on the ground, following the fresh imprints of Jessie's horse. Part of her didn't believe Jessie really had a boyfriend. It was just too good to be true. And besides, Jessie was too smart to drop her bread butter side down. But she couldn't resist the tantalizing possibility that she might be right. Gleefully, she began plotting some vague revenge against Jessie for the years of hurts and slights, though she didn't know exactly what she could do. Real revenge wasn't part of Roanna's makeup. She was far more likely to punch Jessie in the nose than she was to plot and carry through some long-term plan, and she would get a lot more enjoyment out of it. But she simply couldn't pass up the opportunity to catch Jessie doing something she shouldn't. It was usually she who was goofing up, and Jessie who was pointing it out. She didn't want to overtake Jessie too quickly, so she reined Buckley to a walk. The July sun broiled down so white and merciless that it should have washed out the colors of the trees, but it didn't. The top of her head burned from the heat. Usually she crammed a baseball cap on her head, but she was still dressed in the silk-blend slacks and shirt she had worn to lunch, and the baseball cap, like her boots, was in her bedroom. Dawdling was easy in that heat. She stopped and let Buckley drink from a small stream, then resumed her leisurely tracking. There was a slight breeze blowing into her face, which was why Buckley caught the scent of Jessie's mount and gave a soft whicker, alerting her. She immediately backtracked, not wanting the other horse to alert Jessie to her presence. After tethering Buckley to a small pine, she quietly made her way through the trees and up a small hill. Her thin-soled sandals slipped on the pine needles, and she impatiently kicked them off, then clambered barefooted the rest of the way to the top. Jessie's mount was about 40 yards below and to the left, calmly cropping a small patch of grass. A large moss-covered rock jutted up just over the crest of the hill, and Roanna crept over to crouch behind its bulk. Carefully, she peeked around it, trying to locate Jessie. She could hear voices, she thought, but the sounds were odd, not really words. Then she saw them, almost directly below her, and sank weakly against the hot surface of the rock, shock clanging through her body. She had thought to catch Jessie meeting with one of her friends from the country club, maybe necking a little, but not this. Her own sexual experience was so severely limited that she couldn't have formed the images in her mind. A bush partially concealed them, but still she could see the blanket, Jessie's pale, slim body and the darker, more muscled form of the man on top of her. They were both stark naked, he was moving, and she was clinging to him, and they were both making sounds that made Roanna cringe. She couldn't tell who he was, could only see the top and back of his dark head. But then he moved off Jessie, rising up on his knees, and Roanna swallowed hard as she stared at him, her eyes huge. She had never seen a naked man before, and the shock was jarring. He pulled Jessie up on her hands and knees and slapped her rear, laughing harshly at the hot, guttural sound she made. Then he was driving into her again, the way Roanna had once glimpsed two horses doing it, and dainty, fastidious Jessie was clawing at the blanket and arching her back and rotating her butt against him. Bile rose hotly in Roanna's throat, and she ducked down behind the rock, pressing her cheek against the rough stone. She closed her eyes tight, trying to control the urge to vomit. She felt numb and sick with despair. My God, what would Webb do? She had followed Jessie out of a perverse, mischievous desire to cause trouble for her hateful cousin, but she had expected something minor, teasing kisses, if another man was involved at all, maybe meeting some of her friends and slipping away to a bar or something. Years ago, after she and Jessie had first come to live at Davencourt, Webb had sternly neutralized Jessie's spitefulness by threatening to spank her if she didn't stop tormenting Roanna, a threat Roanna had found so delicious that she had spent days trying to provoke Jessie, just so she could watch her hateful cousin get her rear end warmed. Amused, Webb had finally taken her aside and warned her that the punishment could come her way, too, if she didn't behave herself. That same impish impulse had prompted her today, but what she had found was far more serious than she had anticipated. Roanna's chest burned with impotent rage, and she swallowed convulsively. As much as she disliked and resented her cousin, she had never thought Jessie was stupid enough to actually be unfaithful to Webb. Nausea rose again, and she quickly turned around to drape her arms across her drawn-up knees and rest her head on them. Her movements scraped against some small gravel, but she was too far away for them to hear the slight noises she was making, and at the moment she was too sick to care. They weren't paying much attention to anything around them anyway. They were too busy pumping and humping. God, how silly it looked, and how gross, all at the same time. Roanna was glad she wasn't any closer, glad that the bush had hid at least part of them. She could just kill Jessie for doing this to Webb. If Webb knew, he might kill Jessie himself, Roanna thought, and a chill ran through her. Though he normally controlled it, everyone who knew Webb well was aware of his temper and took care not to arouse it. Jessie was a fool, a stupid, malicious fool. But she probably thought she was safe from discovery, since Webb wouldn't be back from Nashville until tonight. By then, Roanna thought sickly, Jessie would be all freshly bathed and perfumed, waiting for him, and wearing both a pretty dress and a smile, and silently making fun of him because only a few hours earlier she'd been screwing in the woods with someone else. Webb deserved better than that. But she couldn't tell him, Roanna thought. She could never tell anyone. If she did, the most likely outcome would be that Jessie would lie her way out of it, saying that Roanna was just jealous and trying to make trouble, and everyone would believe her because Roanna was jealous and everyone knew it. Then both Webb and Grandmother would be angry with her rather than with Jessie. Grandmother stayed exasperated at her most of the time anyway, for one reason or the other, but she couldn't bear for Webb to be mad at her. The other possibility would be that Webb did believe her. He might really kill Jessie, and then he would be in trouble. She couldn't bear for anything to happen to him. He might find out some other way, but she couldn't do anything to prevent that. All she could do was not say anything herself, and pray that if he did find out, he wouldn't do anything to get himself arrested. Roanna slipped from her place of concealment behind the rock and quickly made her way back over the hill and through the stand of pine trees to where she had tethered Buckley. He blew a soft greeting and shoved his nose at her. Obediently, she stroked the big head, scratching behind his ears, but her mind wasn't on what she was doing. She mounted him and quietly walked him away from the scene of Jessie's adultery, heading back to the stables. Misery weighed heavily on her thin shoulders. She couldn't understand what she'd seen. How could any woman, even Jessie, not be satisfied with Webb? Roanna's childhood hero worship had only intensified in the 10 years she had been living at Davencourt. At 17, she was painfully aware of other women's response to him, so she knew it wasn't just her opinion. Women stared at Webb with unconscious, or maybe not so unconscious, yearning in their eyes. Roanna tried not to look at him that way, but she knew she wasn't always successful, because Jessie sometimes said something sharp to her about mooning around Webb and making a pest of herself. She couldn't help it. Every time she saw him, it was as if her heart gave a great big leap before starting to beat so fast that sometimes she couldn't breathe, and she would get warm and tingly all over. Lack of oxygen, most likely. She didn't think love caused tingles. Because she did love him so much, in a way Jessie never would or could. Webb, his dark hair and cool green eyes, the slow grin that made her dizzy with delight, the tall, muscled body that made her go both hot and cold as if she had a fever. That particular reaction had been bothering her for a couple of years now, and it got worse whenever she watched him swimming, and he was wearing only those tight, brief trunks. His deep, lazy voice, and the way he scowled at everyone until he'd had his morning coffee. He was only 24, but he ran Davencourt, and even Grandmother listened to him. When he was displeased, his green eyes would get so cold that they looked like glacier ice, and the laziness of his tone would abruptly vanish, leaving his words clipped and cutting. She knew his moods, how he looked when he was tired, how he liked his laundry done. She knew his favorite foods, his favorite colors, which professional sports teams he liked, what made him laugh, what made him frown. She knew what he read, how he voted. For 10 years she had absorbed every little detail about him, turning toward him like a shy little violet reaching for the light. Since her parents had died, Webb had been both her defender and her confidant. It was to him that she had poured out all her childish fears and fantasies, he who had comforted her after nightmares or when she felt so alone and frightened. But for all her love, she had never had a chance with him, and she knew it. It had always been Jessie. That was what hurt most of all, that she could offer herself to him body and soul, and he would still have married Jessie. Jessie, who sometimes seemed to hate him. Jessie, who was unfaithful. Tears burned Roanna's eyes, and she dashed them away. There was no point in crying about it, though she couldn't help resenting it. From the time she and Jessie had come to live at Davencourt, Webb had watched Jessie with a cool, possessive look in his eyes. Jessie had dated other boys, and he had dated other girls. But it was as if he allowed her only so much rope, and when she reached the end of it, he would haul her back in. He had been in control of their relationship from the start. Webb was the one man Jessie had never been able to wrap around her finger or intimidate with her temper. A single word from him could make her back down, a feat even Grandmother couldn't match. Roanna's only hope had been that Jessie would refuse to marry him, but that hope had been so slim as to be almost non-existent. Once Grandmother had announced that Webb would inherit Davencourt itself, plus her own share of the Davenport business concerns, which was 50%. It had been a foregone conclusion that Jessie would have married him even if he'd been the meanest, ugliest man on the earth, which he wasn't. Jessie had inherited Janet's 25%, and Roanna had her father's 25%. Jessie saw herself as the Princess of Davencourt, with the promise of becoming its queen by marrying Webb. There was no way she would have accepted a lesser role by marrying someone else. But Jessie had been fascinated by Webb, too. The fact that she couldn't control him as she did other boys had both irritated and entranced her, keeping her dancing around his flame and to his tune. Probably, with her overweening conceit, she had thought that once they were married she'd be able to control him with sex by bestowing or withholding her favors according to how he pleased her. If so, she had been disappointed in that, too. Roanna knew that their marriage wasn't happy, and had been secretly pleased. Suddenly she was ashamed of herself for that, because Webb deserved to be happy, even if Jessie didn't. But how she had gloated every time Jessie hadn't gotten her way. She always knew, because although Webb might control his temper, Jessie never made any attempt to do so. When she was angry, she raged, she pouted, she sulked. In the 2 years they had been married, the fights had come more and more frequently, with Jessie's yelling heard all over the house, to Grandmother's distress. Nothing Jessie did, however, could sway Webb from whatever decision happened to displease her. They were locked in almost constant battle, with Webb determined to oversee Davencourt and do his best by their investments, a job that was grinding and often kept him working 18 hours a day. To Roanna, Webb was obviously adult and responsible, but he was still only 24, and had told her once that his age worked against him, that he had to work twice as hard as others to prove himself to older, more established businessmen. That was his primary concern, and she loved him for it. A workaholic husband, however, wasn't what Jessie wanted in life. She wanted to vacation in Europe, but he had business meetings scheduled. She wanted to go to Aspen at the height of the ski season. He thought it was a waste of time and money because she didn't ski and wasn't interested in learning. All she wanted was to see and be seen. When she lost her driver's license due to 4 speeding tickets within 6 months, she would have blithely continued driving and counted on the Davenport influence to keep her out of trouble, but Webb had confiscated all of her car keys, sternly ordered everyone not to let her borrow theirs, and made her sit at home for a month before hiring a driver for her. What had enraged her even more was that she had tried to hire a driver herself, but Webb had anticipated her and stymied that. It hadn't been difficult. There weren't that many limousine services in the Shoals area, and none who would cross him. Only Grandmother hadn't received the rough end of Jessie's tongue during that hellish month when she'd been grounded like a rebellious teenager. Maybe sleeping with other men was Jessie's revenge against Webb for not letting her have her way, Roanna thought. She was willful enough and spiteful enough to do it. Bitterly, Roanna knew that she would have made Webb a much better wife than Jessie had. But no one had ever considered it, least of all Webb. Roanna was abnormally observant, a trait developed from a lifetime of being shoved to the side. She loved Webb, but she didn't underestimate his ambition. If Grandmother had made it plain that she would be very pleased if he married Roanna the way she had with Jessie, then very probably they would now be engaged. Granted, Webb had never looked at her the way he'd looked at Jessie, but she'd always been too young. With Davencourt in the balance, he would have chosen her. She knew he would. She wouldn't have cared that he'd wanted Davencourt more than he wanted her. She would have married Webb on any terms at all, grateful just to get any part of his attention. Why couldn't it have been her? Why Jessie? Because Jessie was beautiful, and had always been Grandmother's favorite. Roanna had tried hard at first, but she had never been as graceful or as socially adept, or had Jessie's good taste in clothing and decorating. She would certainly never be as pretty. Roanna's mirror wasn't rose-tinted. She could plainly see her straight, heavy, untidy hair, more brown than red, and her bony, angular face with her weird, slanted brown eyes, the bump on the bridge of her long nose, and her too big mouth. She was rail-thin and clumsy, and her breasts were just barely there. Despairing, she knew that no one, especially no man, would ever willingly choose her over Jessie. At 17, Jessie had been the most popular girl in school, while Roanna, at the same age, had never had a real date. Grandmother had arranged for her to have escorts to various functions she'd been forced to attend, but the boys had obviously been shanghaied by their mothers for the duty, and Roanna had always been embarrassed and tongue-tied. None of the draftees had ever volunteered for another opportunity for her company. But since Webb's marriage, Roanna had tried less and less to fit herself into the mold Grandmother had chosen for her, the appropriate social mold of a Davenport. What was the point? Webb was lost to her. She had begun withdrawing, spending as much time as she could with the horses. She was relaxed with them in a way she never was with people, because the horses didn't care how she looked, or if she'd knocked over yet another glass at dinner. The horses responded to her light, gentle touch, to the special crooning note in her voice when she talked to them, to the love and care she lavished on them. She was never clumsy on a horse. Somehow her thin body would move into the rhythm of the powerful animal beneath her, and she would become one with it, part of the strength and grace. Loyal said he'd never seen anyone ride as good as she did, not even Mr. Webb, and he rode as if he'd been born in a saddle. Her riding ability was the only thing about her that Grandmother ever praised. But she would give up her horses if she could only have Webb. Here was her chance to break up his marriage, and she couldn't take it, didn't dare take it. She couldn't hurt him that way, couldn't take the chance that he would lose his temper and do something irrevocable. Buckley sensed her agitation the way horses do and began to prance nervously. Roanna jerked her attention back to what she was doing and tried to soothe him, patting his neck and talking to him, but she couldn't give him her full attention. Despite the heat, cold chills roughened her skin, and again she felt as if she might vomit. Loyal was far more attuned to horses than he was to people, but he frowned when he saw her face, and came over to take Buckley's reins as she swung down from the saddle. "What's wrong?" he asked bluntly. "Nothing," she said, then rubbed a shaky hand over her face. "I think maybe I got too hot, that's all. I forgot my cap." "You know better than that," he scolded. "Go on up to the house and drink some cold lemonade, then rest up for a while. I'll take care of Buck." "You told me to always take care of my own horse," she said, protesting, but he cut her off with a wave of his hand. "And now I'm telling you to go on. Scat! If you don't have enough sense to take care of yourself, I don't know that you can take care of Buck." "All right, thanks." She managed a weak smile because she knew she must really look sick for Loyal to bend his rule about the horses, and she wanted to reassure him. She was sick, all right, sick at heart, and so full of impotent rage that she thought she might explode. She hated this, hated what she'd seen, hated Jessie for doing it, hated Webb for letting her love him and putting her in this situation. No, she thought, as she hurried up to the house, stricken by the idea. She didn't hate Webb, could never hate him. It would be better for her if she didn't love him, but she could no more stop that than she could stop the sun from rising the next morning. No one saw her when she slipped in the front door. The huge hall was empty, though she could hear Tansy singing in the kitchen, and a television played in the den. Probably Uncle Harlan watching one of the game shows he liked so much. Roanna moved silently up the stairs, not wanting to talk to anyone right now. Grandmother's suite was at the front of the house, the first door on the right. Jessie and Webb's suite was the front one on the left side. Over the years, Roanna had finally settled on one of the back bedrooms, away from everyone else, but to her dismay she saw that Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan had chosen the middle suite on the right side of the house, and the door was standing open, Grandmother's and Aunt Gloria's voices coming from within. Listening, Roanna could also make out the voice of the housekeeper, Bessie, as she worked to unpack their clothes. She didn't want to see any of them, especially didn't want to give Aunt Gloria the opportunity to start in on her, so she reversed her steps and went out the double French doors onto the upper-story gallery that completely encircled the house. Using the gallery, she went around the house in the opposite direction, until she came to the French doors that opened into her own bedroom and gained sanctuary. She didn't know how she could ever look at Jessie again without screaming at her and slapping her stupid, hateful face. Tears dripped down her cheeks, and angrily she dashed them away. Crying never had done any good. It hadn't brought back Mama and Daddy. It hadn't made anyone like her any better. It hadn't kept Webb from marrying Jessie. For a long time now she had fought back her tears, and pretended that things didn't hurt her, even when she felt as if she would choke on her hidden pain and humiliation. But it had been such a shock, seeing Jessie and that man actually doing it. She wasn't stupid. She'd been to an R-rated movie a couple of times, but that really never showed anything except the woman's boobs, and everything was all prettied up, with dreamy music playing in the background. And once she'd glimpsed the horses doing it, but she hadn't really been able to see anything because she'd sneaked out to the stables for that very purpose and hadn't been able to find a good vantage point. The noises had scared her, though, and she'd never tried that again. Reality was nothing like the movies. It hadn't been romantic at all. What she'd seen had been raw and brutal, and she wanted to blot it out of her memory. She took another shower, then collapsed across the bed, exhausted from her emotional upheaval. Perhaps she dozed, she wasn't certain, But all of a sudden the room was darker as twilight gathered, and she realized she had missed supper. Another black mark against her, she thought, and sighed. She felt calmer now, almost numb. To her surprise, she was even hungry. She pulled on some clean clothes and trudged down the back stairs to the kitchen. Tansy had already cleaned up the dishes and gone home, but the industrial-size stainless steel refrigerator would be full of leftovers. She was nibbling at a cold chicken leg and a roll with a glass of tea at her elbow when the kitchen door opened and Webb strolled in. He looked tired, and he'd removed both coat and tie, the coat slung over his shoulder and hanging from one crooked finger. The top 2 buttons on his shirt were open. Roanna's heart gave its customary jump when she saw him. Even when he was tired and disheveled, he looked like heaven. The sickness roiled in her stomach again at the thought of what Jessie was doing to him. "Are you still eating?" he teased with mock amazement, green eyes twinkling. "Gotta keep my strength up," she said, striving for her usual flippancy, but she couldn't quite achieve it. There was a somberness in her tone that she couldn't hide, and Webb gave her a sharp glance. "What have you done now?" he asked, taking a glass down from the cabinet and opening the refrigerator door to pour himself some iced tea. "Nothing unusual," she assured him, and even managed a wry, crooked smile. "I opened my big mouth at lunch, and both Grandmother and Aunt Gloria are mad at me." "So what did you say this time?" "We were talking about cars, and I said that I wanted one of those Pontiac Grand Prix." His broad shoulders heaved as he controlled a spasm of laughter, turning it into a cough. He dropped into the chair beside her. "My God, Ro!" "I know," she sighed. "It just popped out. Aunt Gloria made one of her snide remarks about the way I eat, and I wanted to get her goat." She paused. "It worked." "What did Aunt Lucinda do?" "She sent me from the table. I haven't seen her since." She picked at the roll, reducing it to a pile of crumbs, until Webb's strong hand suddenly covered hers and stilled the movements. "Had you eaten anything before you left the table?" he asked, and there was a stern tone in his voice now. She made a face, knowing what was coming. "Sure, I had a roll and some tuna." "A whole roll? How much tuna?" "Well, probably not an entire roll." "More than you've eaten of this one?" She eyed the demolished bread on her plate, as if judiciously weighing each crumb, and was relieved to be able to say, "More than that." It wasn't much more, but more was more. His expression told her he wasn't fooled, but he let that slide for now. "All right, how much tuna? How many bites?" "I didn't count them." "More than 2?" She tried to remember. She knew she'd taken a couple of bites, just to show Aunt Gloria that her verbal swipe had fallen short of the mark. She might try to evade the truth, but she wouldn't lie outright to Webb, and he knew it, so he would continue to pin her down with explicitness. With a little sigh, she said, "About 2, I guess." "Did you eat anything afterward? Until now, that is?" She shook her head. "Ro." He turned his chair toward hers and put his arm around her thin shoulders, hugging her to him. His heat and strength enveloped her the way it always had. Roanna burrowed her untidy head against that broad shoulder, bliss overtaking her. When she'd been young, Webb's hugs had been a haven for a terrified, unwanted little girl. She was older now, and the quality of her delight had changed. There was a heady, faintly musky scent to his skin that made her heart beat faster, and made her want to cling to him. "You have to eat, baby," he said cajolingly, but with a firm undertone. "I know you get upset and lose your appetite, but I can tell that you've lost even more weight. You're going to damage your health if you don't start eating more." "I know what you're thinking," she charged, lifting her head from his shoulder to scowl at him. "But I don't make myself throw up or anything like that." "My God, how could you? There's never anything in your stomach to be thrown up." "If you don't eat, soon you won't have the strength to work the horses. Is that what you want?" "No." "Then eat." She looked at the chicken leg, her expression miserable. "I try, but I don't like the taste of most food, and people are always criticizing how I eat. and the food turns into this big wad that I can't swallow. You ate toast this morning with me and swallowed just fine. You don't yell at me or make fun of me," she muttered. He stroked her hair, pushing the dark chestnut strands away from her face. Poor little Ro. She had always hungered for Aunt Lucinda's approval, but was too rebellious to modify her behavior to get it. Maybe she was right. It wasn't as if she was a juvenile delinquent or anything like that. She was just different, a quirky wildflower growing in the middle of a sedate, well-ordered southern rose garden, and no one knew quite what to make of her. She shouldn't have to beg for her family's love or approval. Aunt Lucinda should just love her for what she was. But for Aunt Lucinda, perfection was her other granddaughter, Jessie, and she had always made it plain that Roanna fell short in every category. Webb's mouth tightened. In his opinion, Jessie was far from perfect, and he was sick and tired of waiting for her to grow out of some of that selfishness. Jessie's attitude, too, had a lot to do with Roanna's inability to eat. He had let this rock on for years while he devoted himself to the Herculean task of learning how to run Davencourt and all the Davenport business concerns, packing 4 years of college into 3, and then going after his master's degree in business. But it was obvious now that the situation wasn't going to resolve itself. For Roanna's sake, he was going to have to put his foot down, with Aunt Lucinda as well as Jessie. Roanna needed calm, peaceful surroundings where her nerves could settle down and her stomach relax. If Aunt Lucinda and Jessie, and now Aunt Gloria too, wouldn't or couldn't let up on the criticism that they constantly leveled at Roanna, then he wouldn't let Roanna eat with them. Aunt Lucinda had always insisted that they be at the table together, that Roanna conform to social standards, but he was going to override her on this. If she would eat better with her meals served on a tray in the peacefulness of her bedroom, or even out in the stables if she preferred, then that was where she'd have them. If being separated from the family made her feel exiled, rather than the relief he thought it would be, then he'd eat out in the stable with her. This simply couldn't go on, because Roanna was starving herself to death. Impulsively, he scooped her onto his lap, the way he'd done when she was a youngster. She was about 5'7" now, but not a lot heavier, and fear clutched at him as he encircled her alarmingly frail wrist with his long fingers. This little cousin had always appealed to his protective side, and what he had always loved best about her was her pluckiness, her willingness to fight back without regard for the consequences. She was full of wit and mischief. If only Aunt Lucinda would stop trying to obliterate those very traits. She had always snuggled up to him like a kitten, and did so now automatically, rubbing her cheek against his shirt. A faint twinge of physical awareness surprised him, making his dark eyebrows draw together in a puzzled frown. He looked down at her. Roanna was woefully immature for her age, without the normal social skills and defenses teenagers developed in the course of interacting with each other. Faced with disapproval and rejection at home as well as at school, Roanna had responded by withdrawing, so she had never learned how to interact with the kids in her age group. Because of that, subconsciously he had always thought of her as still being a child in need of his protection, and maybe she did still need it. But even if she wasn't quite an adult, physically she was no longer a child either. He could see the curve of her cheek, her long dark lashes, the translucence of her temple, where the fragile blue veins lay just beneath the surface. The texture of her skin was smooth, silky, and carried the sweet, warm scent of womanhood. Her breasts were very small but very firm, and he could feel the nipple, as small and hard as a pencil eraser, of the breast that was nestled against him in her half-turned position. The twinge of awareness intensified into a sudden, definite throb in his loins, and he was abruptly conscious of how round her buttocks were, and how they nestled so sweetly on his thighs. He barely bit back a growl as he shifted her a little, just enough that the side of her hip wasn't rubbing against his hardening penis. Roanna was remarkably innocent for her age, having never dated. He doubted she had ever even been kissed. She had no idea what she was doing to him, and he didn't want to embarrass her. It was his fault for taking her on his lap as if she were still a kid. He'd just have to be more careful from now on, though this was probably a fluke. It had been over 4 months since he'd had sex with Jessie, because he'd gotten so damn sick and tired of her trying to manipulate him with her body. Their encounters weren't about making love. They were a contest of domination. Hell, he doubted Jessie even understood the concept of making love, of the mutual giving of pleasure. But he was young and healthy, and 4 months of denial had left him extremely edgy, so much so that even Roanna's skinny body could arouse him. He jerked his mind back to the issue at hand. "Let's make a deal," he said. "I promise that no one else will say anything to you about how you eat. And if anyone does, you tell me and I'll take care of it. And you, sugar, will start eating regular meals. Just for me. Promise." She looked up at him, and her whiskey brown eyes held that soft, adoring glow she reserved for him. "All right," she whispered. "For you." Before he had any inkling what she was going to do, she curved her arm around his neck and pressed her sweet, soft, innocent mouth against his. From the moment he'd scooped her onto his lap, Roanna had been almost breathless with longing and intense excitement. Her love for him flooded her, making her want to moan with pleasure at his touch, at the way he was holding her so close. She rubbed her cheek against his shirt and felt the heat and resilience of his flesh beneath the fabric. Her nipples throbbed, and blindly she pressed hard against his chest. The resulting sensation was so acute that it shot straight down between her legs, and she had to clench her thighs against the heat. Then she felt it, that sudden hardness against her hip, and with a thrill she realized what it was. She had seen a naked man for the first time that afternoon, and the shock of the act she'd witnessed had left her weak and nauseated. But this was different. This was Webb, and this meant he wanted her. The realization shattered her with delight. She stopped thinking. He moved her so that she couldn't feel him against her hip anymore, and he was talking. She watched him, her gaze fastened on his beautiful mouth, barely absorbing his words. He wanted her to eat, just for him. "All right," she whispered. "For you." She would do anything for him. Then the longing grew so intense she couldn't hold it back any longer, and she did what she had wanted to do for so long that it seemed like her entire life had been spent craving this. She put her arm around his neck and kissed him. His lips were firm and warm, and hinted of a tantalizing taste that made her quiver with need. She felt him jerk, as if startled, felt his hands move to her waist and tighten as if he would lift her away from him. "No," she sobbed, suddenly terrified that he would push her away. "Webb, please, hold me." And she tightened her hold on him, and kissed him even harder, shyly daring to lick his lips the way she'd seen it done in a movie. He quivered, a long shudder running through his muscled body, and his hands clenched on her. He began, and her tongue slipped in between his opened lips. He groaned, his entire body tensing. Then suddenly his mouth opened and moved, and control of the kiss was no longer hers. His arms closed around her hard, and his tongue moved deep into her mouth. Roanna's neck bent back under the pressure, and her senses dimmed under the onslaught. She had thought about kissing, even practiced it on her pillow at night, but she hadn't realized the kiss could make her feel so hot and weak, or that his taste would be so delicious, or that the feel of him against her would unleash such terrible longing. She twisted on his lap, seeking to get closer, and fiercely he turned her so that her breasts were against his chest. "You two-timing bastard!" The shriek battered Roanna's ears. She leaped from Webb's lap, her face white as she pivoted to face her cousin. Jessie's features were twisted with rage as she stood just inside the door, glaring at them, her hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. Webb got to his feet. Dull red stained his cheeks, but his gaze was steady as he too faced his wife. "Calm down," he said in an even tone. "I can explain." "I just bet you can," she sneered. "This should be good. Damn you! No wonder you haven't been interested in touching me. All this time you've been fucking this stupid little whore." A red mist edged Roanna's vision. After what Jessie had been doing this afternoon, how dare she talk to Webb like this over a kiss? Without realizing she even moved, suddenly she found herself in front of Jessie, and she shoved her against the wall so hard that her head slammed against it. "Roanna, stop it!" Webb said sharply. catching her and roughly setting her aside. Jessie straightened and shoved her hair out of her eyes. Quick as a cat, she lunged past Webb and slapped Roanna across the face with all the strength in her arm. Webb grabbed her and swung her to one side, holding her with a firm grip on the collar of her blouse, while he caught Roanna by the nape of her neck. "That's enough, goddammit!" he said with clenched teeth. Webb didn't normally swear in front of women, and the fact that he did now was a measure of his anger. "Jessie, there's no sense in letting the whole house in on this. We'll talk about it upstairs." "We'll talk about it upstairs," she mimicked. "We'll talk about it right here, damn you. You want to keep it quiet? Tough shit. By tomorrow night, everyone in Tuscumbia is going to know you've got a taste for young ass, because I'm going to yell it on every corner." "Shut up," Roanna growled, ignoring her burning cheek and glaring her hate at Jessie. She tried to wriggle free of Webb's punishing hold on her neck, but he merely tightened his grip. Jessie spat at her. "You've always been after him, you slut," she hissed. "You set it up for me to find you two together like this, didn't you? You knew I was coming down to the kitchen. You weren't content to fuck him behind my back. You wanted to lord it over me for once." The scope of the lie stunned Roanna. She darted a glance at Webb and saw the sudden, suspicious, condemning glare in his eyes. "Both of you shut up," he growled, his voice so low and icy that chills ran down her back. "Jessie, upstairs. Now." He released Roanna, and all but frog-marched Jessie to the door. He paused there to flick Roanna with a glacier gaze that cut like a whip. "I'll take care of you later." The door swung shut behind them. Roanna sank weakly against the cabinets and covered her face with her hands. Oh, God. She'd never meant for anything like this to happen. Now Webb hated her, and she didn't think she could bear it. Pain welled in her, tightening her throat, choking her. She had never been a match for Jessie in slyness and cunning, and Jessie had proved it once again, effortlessly spewing out the lie that would turn Webb against her. Now he thought she'd caused all this deliberately, and he would never, never love her. Grandmother wouldn't forgive her for this ruckus. She rocked back and forth, overwhelmed with misery, wondering if she'd be sent away. Jessie had been telling Grandmother that Roanna should go away to some girls' college up north, but Roanna hadn't wanted to go, and Webb had supported her. But now she doubted Webb would lift a finger if they wanted to send her to the Gobi Desert. She had caused him so much trouble he'd never forgive her, even if she could convince him that Jessie lied, which she doubted. In her experience, they always believed Jessie. In the space of a few minutes, her entire world had crumbled around her. She had been so happy, those few sweet moments in his arms, and then it had turned to hell. She would likely have to go away, and she'd lost Webb forever. It wasn't fair. Jessie was the one who was the whore. But Roanna didn't dare tell, couldn't tell, no matter what happened. She couldn't defend herself against the vicious lies Jessie was even now telling about her. "I hate you," she whispered thinly to her absent cousin. She cowered against the cabinets like a frightened little animal, her heart pounding against her ribs with a force that almost made her faint. "I wish you would die." Chapter 5. Roanna lay huddled tensely in her bed. She was cold with misery, despite the heat of the summer night, and sleep was as distant now as it had been when she had first escaped upstairs to her room. The hours since Jessie had caught her kissing Webb had been a nightmare. The uproar had, of course, brought the rest of the household running. There was no need for questions, because Jessie had screamed curses at both Webb and Roanna the entire time he was dragging her upstairs, but both Grandmother and Aunt Gloria had hammered Roanna with endless queries and accusations anyway. "How dare you do such a thing?" Grandmother had asked, glaring at Roanna with eyes as cold as Webb's had been, but Roanna remained mute. What could she say? She shouldn't have kissed him, she knew it. Loving him was no excuse, at least not one that would matter to the unanimous condemnation she faced. She couldn't defend herself by pointing to Jessie's behavior. Webb might hate her now, but still she couldn't tell something that would so hurt him and might cause him to do something rash. She would rather take all the blame herself than risk anything bad happening to him. And in the final analysis, Jessie's actions didn't excuse her own. Webb was a married man. She shouldn't have kissed him. She writhed inside with shame at what her heedless, impulsive act had caused. The battle raging upstairs had been clearly audible to everyone else. Jessie had always been unreasonable when thwarted, and doubly so when her vanity was involved. Her screams had sliced over the deep rumble of Webb's voice. She'd called him every filthy name imaginable, using words that Roanna had never heard spoken aloud before. Grandmother was usually able to overlook anything Jessie did, but even she winced at the language being used. Roanna heard herself called a whore, a horse-faced little slut, and a stupid animal, good only for barnyard screwing. Jessie had threatened to have Grandmother cut Webb out of her will. Hearing this, Roanna had darted a terrified look at Grandmother, because she would die if she'd cost Webb his inheritance. But Grandmother had lifted her elegant brows in surprise at hearing this threat, and to have Webb arrested for statutory rape. Of course, Grandmother and Aunt Gloria had instantly believed that Roanna had been sleeping with Webb, and this brought their hard glares and recriminations down on her again, though Uncle Harlan had merely lifted his thick gray brows and looked amused. Embarrassed, miserable, Roanna had shaken her head dumbly, not knowing any way to defend herself that they would believe. Webb wasn't a man to take threats lying down. Until then he'd been furious but kept his temper under control. Now there was a crash, and the sound of glass breaking, and he roared, "Get a goddamn divorce! I'll do whatever it takes to get rid of you!" He'd come down the stairs then, his face hard and set, his eyes burning cold and green. His furious gaze touched on Roanna, and his eyes narrowed, making her shudder with dread, but he didn't stop. "Webb, wait," Grandmother said, reaching out a staying hand. He ignored her, slamming out of the house. A moment later they saw the headlights of his car slice across the lawn. Roanna didn't know if he'd returned yet, because only loud vehicles could be heard from inside the house. Her eyes burned as she stared up at the ceiling, darkness weighing down on her like a blanket, suffocating her. What hurt most of all was that Webb hadn't trusted in her. Even knowing Jessie, he'd believed her lies. How could he think for one moment that she would deliberately do anything that would cause him any trouble? Webb was the center of her existence, her one champion. If he turned away from her, then she had no foundation, no security in this world. But fury and disgust had been in his eyes when he'd looked at her, as if he couldn't stand the sight of her now. Roanna curled in a ball, whimpering with the pain that seemed so overwhelming she thought she could never recover from it. She loved him. She wouldn't have turned away from him no matter what he did, but he had turned away from her, and she shrank in on herself as she realized what the difference was. He didn't love her. She hurt all over, as if she'd bruised herself in this headlong crash into the brick wall of reality. He'd liked her, been amused by her, maybe felt some sort of family tie with her, but he hadn't loved her the way she wanted him to love her. With sudden, shattering clarity, she saw that he'd felt sorry for her, and the humiliation of it scoured her raw inside. Pity was never what she'd wanted from Webb, or from anyone else. She'd lost him. Even if he gave her the chance to defend herself, and if he then believed her, it would still never be the same again. He thought she had betrayed him, and his lack of trust was a betrayal of her. That knowledge would always be there in her heart, an icy, burning knot to mark her loss. She had always clung fiercely to Davencourt and to Webb, resisting any effort to pry her loose. Now, for the first time, she thought about going away. There was nothing left here. She might as well go away to college the way everyone wanted her to, and start fresh, where people didn't know her and have preconceived ideas about how she should look and act. Before, the very thought of leaving Davencourt had brought panic, but now she felt only relief. Yes, she wanted to get away from everyone and everything. But first she would fix things for Webb. One last gesture of love, and then she would put all this behind her and move on. She glanced at the clock as she got out of bed. It was after 2. The house was silent. Jessie was probably asleep, but Roanna frankly didn't give a damn. She could just wake up and listen for once to what Roanna had to say. She didn't know what she would do if Webb were there, but she didn't really expect him to be. He'd been in such a temper when he'd left that he probably hadn't returned yet, and even if he had, he wouldn't crawl into bed with Jessie. He'd either be downstairs in the study or asleep in one of the other bedrooms. She didn't need a light. She had wandered Davencourt so much at night that she knew all of its shadows. Silently, she drifted down the hallway, her long white nightgown making her look like a ghost. She felt like a ghost, she thought, as if no one ever really saw her. She paused in front of the door to Webb and Jessie's suite. A light was still on inside. A thin, bright ribbon was visible at the base of the door. Deciding not to knock, Roanna turned the knob. "Jessie, are you awake?" she asked softly. "I want to talk to you." The shrill scream tore through the soft fabric of the night, a long, raw sound that seemed to go on, straining until it broke on a hoarse note. Lights flared in various bedrooms, even down in the stables where Loyal had his own apartment. There was a gabble of sleepy, confused voices crying out, asking questions, and the thud of running feet. Uncle Harlan was the first to reach the suite. He said, "God Almighty," and for once the too smooth, too hearty tone was absent from his voice. Her hands stuffed into her mouth as if to keep another scream from escaping, Roanna slowly backed away from Jessie's body. Her brown eyes were wide and unblinking, the expression in them curiously blind. Aunt Gloria rushed into the room despite Uncle Harlan's belated attempt to stop her, with Lucinda close behind. Both women stumbled to a halt, horror and disbelief stunning them to immobility as they took in the gory scene. Lucinda stared at the tableau presented by her two granddaughters, and every vestige of color washed out of her face. She began to tremble. Aunt Gloria put her arms around her sister, all the while staring wildly at Roanna. "My God, you've killed her!" she blurted, each word rising with hysteria. "Harlan, call the sheriff!" The driveway and courtyard were a snarl of vehicles parked at random angles, bar lights flashing eerie blue strobes through the night. Every window in Davencourt blazed with light, and the house was crowded with people, most of them wearing brown uniforms, some of them wearing white. All of the family, except for Webb, sat in the spacious living room. Grandmother was weeping softly, her hands ceaselessly twisting a delicately embroidered handkerchief as she sat with slumped shoulders. Her face was ravaged with grief. Aunt Gloria sat beside her, patting her, murmuring soothing but meaningless words. Uncle Harlan stood just behind them, rocking back and forth on his toes, importantly answering questions and offering his own opinions on every theory or detail, soaking in the limelight currently shining on him because of his luck in being the first one on the scene, discounting Roanna, of course. Roanna sat alone on the opposite side of the room from everyone else. A deputy stood nearby. She was dully aware that he was a guard, but she couldn't bring herself to care. She was motionless, her eyes dark pools in a colorless face, her gaze both unseeing and yet encompassing as she stared unblinkingly across the room at her family. Sheriff Samuel Booley Watts paused just inside the doorway and watched her, wondering uncomfortably what she was thinking, how she felt about this silent but implacable rejection. He assessed the thin frailty of her bare arms, noted how insubstantial she looked in that white nightgown, which wasn't much whiter than her face. The pulse at the base of her throat beat visibly, the rhythm too fast and weak. With the experience of 30 years in law enforcement behind him, he turned to one of his deputies and said quietly, "Get one of the paramedics in here to see about the girl. She looks shocky." He needed her lucid and responsive. The sheriff had known Lucinda for most of his life. The Davenports had always been hefty contributors to his campaign funds when election time rolled around. Politics being what they were, he'd done a lot of favors for the family over the years, but at the base of their long-time relationship was genuine liking. Marshal Davenport had been a tough, shrewd son of a bitch, but a decent one. Booley had nothing but respect for Lucinda, for her inner toughness, her refusal to relax her standards in the face of modern decline, her business acumen. In the long years after David's death, until Webb had become old enough to begin taking over some of the burden, she had run an empire, overseen a huge estate, and raised her 2 orphaned granddaughters. Granted, she'd had the benefit of immense wealth to smooth the way for her, but the emotional burden had been the same on her as it would have been on anyone else. Lucinda had lost too many loved ones, he thought. Both the Davenport and Talent families had suffered untimely deaths, people taken too young. Lucinda's beloved brother, the first Webb, had died in his 40s after being kicked in the head by a bull. His son, Hunter, had died at the age of 31 when his small plane crashed in a violent thunderstorm in Tennessee. Marshall Davenport had been only 60 when he died from a burst appendix that he ignored, thinking it was just an intestinal upset, until the infection had become so massive his system couldn't fight it off. Then both David and Janet, as well as David's wife, had been killed in that car wreck 10 years ago. That had nearly broken Lucinda, but she'd stiffened her spine and soldiered on. Now this. He didn't know if she could bear up under this latest bereavement. She'd always adored Jessie, and the girl had been mighty popular in the elite society of Colbert County, though Booley himself had had his own reservations about her. Sometimes her expression had seemed cold, emotionless, like that of some of the killers he'd seen through the years. Not that he'd ever had any trouble with her, never been called on to cover up any minor scandals. Whatever Jessie was really like, under the flirtatiousness and party manners, she'd kept her nose clean. Jessie and Webb had been the sparks in Lucinda's eyes, and the old girl had been nearly bursting a seam with pride when the two kids had gotten married a couple of years ago. Booley hated what he had to do. It was bad enough that she'd lost Jessie without involving Webb, but it was his job. Politics or not, this couldn't be swept under the carpet. A stocky paramedic, Turkey McInnes, entered the room and crossed to where Roanna was sitting, hunkering down in front of her. Turkey, so called because of his ability to imitate a turkey call without benefit of any gizmos, was both competent and soothing, one of the better paramedics in the county. Booley listened to the casual, matter-of-fact voice as he asked the girl a few questions, assessing her responsiveness as he flicked a tiny penlight in her eyes, then took her blood pressure and counted her pulse. Roanna answered the questions in a flat, almost inaudible tone, her voice sounding strained and raw. She regarded the paramedic at her feet with a total lack of interest. A blanket was fetched and wrapped around her, and the paramedic urged her to lie down on the sofa. Then he brought her a cup of coffee, which Booley guessed to be heavily sweetened, and cajoled her into drinking it. Booley sighed. Satisfied that Roanna was being taken care of, he couldn't put off his onerous duty any longer. He rubbed the back of his head as he walked over to the small group on the other side of the room. For at least the 10th time, Harlan Ames was recounting the event as he interpreted it, and Booley was getting heartily sick of that greasy, too loud voice. He sat down beside Lucinda. "Have you found Webb yet?" she asked in a strangled tone, as more tears slipped down her cheeks. For the first time, he thought, Lucinda looked her age of 73. She had always given the impression of being lean and strong, like the finest stainless steel, but now she looked shrunken in her nightgown and robe. "Not yet," he said uncomfortably. "We're looking for him." That was an understatement, if he'd ever made one. There was a slight disturbance at the door, and Booley looked around, frowning, but relaxed when Yvonne Talent, Webb's mother, strode into the living room. Technically, no one was supposed to be allowed in, but Yvonne was family, even though she had distanced herself several years back by moving out of Davencourt into her own little house across the river in Florence. Yvonne had always been a woman with an independent streak. Just now, though, Booley wished she hadn't shown up, and he wondered how she'd found out about the trouble here tonight. Ah, hell, no use worrying about it. That was the trouble with small towns. Someone in dispatch, maybe, had called home and said something to a family member who'd called a friend, who'd called a cousin who knew Yvonne personally, and had taken it upon herself to let her know. That was always how it worked. Yvonne's green eyes swept the room. She was a tall, slim woman, with streaks of gray in her dark hair, the type described more as handsome than pretty. Even at this hour she was impeccably clad in tailored slacks and a crisp white blouse. Her gaze lit on Booley. "Is it true?" she asked, her voice cracking a little. "About Jessie?" Despite Booley's own reservations about Jessie, she had always seemed to get along with her mother-in-law. Besides, the Davenport and Talent families were so close that Yvonne had known Jessie from the cradle. Beside him, Lucinda gulped on a sob, her entire body trembling. Booley nodded an answer at Yvonne, who closed her eyes against welling tears. "Roanna did it," Gloria hissed, glaring across the room at the small, blanket-wrapped figure lying on the sofa. Yvonne's eyes flew open, and she gave Gloria an incredulous look. "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped, and purposefully strode over to Roanna, crouching down beside her and stroking the tumbled hair back from the colorless face, murmuring softly to her as she did. Booley's opinion of Yvonne jumped up several notches, though he doubted, from the look on her face, that Gloria shared it. Lucinda bowed her head, as if unable to look across the room at her other granddaughter. "Are you going to arrest her?" she whispered. Booley took one of her hands in his, feeling like a meaty, clumsy ox as his thick fingers folded around her cold, slender ones. "No, I'm not," he said. Lucinda shuddered slightly, some of the tension leaving her body. "Thank God," she whispered, her eyes squeezing shut. "I'd like to know why not!" Gloria shrilled from Lucinda's other side, rearing up like a wet hen. Booley had never liked Gloria nearly as much as he did Lucinda. She'd always been prettier, but Lucinda had been the one who'd caught Marshal Davenport's eye, Lucinda, who had married the richest man in northwest Alabama, and envy had nearly eaten Gloria alive. "Because I don't think she did it," he said flatly. "We saw her standing right over the body. Why, her feet were in the blood!" Irritably, Booley wondered why that was supposed to have any significance. He reached for patience. From what we can tell, Jessie had already been dead for several hours before Roanna found her. He didn't go into the technical details about the progression rate of rigor mortis, figuring Lucinda didn't need to hear it. It wasn't possible to pin down the exact time of a death unless it was witnessed, but it was still a sure thing that Jessie had died at least a couple of hours before midnight. He didn't know why Roanna had paid her cousin a visit at 2 in the morning, and he'd definitely find out, but Jessie had already been dead. The little family group was frozen, staring at him as if they couldn't comprehend this latest twist. He took out his little notebook. One of the county detectives normally would have done the interviewing, but this was the Davenport family, and he was going to give the case his personal attention. "Mr. Ames said that Webb and Jessie had a lulu of a fight tonight," he began, and saw the sharp look that Lucinda gave her brother-in-law. Then she took a deep breath and squared her shoulders as she mopped at her face with a mangled handkerchief. "They argued, yes." "What about?" Lucinda hesitated, and Gloria stepped into the breach. "Jessie caught Webb and Roanna carrying on in the kitchen." Booley's gray eyebrows rose. Not much surprised him anymore, but he felt mildly astonished at this. Dubiously, he glanced at the frail, huddled little form across the room. Roanna seemed, if not childish, still oddly childlike, and he wouldn't have figured Webb for being a man who was turned on by that. "Carrying on how?" "Carrying on, that's how," Gloria said, her voice rising. "My God, Booley, do you want me to draw you a picture?" The idea of Webb having sex with Roanna in the kitchen struck him as even more unlikely. He was never surprised at the depth of stupidity supposedly smart people could exhibit, but this didn't ring true. Odd that he could see Webb committing murder but not fooling around with his little cousin. Well, he'd get the true story about the kitchen episode from Roanna. He wanted something else from these three. So they were arguing. Did the argument turn violent? "Sure did," Harlan replied, only too eager to take the spotlight again. "They were upstairs, but Jessie was screaming so loud we could hear every word. Then Webb yelled at her to get a divorce, that he'd do anything to get rid of her, and there was the sound of glass breaking. Then Webb came storming downstairs and left." "Did any of you see Jessie after that, or maybe hear her in the bathroom?" "Nope, not a sound," Harlan said, and Gloria shook her head. No one had tried to talk to Jessie, knowing from experience that it was better to let her cool down first, or her fury would erupt on the erstwhile mediator. Lucinda's expression was one of growing disbelief and horror as she realized where Booley's questioning was headed. "No," she said violently, shaking her head in denial. "Booley, no, you can't suspect Webb." "I have to," he replied, trying to keep his voice gentle. They were arguing violently. Now, we all know Webb has quite a temper when he's stirred up. No one saw or heard a peep out of Jessie after he left. It's a sad fact, but any time a woman's killed, it's usually her husband or a boyfriend who does it. This hurts me bad, Lucinda, but the truth is Webb is the most likely suspect. She was still shaking her head, and tears were dribbling down her wrinkled cheeks again. He couldn't, not Webb. Her voice was pleading. I hope not, but I have to check it out. Now, what time was it when Webb left, as near as you can remember? Lucinda was silent. Harlan and Gloria looked at each other. 8? Gloria finally offered, uncertainty in her voice. About that, Harlan said, nodding. That movie I wanted to watch just had come on. 8 o'clock. Booley considered that, chewing on his lower lip as he did so. Clyde Odell, the coroner, had been doing his job for just about as long as Booley had been doing his, and was damn good at guessing the time of death. He had both the experience and the knack for adding the degree of rigor with the temperature factor and coming up with pretty close to the right answer. Clyde had put the time of Jessie's death at 10 o'clock or thereabouts, with a rocking motion of his hand to indicate the actual time could slip either way. 8 o'clock was a mite early, and though it was still within the realm of possibility, that did throw a bit of doubt into the mix. He had to make damn sure of his case before he presented it to the county prosecutor, because old Simmons was too slick a politician to take on a case involving the Davenports and Talents unless he was sure he could make it stick. Did anyone hear a car or anything later on? Did Webb maybe come back? I didn't hear anything, Harlan said. I didn't either, Gloria confirmed. You'd have to be driving a transfer truck before we could hear it in here, unless maybe we were in bed and the balcony doors were open. Lucinda rubbed her eyes. Booley had the feeling she wished her sister and brother-in-law would shut the hell up. We can't normally hear anyone driving up, she said. The house is very well insulated, and the shrubbery deadens the sound, too. So he could have returned, and you wouldn't necessarily have known it. Lucinda opened her mouth, then closed it without replying. The answer was obvious. The upstairs balcony that circled the huge, elegant old house was accessible from the outside stairs on Webb and Jessie's side of the house. Moreover, each bedroom had double French doors that opened onto the balcony. It would have been ridiculously easy for anyone to go up those stairs and enter the bedroom without anyone else in the house seeing them. From a security standpoint, Davencourt was a nightmare. Well, maybe Loyal had heard something. His apartment in the Staples probably wasn't as soundproof as this massive old house. Yvonne left Roanna's side and came to stand right in front of Booley. I heard what you've been saying, she said quietly, her tone even, despite the way her green eyes were boring a hole in him. You're barking up the wrong tree, Booley Watts. My son didn't kill Jessie. No matter how mad he was, he wouldn't have hurt her. Under normal circumstances, I'd agree with you, Booley replied. But she was threatening to have Lucinda cut him out of her will, and we all know what Davencourt means to— Bullshit, Yvonne said firmly, ignoring the way Gloria's mouth tightened like a prune. Webb wouldn't believe that for a second. Jessie always exaggerated when she was mad. Booley looked at Lucinda. She wiped her eyes and said faintly, No, I would never have disinherited him. Even if they divorced? He pressed. Her lips trembled. No. Davencourt needs him. Well, that undercut a damn good motive, Booley thought. He wasn't exactly sorry. He would hate like hell to have to arrest Webb Talent. He'd do it, if he could build a strong enough case, but he'd hate it. At that moment, a flurry of voices came from the front entrance, and they all recognized Webb's deep voice as he said something curt to one of the deputies. Every head in the room, except Roanna's, swiveled to watch as he strode into the room, flanked by 2 deputies. I want to see her, he said sharply. I want to see my wife. Booley got to his feet. I'm sorry about this, Webb, he said, his voice as tired as he felt. But we need to ask you some questions. Chapter 6. Jessie was dead. They hadn't let him see her, and he desperately needed to, because until he saw it for a fact himself, Webb found it impossible to truly believe it. He felt disoriented, unable to sort out his thoughts or feelings because so many of them were contradictory. When Jessie had yelled at him that she wanted a divorce, he'd felt nothing but relief at the prospect of being rid of her, but dead? Jessie? Spoiled, vibrant, passionate Jessie? He couldn't remember a day of his life when Jessie hadn't been there. They had grown up together, cousins and childhood playmates. Then the fever of puberty and sexual passion had locked them together in an endless game of domination. Marrying her had been a mistake, but the shock of losing her was numbing. Grief and relief warred, tearing him apart inside. Guilt was there, too, in spades. Guilt, first and foremost, because he could feel relief at all, never mind that for the past 2 years she had done her best to make his life hell, systematically destroying everything he'd ever felt for her in her relentless quest for the fawning adoration she'd thought she wanted. And then there was the guilt over Roanna. He shouldn't have kissed her. She was only 17, damn it, and an immature 17 at that. He shouldn't have held her on his lap. When she had suddenly thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him, he should have gently pushed her away, but he hadn't. Instead, he'd felt the soft, shy bloom of her mouth under his, and her very innocence had aroused him. Hell, he'd already been aroused by the feel of her round bottom on his lap. Instead of breaking the kiss, he had deepened it, taking control, thrusting his tongue into her mouth for an explicitly sexual kiss. He'd turned her in his arms, wanting to feel those slight, delicate breasts against him. If Jessie hadn't walked in at that point, he probably would have had his hand on those breasts and his mouth on the sweetly pebbled nipples. Roanna had been aroused, too. He'd thought she was too innocent to know what she was doing, but now he saw it differently. Inexperienced wasn't the same as innocent. No matter what he'd done, he doubted Roanna would have lifted a hand or spoken a word to stop him. He could have taken her there on the kitchen table, or sitting astride his lap, and she would have let him. There was nothing Roanna wouldn't do for him. He knew it. And that was the most horrible thought of all. Had Roanna killed Jessie? He'd been furious with both of them, and with himself for allowing the situation to happen. Jessie had been screaming her filthy insults, and abruptly he'd been so fed up with her that he knew it was the end of their marriage for him. As for Roanna, he never would have thought she was devious enough to set up the scene in the kitchen. But when he'd looked at her after Jessie's vicious accusation, he hadn't seen shock on Roanna's too open, too expressive face. He'd seen guilt. Maybe it was caused by the same dismay he'd been feeling, because they shouldn't have been kissing, but maybe it was more. For an instant he had seen something else, too. Hate. They all knew that Roanna and Jessie didn't get along, but he'd also known for quite some time that, for Roanna, the animosity had been very bitter. The reason for it had been obvious, too. Only a blind fool could have missed seeing how much Roanna adored him. He hadn't done anything to encourage her, romantically speaking, but neither had he discouraged her. He was fond of the little brat, and that unquestioning hero worship of hers had definitely stroked his ego, especially after one of the endless battles with Jess. Hell, he supposed he loved Ro, but not in the way she wanted. He loved her with the amused exasperation of an older brother. He worried about her lack of appetite, and he felt sorry for her when she was humiliated by her own social awkwardness. It hadn't been easy for her, forever being cast as the ugly duckling to Jessie's beautiful swan. Could she have believed that ridiculous threat Jessie had made about having him cut out of Aunt Lucinda's will? He'd known it was nonsense, but had Roanna? What would she have done to protect him? Would she have gone to Jessie, tried to reason with her? He knew from experience that reasoning with Jessie was wasted effort. She would have turned on Roanna like a bear on fresh meat, dredging up even more hateful things to say, vicious threats to make. Would Roanna have gone to such extreme lengths to stop Jess? Before that episode in the kitchen, he would have said no way, but then he'd seen the expression on Roanna's face when Jessie burst in on them, and now he wasn't certain. They said she'd been the one to find Jessie's body. His wife was dead, murdered. Someone had bashed her head in with one of the andirons from the fireplace in their suite. Had Roanna done it? Could she have done it deliberately? Everything he knew about her said no, at least to the second question. Roanna wasn't cold-blooded, but if Jessie had taunted her, made fun of her looks and her feelings for him, made more of those stupid threats, maybe then she could have lost her temper and hit Jessie. He sat alone in Booley's office, bent over with his head cradled in his hands as he tried to bring some sort of order to the turmoil of his thoughts. Evidently he was the prime suspect. After the fight he and Jess had had, he supposed that was logical. It made him so angry he wanted to punch someone, but it was logical. He hadn't been arrested, and he wasn't particularly worried, at least not about that. He hadn't killed Jess, so unless some evidence was fabricated against him, there was no way to prove that he had. He was needed at home to take care of things. From the brief glimpse he'd had of her, Aunt Lucinda had been devastated. She wouldn't be up to making the funeral arrangements. And Jess was his wife. He wanted to do this last service for her, mourn her, grieve for the girl she had been, the wife he had hoped for. It hadn't worked out for them, but still, she hadn't deserved to die like that. Tears burned his eyes, dripped through his fingers. Jess. Beautiful, unhappy Jess. He had wanted her to be a partner rather than a parasite that constantly demanded more and more, but it hadn't been in her nature to give. There hadn't been enough love in the world to satisfy her, and eventually he had stopped even trying. She was gone. He couldn't bring her back, couldn't protect her. But what about Roanna? Had she killed his wife? What should he do now? Tell Booley his suspicions? Throw Roanna to the wolves? He couldn't do it. He couldn't believe that Roanna would deliberately have killed Jessie. Hit her, yes. The blow might even have been struck in self-defense, because Jessie had been perfectly capable of physically attacking Roanna. Ro was only 17, a juvenile. If she were arrested and tried and found guilty, her sentence would be light for the crime. But even a light sentence would be a death sentence for her. Webb knew as sure as he was sitting there that Roanna wouldn't survive so much as a year's sentence to a juvenile detention hall. She was too frail, too vulnerable. She would stop eating altogether, and she would die. He thought of the scene at the house. He'd been hustled out of the house before he'd been able to speak with anyone, though his mother had tried. But what he'd seen in that brief moment was branded on his mind. Yvonne, fiercely protective, ready to do battle for him, but then he'd expected nothing else from his stalwart mother. Aunt Lucinda, staring at him with numb grief. Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan, horrified, fascinated accusation in their eyes. No doubt about it, they thought he was guilty, damn them. And Roanna, in pale and frozen isolation on the other side of the room, not even lifting her head to look at him. He'd spent the past 10 years protecting her. It had become second nature to him. Even now, as angry as he was at her, he couldn't stop the instinct to shield her. If he thought she'd done it deliberately, that would be different, but he didn't. So here he was, protecting with his silence the girl who had probably killed his wife, and the bitterness of the choice filled his gut. The office door opened behind him, and he straightened, brusquely wiping the remaining dampness from his eyes. Booley walked around the desk and sank heavily into the creaky leather chair, his shrewd eyes on Webb's face, taking note of the evidence of tears. "I'm sorry about this, Webb. I know it's a shock." "Yeah." His voice was rough. "I got a job to do, though. You were heard telling Jessie you'd do anything to get rid of her." The best way through this minefield, Webb figured, was to tell the truth, up to a point when it would be best to say nothing at all. "Yeah, I said it. Right after I told her to get a divorce. I meant I'd agree to any settlement." "Even giving up Davencourt?" "Davencourt isn't mine to give. It's Aunt Lucinda's. That decision would be hers." "Jessie threatened to have Lucinda cut you out of her will." Webb gave an abrupt shake of his head. Aunt Lucinda wouldn't do anything like that just because of a divorce. Booley crossed his arms behind his head, linking his fingers to form a cradle for his skull. He studied the young man before him. Webb was big and strong, a natural athlete. He had the strength to crush Jessie's skull with one blow, but had he done so? He abruptly changed the subject. Supposedly, Jessie caught you and Roanna at some hanky-panky in the kitchen. Want to tell me about it? Webb's eyes flashed with a hint of the cold, ferocious fury he was holding bottled up inside. I was never unfaithful to Jess, he said shortly. Never? Booley let a little doubt slide into his tone. Then just what did Jessie see that set her off? A kiss. Let Booley have the unvarnished truth as far as it went. You kissed Roanna? For God's sake, Webb, don't you think she's a mite young for you? Damn it, of course she's too young, Webb snapped. It wasn't like that. Wasn't like what? What do you have going with her? I don't have anything going with her. Unable to contain himself any longer, Webb lunged to his feet, causing Booley to tense and automatically lay his big hand on the butt of his pistol. But he relaxed when Webb began pacing the confines of the small office. Then why did you kiss her? I didn't. She kissed me. Initially, that is. Booley didn't need to know the rest of it. Why'd she do that? Webb rubbed the back of his neck. Rowanna's like a kid sister to me. She was upset. Why? Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan moved in today. She doesn't get along with Aunt Gloria. Booley made a grunting sound as if he could understand that. And you were comforting her? That and trying to get her to eat. If she's upset or nervous, she can't eat, and I was worried about what this would do to her. You think she's, what's the word? Something? Starving herself to death? Anorexic? Maybe. I don't know. I told her that I'd talk to Aunt Lucinda and make the others stay off her back if she would promise to eat. She threw her arms around my neck and kissed me. Jessie walked in, and all hell broke loose. Is that the first time Roanna's kissed you? Except for pecks on the cheek, yes. So there's nothing at all romantic going on between the two of you? No, Webb said. The word clipped. I heard she's got a crush on you. A sweet young girl like that, a lot of men would be tempted. She depends on me a lot. Has since her folks died. It's no big secret. Was Jessie jealous of Roanna? Not to my knowledge. She had no reason to be. Even though you get along real good with Roanna, from what I hear, you and Jessie hadn't been getting along at all. Maybe she was jealous about that. You hear a lot, Booley, Webb said tiredly. Jessie wasn't jealous. She threw temper tantrums whenever she didn't get her way. She was mad at me for going to Nashville this morning, and when she saw Roanna kissing me, that was just an excuse to raise hell. The argument turned violent, didn't it? I threw a glass and broke it. Did you hit Jessie? No. Have you ever hit her? No. He paused and shook his head. I spanked her ass once when she was 16, if that counts. Booley restrained a grin. Now wasn't the time for amusement, but Jessie getting her rear end tanned was something he'd like to have seen. A lot of kids nowadays, boys and girls both, would benefit greatly from the same treatment. Webb would have been just 17 at the time, but he'd always been older than his years. What happened then? Jessie was getting more and more out of control. I left before things could get out of hand. What time did you leave? Hell, I don't know, 8, 8:30. Did you go back? No. Where did you go? I drove around a while, over to Florence. Did anybody you know see you so they can verify it? I don't know. What did you do, just drive around? For a while, like I said. Then I went to the Waffle Hut on Jackson Highway. What time did you get there? 10 o'clock, maybe? What time did you leave? After 2. I didn't want to come home until it cooled down. So you were there about 4 hours? I reckon the waitress would remember that, don't you? Webb didn't reply. He thought it likely, because she had tried several times to strike up a conversation, but he hadn't been in the mood for chit-chat. Booley would check it out, the waitress would verify his presence, and that would be the end of it. But who would Booley look at as a suspect then? Roanna? "You can go on home," Booley said after a minute. "Don't guess I have to tell you to stick close. No going out of town on business trips or anything like that." Webb's gaze was cold and hard. "I'd hardly be scheduling a business trip when I have to bury my wife." "Well, as to that, considering the nature of her death, there's got to be an autopsy. Normally, that only delays the funeral a day or two, but sometimes it can be longer. I'll have to let you know." Booley leaned forward, his jowly face earnest. "Webb, son, I'll tell you plain. I don't know about this. It's a sorry fact that when a woman gets killed, it's usually her husband or boyfriend who did it. Now, you've never struck me as the type, but then neither have a lot of other folks I've wound up arresting. I gotta suspect you, and I gotta check everything out. On the other hand, if you have any suspicions yourself, I'd appreciate hearing about them. Families always have their little twists and secrets. Why, your folks were sure Roanna had killed Jessie, and they were treating her like she was poisoned or something until I told them that I didn't think she'd done it." Booley was a country, plain, unsophisticated, good old boy, but he'd been in law enforcement for a long time, and he knew how to read people. In his way, he used the same tactics Columbo had made famous on television, just kind of easing around and carrying on casual conversations and putting the pieces together. Webb resisted the invitation to confide in the sheriff, instead saying, "May I go now?" Booley waved a meaty hand. "Sure. But like I said, stick close to home." He heaved his bulk out of the chair. "I might as well drive you home myself. It's already morning, so I'm not going to get any sleep anyway." Roanna was hiding, not the way she had when she was little, by crawling under furniture or burrowing deep in a closet. But nevertheless she had removed herself from the grim, hushed activity in the house. She had retreated to the bay window, where once she had watched Webb and Jessie sit in the garden swing, while behind her the rest of the family had discussed what to do with her. She was still wrapped tight in the blanket the paramedic had put around her, holding the edges together with cold, bloodless fingers. She sat watching the slowly arriving dawn, ignoring the hum of voices behind her, shutting it all out. She tried not to think about Jessie, but no amount of effort could erase that bloody scene from her mind. She didn't have to actively think about it. It was just there, like the window. Death had so altered Jessie that at first Roanna had simply stood there, gaping at the body, without quite realizing that it was real, or even recognizing her cousin. Her head had been oddly misshapen, flattened around a huge open wound where her skull had literally been cracked open. She had been awkwardly sprawled with her neck bent as her head rested against the raised rock hearth. Roanna had turned on the light when she'd entered the suite, blinking her eyes as she tried to adjust her vision, and walked around the sofa on her way to the bedroom to wake Jessie and talk to her. She had literally stumbled on Jessie's sprawled legs and stared down in silent stupefaction for a long moment before she realized what she was seeing and began to scream. It wasn't until later that she realized she'd been standing on blood-soaked carpet and that her bare feet were stained red. She didn't remember how they had gotten clean, if she had washed them or someone else had. The window reflected the scene behind her, the swarm of people coming and going. The rest of the family had arrived, singly and in pairs, adding their questions and tears to the confusion. There was Aunt Sandra, Webb's aunt on his father's side, which made her grandmother's niece. Aunt Sandra was a tall, dark-haired woman with a talent, good looks. She had never married, instead pursuing an advanced education in physics, and now worked for NASA in Huntsville. Aunt Gloria's daughter and her husband, Lynette and Greg Spence, had arrived with their 2 teenagers, Brock and Corliss. Corliss was Roanna's age, but they had never gotten along. No sooner had they arrived than Corliss had slipped up to Roanna and whispered, "Were you really standing in her blood? What did she look like? I heard Mama tell Daddy that her head was cracked open like a watermelon." Roanna had ignored the avid, insistent voice, keeping her face turned toward the window. "Tell me!" Corliss insisted. A vicious pinch on the back of her arm made Roanna's eyes sting with tears, but she stared straight ahead, refusing to acknowledge her cousin in any way. Eventually, Corliss had given up, and left to badger someone else for the gory details she craved. Aunt Gloria's son, Baron, lived in Charlotte. He and his wife and 3 kids were expected to arrive later in the day. Even without them, that meant 10 family members were grouped in the living room, or around a comforting pot of coffee in the kitchen, with the makeup of the groups changing as people shifted back and forth. No one was allowed to go upstairs yet, though Jessie had long since been taken away, because the investigators were still taking pictures and gathering evidence. With the deputies and all the others there in various official capacities, the big house was teeming with people, but still Roanna managed to shut them all out. She felt very cold inside, a strange chill that had spread to every cell of her body and formed a protective shell, keeping her inside and everyone else outside. The sheriff had taken Webb away, and she had nearly choked on her guilt. This was all her fault. If only she hadn't kissed him. She hadn't done it on purpose, but then none of the messes she caused were on purpose. He hadn't killed Jessie. She knew it. She'd wanted to scream at them for even thinking something so ugly about him. Now that was all Aunt Gloria and Uncle Harlan were talking about, how shocking it was, as if he'd already been tried and convicted. Only a few hours before, they had been equally convinced that Roanna was the killer. Webb couldn't do something like that. He could kill. Somehow, Roanna knew that Webb would do whatever was necessary to protect those he loved. But killing under those circumstances wasn't the same as murder. No matter how nasty Jessie had been, no matter what she'd said, or even if she'd attacked him with a poker or something, he wouldn't have harmed her. Roanna had seen him tenderly helping a foal into the world, sitting up all night with a sick animal, taking turns with Loyal, walking a colicky horse for hours on end. Webb took care of his own. It wasn't her fault Jessie was dead, but because Roanna loved Webb and hadn't been able to control her stupid impulses, it had set in motion a chain of circumstances that caused Webb to be blamed for Jessie's death. She had no idea who had killed Jessie. Her thoughts hadn't gone that far. She only knew that it wasn't Webb. With every cell in her body, she knew he couldn't have done it, just as she knew this was all her fault, and he'd never forgive her. When Sheriff Watts had taken Webb away for questioning, Roanna had been paralyzed with shame. She hadn't even been able to lift her head and look at him, sure that she would see nothing but hatred and contempt in his eyes if he happened to look at her, and she knew that she couldn't have borne it. She had never felt so alone, as if there was an invisible bubble around her, preventing anyone from getting close. She could hear Grandmother behind her, softly weeping again, and hear Aunt Gloria's murmured attempts at consolation, but it didn't quite touch her. She didn't know where Uncle Harlan was. She didn't care. She would never forget the way they had accused her of killing Jessie, the way they had pulled back from her as if she had the plague. Even when Sheriff Watts had said he didn't think she'd done it, none of them had approached or apologized. Not even Grandmother, though Roanna had heard the soft, "Thank God," she'd uttered when the sheriff had said he thought she was innocent. All her life she'd tried so hard to earn these people's love, to be good enough, but she had never succeeded. Nothing about her had ever equaled the standards of the Davenports and Tallants. She wasn't pretty. She wasn't even presentable. She was clumsy, untidy, and had the unfortunate habit of saying the most appalling things at the most inappropriate time. Deep inside her, something had given up. These people had never loved her, never would. Only Webb had cared, and now she had messed that up too. She was alone in a fundamental way that left a huge, aching void inside. There was something devastating in knowing that if she simply walked out of this house and never came back, no one would care. The despair that she had faced earlier, when she realized that Webb didn't love her or trust her, had settled into mute acceptance. All right. So they didn't love her. That didn't mean she had no love to give. She loved Webb with every fiber in her body, something that wasn't going to change, no matter how he felt about her. There was also love for Grandmother, despite her obvious preference for Jessie, because, after all, it had been Grandmother who had firmly said, "Roanna will live here, of course," easing the terror of a 7-year-old who had abruptly lost everything. Even though she had more often found disapproval than approval from Grandmother, she still felt enormous respect and affection for the indomitable old woman. She hoped that someday she could be as strong as Grandmother, rather than the bumbling, unwanted fool she was now. Both of the people Roanna loved had lost someone dear to them. All right, so she herself had despised Jessie. Grandmother and Webb hadn't. It wasn't her fault that Jessie was dead, but if Webb were blamed for it, that definitely would be her fault because of that kiss. Who really had killed Jessie? The only person who readily sprang to mind was the man she had seen with Jess the day before, but she had no idea who he was, and wasn't certain she could either describe him now or even identify him if he walked in the door. Her shock had been so great that she hadn't paid a great deal of attention to his face. If she had decided before to keep quiet about what she'd seen, her reasons now were even more crucial. If Sheriff Watts found out that Jessie had been having an affair, he would see that as a motive for Webb to kill her. No, Roanna decided dazedly. She would only hurt Webb by disclosing what Jessie had been doing. A murderer would go free. Roanna thought about that. But her reasoning was simple. Telling the sheriff about it wouldn't guarantee that the murderer was caught, because she couldn't give him any more information than that, and Webb would be harmed. For Roanna there was no question of justice or truth, and she was too young and unsophisticated for subtleties of philosophy. The only thing that mattered was protecting Webb. Right or wrong, she would keep her mouth shut. She watched as a county car silently rolled up the long driveway and stopped. Webb and Sheriff Watts got out and walked toward the house. Roanna watched Webb, her gaze stuck to him like a magnet to steel. He was still dressed in the clothes he'd worn yesterday, and he looked exhausted, his hard face shadowed with both fatigue and a day's growth of beard. At least he was home, she thought, her heart leaping, and he wasn't in handcuffs. That must mean the sheriff wasn't going to arrest him. As the two men walked up the semicircle of brick-paved sidewalk, Webb glanced up to where she sat in the big bay window, outlined by the lights behind her. Though it still wasn't full daylight, Roanna saw the way his face hardened. Then he looked away from her. She listened to the confused, awkward flurry of family members behind her when Webb entered the house. Most of them didn't speak to him, but instead made an effort to make their own conversations seem casual. Under the circumstances, the effort was ridiculous, and they merely sounded stilted. Only Yvonne and Sandra rushed to him, and were gathered into his strong arms. In her reflective window, Roanna watched him bend his dark head down to them. He released them and turned to Sheriff Watts. "I need a shower and shave," he said. "Upstairs is off limits for now," the sheriff replied. "There's a bath with a shower next to the kitchen. Would you have a deputy bring me some clean clothes?" "Sure." The arrangements were made, and Webb left to clean up. The voices behind her resumed a more normal rhythm. Watching them, Roanna could tell that both Aunt Yvonne and Aunt Sandra were furious with the others. Then, suddenly, her view of the room was blotted out as Sheriff Watts appeared directly behind her. "Roanna, do you feel up to answering some questions?" he asked, in a tone so gentle it seemed out of place, coming from such a rough, burly man. She clutched the blanket even tighter and silently turned around. His huge hand closed over her elbow. "Let's go where it's quieter," he said, helping her to slide from the window seat. He wasn't quite as tall as Webb, but was easily twice as wide. He was built like a wrestler, with a barrel chest and thick belly, and without any jiggle to his middle. He led her into Webb's study, seating her on the sofa rather than in one of the big leather armchairs, and eased down beside her. "I know it's hard for you to talk about it, but I need to know what happened tonight and this morning." She nodded. "Webb and Jessie were arguing," Sheriff Watts said, watching her carefully. "Do you know—" "It was my fault," Roanna interrupted, her voice flat and hollow and strangely raspy. Her brown eyes, usually so lively and full of golden lights, were dull and haunted. "I was in the kitchen trying to eat when Webb came home from Nashville. I'd missed supper. I was upset. Anyway, I kissed him, and that's when Jessie came in." "You kissed him? He didn't kiss you?" Miserably, Roanna nodded. It didn't matter that after a few seconds Webb had held her tight and returned her kiss. She had initiated it. "Has Webb ever kissed you?" "Some. Mostly he ruffles my hair." The sheriff's lips twitched. "I mean on the mouth." "No." "Do you have a crush on him, Roanna?" She went still, even the breath halting in her chest. Then she squared her thin shoulders and gave him a look of such naked despair that he swallowed. "No," she said with pitiful dignity. "I love him." She paused. "He doesn't love me, though. Not like that." "Is that why you kissed him?" She began to rock back and forth, the movement slight but significant as she fought to control her pain. "I know I shouldn't have done it," she whispered. "I knew it then. I never would have done anything to cause Webb so much trouble. Jessie said I'd done it on purpose, that I knew she was coming down, but I didn't. I swear I didn't. He was being so sweet to me, and all of a sudden I couldn't resist it. I just grabbed him. He never had a chance." "What did Jessie do?" "She just started screaming at us. She called me all sorts of ugly names, and Webb, too. She accused us of... you know. Webb tried to tell her it wasn't like that, but Jessie never listened to anybody when she was pitching one of her fits." The sheriff put his hand over hers, patting it. "Roanna, I have to ask you this, and I want you to tell me the truth. Are you sure there's nothing between you and Webb? Have you ever had sex with him? This is a serious situation, honey, and nothing but the truth will do." She gave him a blank look. Then hot color washed into her white face. "No!" she sputtered, and turned an even darker red. "I've never... with anyone, I mean..." He patted her hand again, mercifully interrupting her mangled reply. "There's no need to be embarrassed," he said kindly. "You're doing the smart thing, placing such a high value on yourself." Miserably, Roanna thought that she didn't have a high value on herself at all. If at any time Webb had so much as crooked his finger at her, she would have come running and let him do whatever he wanted to her. Her virginity was due to his lack of interest, not her own morals. "What happened then?" he prompted. "They went upstairs, still arguing. Or rather, Jessie was. She was screaming at him, and Webb was trying to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen." "Did she threaten to have him cut out of Lucinda's will?" Roanna nodded. But Grandmother just looked surprised. I was so relieved because I couldn't have stood it if I caused Webb to lose Davencourt. "Did you hear anything violent happening in their room?" "Some glass breaking. Then Webb yelled at her to go ahead and get a divorce, and he left." "Did he tell her he'd do anything to get rid of her?" "I think so," Roanna answered readily, knowing that the others had likely confirmed this. "I don't blame him. I'd have added my allowance to her alimony if that would have helped. The sheriff's lips twitched again. You didn't like Jessie? She shook her head. She was always hateful to me. Were you jealous of her? Roanna's lips trembled. She had Webb. But even if she hadn't, I know that he wouldn't be interested in me. He never has been. He was nice to me because he felt sorry for me. After she caused such a ruckus last night, after I caused it, I decided I might as well go away to college, the way they'd been wanting me to do. Maybe then I could make some friends. Did you hear anything from their room last night after Webb left? Roanna shuddered. An image of Jessie as she'd last seen her flashing through her brain. She gulped. I don't know. Everybody was mad at me, even Webb. I was upset and went to my room. It's at the back of the house. All right now, Roanna, I want you to think carefully. When you go up the stairs, their rooms are across the front hall to the left. If there's a light on in the room, you can see it under the door. I checked that myself. When you went to your room, did you look in that direction? She remembered that very well. She had cast a fearful glance at Jessie's door, afraid she would come storming out of it like the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz, and she had tried to be very quiet so Jessie wouldn't hear her. She nodded. Was there a light on? Yes. She was certain of it, because otherwise she would have thought Jessie had gone on into the connecting bedroom and thus wouldn't hear her. Okay, now, tell me about later, when you found her. What time was it? After 2. I hadn't been asleep. I kept thinking how I'd messed everything up and caused Webb so much trouble. You were awake the entire time? The sheriff asked sharply. Did you hear anything? She shook her head. I told you, my bedroom's on the back, away from everyone else. It's real quiet back there, that's why I like it. Could you tell when the others came up to bed? I heard Aunt Gloria in the hall about 9:30, but my door was closed and I couldn't tell what she was saying. Harlan said that he started watching a movie about 8. It shouldn't have been off at 9:30. Maybe he finished watching it in their room. I know they have a television in there because Grandmother had a connection run for them before they moved in. He pulled out his notebook and scribbled a few words, then said, Okay, let's go back to when you went to Jessie's room this morning. Was the light on then? No, I turned it on when I went in. I thought Jessie was in bed and I was going in there to wake her up so I could talk to her. The light was bright and I couldn't see good for a few minutes and I stumbled over her. She shuddered again and started shaking. The bright color of a moment before leached out of her face, leaving it chalky again. Why were you going to talk to her? I was going to tell her that it wasn't Webb's fault, that he didn't do anything wrong. It was just me, being stupid as usual, she said dully. I never meant to cause him any trouble. Why not wait until morning? Because I wanted to fix it before then. Then why didn't you talk to her before you went to bed? I was a coward. She gave him an ashamed look. You don't know how nasty Jessie could be. I don't think you're a coward at all, honey. It takes guts to say something's your fault. A lot of grown-ups never do learn how to do it. She began rocking again, and the haunted look came back. I didn't want anything bad to happen to Jessie, not bad like that. I'd have laughed if her hair fell out or something, but when I saw her head and the blood, I didn't even recognize her at first. She was always so beautiful. Her voice trailed off, and Booley sat in silence beside her, thinking hard. Roanna said she'd turned on the light. All doorknobs and light switches had already been dusted for fingerprints, so it should be her print on that particular switch, something easy enough to check. If the light had been on when she'd gone to her room, and off when she went to talk to Jessie, then that meant either Jessie had turned off the light herself after Webb had gone, or someone else had. Either way, Jessie had been alive when Webb had left the house. That didn't mean he couldn't have returned later and gone up the outside stairs. If his alibi at the Waffle Hut checked out, though, That meant they likely didn't have enough circumstantial evidence to charge him. Hell, there was no motive anyway. He wasn't having an affair with Roanna. Not that Booley had pinned much credence to that theory to begin with. It had been a shot in the dark, nothing more. The hard facts were, Webb and Jessie had argued over something Roanna said was her fault, while totally absolving Webb. Jessie had threatened him with the loss of Davencourt, but no one had believed her, so that didn't count. In a temper, Webb had yelled at her to go ahead and get a divorce, and slammed out of the house. Jessie had been alive then, according to both Roanna's testimony and the coroner's estimate of time of death, based on the degree of rigor mortis and the temperature of Jessie's body. No one had seen or heard anything. Webb had been at the Waffle Hut close to the time of Jessie's death. Now, they weren't talking about any great distance here, nothing that couldn't be driven in about 15 or 20 minutes, so it was still within the realm of possibility that he could have returned, bashed her in the head, and then calmly driven to the Waffle Hut to establish his alibi. But the odds of convincing any jury of that were pretty slim. Hell, the odds of convincing the county prosecutor to press charges on that basis were even slimmer. Someone had killed Jessie Talent. Not Roanna. The girl was so painfully open and vulnerable he doubted she knew how to lie. Besides, he'd have bet money she didn't have the strength to pick up that andiron, which was one of the heaviest he'd ever seen, specially made for the oversized fireplaces here in Davencourt. Someone strong had killed Jessie, pointing to a man. The two other men at Davencourt, Harlan Ames and the stableman, Loyal Wise, had no motive. So, the killer was either Webb, and unless Webb confessed, Booley knew there was no way of proving it, or a stranger. There was no sign of forced entry, but to his amazement he discovered that none of the people here locked their balcony doors, so force wouldn't have been necessary. Nor was there anything stolen, which would have given them robbery as a motive. The plain fact was, Jessie was dead for no good reason that he could tell, and it was damn hard to make a murder charge stick without giving a jury a motive it could believe. This was one murder that wasn't going to be solved. He could feel it in his bones, and it made him sick. He didn't like for law-breaking slime to get away with so much as stealing a pack of chewing gum, much less murder. It didn't make any difference that Jessie had evidently been a bitch at the first water. She still hadn't deserved to have her head bashed in. Well, he'd try. He'd check out all the angles, verify Webb's alibi, and present what he had to Simmons. But he knew the prosecutor was going to say they didn't have a case. He sighed, got to his feet, and looked down at the forlorn little figure still on the sofa, and he was moved to offer her some comfort. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, honey. You aren't stupid, and you aren't a coward. You're a sweet, smart girl, and I like you fine. She didn't reply, and he wondered if she'd even heard him. She'd been through so much in the last 12 hours, it was a wonder she hadn't cracked under the strain. He patted her on the shoulder and quietly left the room, leaving her alone with her regrets and her nightmare images. Chapter 7. The next few days were hell. The entire Shoals area, which consisted of Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Florence, the 4 towns that butted together where Colbert and Lauderdale counties met at the Tennessee River, were riveted by the spectacle of the bloody murder of a member of Colbert County's premier family, and the ensuing investigation of her husband as the killer. Webb was as well known, if not quite as respected yet, as Marshal Davenport had been, and of course everyone who was anyone had known Jessie, the star of the local top society. Gossip ran rampant. Webb hadn't been arrested, and Sheriff Watts would say only that he had been questioned and released, but as far as everyone was concerned, that was as good as saying he'd done it. Why, look at how his only family treated him, the whispers ran. Lucinda cried every time she saw him, and she couldn't bring herself to talk to him yet. Gloria and Harlan Ames were convinced Webb had killed Jessie, and though publicly they didn't say anything, they had made a few comments to their closest friends, the just-between-you-and-me kind. The more moral souls were disapproving when the confidential gossip was spread, but that didn't stop it from growing like kudzu. Gloria and Harlan's 2 children, Baron and Lynette, kept their respective families as far away from Webb as they could. Only Webb's mother, Yvonne, and his Aunt Sandra seemed convinced of his innocence, but of course they would be. He'd always been Sandra's favorite, while she practically ignored Gloria's grandchildren. A definite rift was growing in the family. And as for Roanna, who had discovered the body, she was said to be suffering from shock and had all but sequestered herself. She had always been like a puppy dog at Webb's heels, but not even she had anything to do with him. Word was that they hadn't spoken since Jessie's death. The insidious vines of gossip spread the rumor that Jessie had been savagely beaten before she'd been killed. Someone else said she'd been mutilated. They said that Webb had been caught in flagrante delicto with Roanna, the little cousin, but credulity stopped short of actually believing that. Maybe he'd been caught, but with Roanna? Why, she was skinny as a rail, unattractive, and had no idea how to make herself appealing to a man. Anyway, obviously Webb had been caught with someone, and gossip ran hot with speculation on the unknown woman's identity. The autopsy on Jessie's body was completed, but the results weren't released pending the results of the investigation. Funeral arrangements were made, and so many people attended the service that the church couldn't hold everyone. Even people who hadn't known her personally attended out of curiosity. Webb stood alone, an island around which everyone else moved but never quite touched. The minister extended his sympathies. No one else did. At the cemetery it was much the same thing. Lucinda was heartbroken, weeping uncontrollably as she stared at Jessie's flower-laden casket, supported on brass rails over the raw, open mouth of the grave. It was a hot summer day, without a cloud to mar the sky, and the white molten sun soon had everyone dripping with sweat. Handkerchiefs and miscellaneous bits of paper were used to languidly fan perspiring faces. Webb sat on one end of the first row of folding chairs that had been placed under the canopy for the immediate family. Yvonne sat beside him, firmly holding his hand, and Sandra sat beside her. The rest of the family had taken the other chairs, though no one seemed eager to be the one sitting directly behind Webb. Finally, Roanna slipped into that chair, a frail wraith who had grown even thinner in the days since Jessie's murder. For once, she didn't stumble or drop anything. Her face was white and remote. Her dark chestnut hair, usually so untidy, was pulled sternly back from her face and tied with a black bow. She had always jittered around as if she had too much energy to control, but now she was oddly still. Several people gave her curious glances, as if not quite certain of her identity. Her 2 big features, so unsuited for the thinness of her face, somehow looked better suited to the remote severity that now swathed her. She still wasn't pretty, but there was something. The prayers were said, and the mourners tactfully steered away from the gravesite so the casket could be lowered and the grave filled. No one actually left the cemetery except for a few who had other things to do and couldn't wait around any longer for something to happen. The rest milled around, pressing Lucinda's hand, kissing her cheek. No one approached Webb. He stood alone, just as he had at the funeral home and then the church, his expression hard and closed. Roanna stood it as long as she could. She had avoided him, knowing how he must hate her, but the way people were treating him made her bleed inside. She moved to his side and slipped her hand into his, her cold, frail fingers clinging to the hard, warm strength of his. He glanced down at her, his green eyes as welcoming as ice. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her words audible only to him. She was acutely aware of all the avid eyes trained on them, speculating on her gesture. "It's all my fault people are treating you like this." Tears swam in her eyes, blurring his outline as she looked up at him. "I just wanted you to know that I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know Jessie was coming downstairs. I hadn't talked to her since lunch that day." Something flickered in his eyes, and he drew in a long, controlled breath. "It doesn't matter," he said, and gently but firmly removed his hand from her grip. The rejection was like a blow to the face. Roanna swayed under the impact, her expression stark with despair. Webb muttered a curse under his breath and reluctantly lifted his hand to steady her, but Roanna stepped back. "I understand," she said, still in a whisper. "I won't bother you any more." Then she slipped away, as insubstantial as a black-clad ghost. Somehow she kept her control. It was easier now, as if the layer of ice that encased her kept everything from spilling out. Webb's rejection had almost cracked the ice. But after the initial blow, the layer had thickened in self-defense, becoming even stronger. The hot sun beat down on her, but Roanna wondered if she would ever be warm again. She had scarcely slept since the night she'd found Jessie's body. Every time she closed her eyes, the bloody image seemed to be painted on the inside of her eyelids, where she couldn't escape it. Guilt and misery kept her from eating more than a few bites, and she had lost even more weight. The family was being kinder to her, perhaps because of their own guilt about the way they had treated her immediately after she'd found Jessie's body, when they had thought Roanna had killed her cousin, but it didn't matter. It was too little, too late. Roanna felt so distant from them, from everything, that sometimes it was as if she wasn't even there. After the grave had been filled, and the multitude of flowers positioned to cover the raw earth, all of the family and a good many others drove back to Davencourt. The upstairs had been off-limits for 2 days. Then Sheriff Watts had simply sealed off the murder scene and let the remainder of the floor be used, though everyone had felt strange at first. Only Cousin Baron and his family were staying at the house, though, since all of the other relatives lived close by. Webb hadn't slept at Davencourt since Jessie's murder. He spent his days there, but at night he went to a motel. Aunt Gloria had said that she was relieved because she wouldn't have felt safe with him in the house at night, and Roanna had wanted to slap her. Only a desire not to cause Grandmother more stress had restrained her. Tansy had prepared huge amounts of food to feed the expected crowd, and had been glad of the opportunity to keep herself busy. People wandered in and out of the dining room where the buffet had been arranged, filling plates and returning to gather in small groups where they discussed the situation in hushed voices. Webb shut himself in the study. Roanna walked down to the stables and stood at the fence, finding comfort in watching the horses graze. Buckley saw her and trotted over, thrusting his head over the fence to be patted. Roanna hadn't been riding since Jessie's death. In fact, this was her first visit to the stables. She scratched behind Buckley's ears and crooned soothingly to him, but her mind wasn't on what she was saying. It was just automatic noise. He didn't seem to mind, though. His eyes half closed in delight, and he made a grunting noise. "He's missed you," Loyal said, coming up behind her. He had changed out of the suit he'd worn to the funeral, and was now clad in his more familiar khakis and boots. "I've missed him, too." Loyal propped his arms on the top railing and surveyed his kingdom, his gaze warming as he watched the sleek, healthy animals he loved. "You don't look too good," he said bluntly. "You need to take better care of yourself. The horses need you." "It's been a bad time," she replied, her voice lifeless. "Sure has," he agreed. "It still don't seem real. And it's a shame how folks are treating Mr. Webb. Why, he no more killed Miss Jessie than I did. Anybody who knows anything about him would know that." Loyal had been extensively questioned about the night of the murder. He'd heard Webb leave and agreed with everyone else that the time was between 8 and 8:30, but hadn't heard any cars after that until the sheriff had been called and the county vehicles arrived on the scene. He'd been awakened from a sound sleep by Roanna's scream, a sound that could still make him wince when he remembered it. "People only see what they want to see," Roanna said. "Uncle Harlan just likes the sound of his own voice, and Aunt Gloria's a fool." "What do you reckon will happen now? With them living here, I mean." "I don't know." "How's Miss Lucinda holding up?" Roanna shook her head. Dr. Graves is keeping her on mild sedatives. She loved Jessie a lot. She still cries all the time. Lucinda had been frighteningly diminished by Jessie's death, as if this had been one blow too many for even her nature. She had pinned all her hopes for the future on Webb and Jessie, and now it looked as if her plans had been destroyed, with Jessie dead and Webb suspected of her murder. Roanna had kept waiting for Grandmother to go to Webb and put her arms around him, tell him that she believed in him. But for whatever reason, whether Grandmother was too paralyzed with grief, or maybe because she did think Webb could have killed Jessie, it hadn't happened. Couldn't Grandmother see how much Webb needed her? Or was she in so much pain that she couldn't see his? Roanna felt nothing but dread for the coming days. "We got the results of the autopsy back," Booley said to Webb the day after the funeral. They were in Booley's office again. Webb felt as if he'd spent more time there since Jessie's death than he had anywhere else. The initial shock had passed, but the grief and anger were still bottled up inside him, all the more potent for having to be kept under restraint. He didn't dare let his control slip, or his rage would explode over everyone. His so-called friends, who had stayed as far away from him as if he'd been a leper. His business associates, some of whom had seemed secretly pleased at his trouble, the bastards. And most of all his loving family, who all apparently thought him a murderer. Only Roanna had approached him and said she was sorry. Because she'd accidentally killed Jessie herself and was afraid to say so? He couldn't know for certain, no matter what he suspected. What he did know was that she, too, had avoided him. Roanna, who had always done her best to stay right at his heels, and that she was definitely feeling guilty about something. He couldn't help worrying about her. He could tell that she wasn't eating, and she was alarmingly pale. She had changed in other, more subtle ways, too, ways he couldn't analyze because he was still so angry he couldn't focus on those tiny differences. "Did you know Jessie was pregnant?" Booley asked. If he hadn't already been sitting, Webb's legs would have folded beneath him. He stared at Booley in silent shock. "I guess not," Booley said. Damn. This case had as many hidden little twists as a maze. Webb was still the best bet for Jessie's killer, which wasn't saying much, but the evidence wasn't there. There wasn't much evidence, period. No witnesses and no known motive. He couldn't convict a gnat on the evidence he had. Webb's alibi had checked out. Roanna's testimony had established that Jessie had been alive when Webb had stormed out, so they had nothing but a corpse. A pregnant corpse, as it turned out. She was about 7 weeks along, according to the report. Had she been puking or anything? Webb shook his head. His lips felt numb. 7 weeks. The baby wasn't his. Jessie had been cheating on him. He swallowed the lump in his throat, trying to consider what this meant. He'd had no indication she'd been unfaithful, and there hadn't been any gossip either. In a small town there would have been gossip, and Booley's investigation would have turned up something. If he told Booley that the baby wasn't his, that would be considered a believable motive for killing her. But what if her lover had killed her? Without even a guess as to who the man might be, there was no way of finding out, even assuming Booley would listen to him. He had kept quiet when he thought Roanna might have killed Jessie, and now he found himself forced into the same position again. For whatever reason, because he couldn't bring himself to destroy Ro, or because disclosing that Jessie's baby wasn't his, and bringing even more suspicion down on his own head, his wife's murderer was going to go unpunished. The impotent rage welled up again, eating him alive like acid. Rage at Jessie, at Roanna, at everyone, and most of all at himself. "If she knew," he finally said, his voice hoarse. "She hadn't told me." "Well, some women know right off and some don't. My wife didn't miss a period for 4 months with our first. We had no idea why she was throwing up all the time. Don't know why they call it morning sickness, because Beth Lynn puked all hours of the day and night. We never knew what would set it off. But now, with the others, she knew pretty soon. Guess she learned how to spot it. Anyway, I'm sorry about this, Webb. About the baby and all. And, we'll keep the case open, but frankly, we don't have jack shit to go on. Webb sat for a moment, staring at the whiteness of his knuckles as he gripped the arms of the chair. Does this mean you're not investigating me anymore? I guess it does. I can leave town? Can't stop you. Webb stood up. He was still pale. He stopped at the door and looked back at Booley. I didn't kill her, he said. Booley sighed. It was a possibility. I had to check it out. I know. I wish I could find the killer for you, but it don't look good. I know, Webb said again, and quietly closed the door behind him. Sometime during the short drive to the motel, he made his decision. He packed his clothes, checked out of the motel, and drove back to Davencourt. His gaze was bitter as he surveyed the grand old house, crowning a slight rise with its graceful and gracious wings spread wide like welcoming arms. He had loved it here, a prince in his own kingdom, knowing that one day it would all be his. He had been willing to work himself into the ground for the sake of his kingdom. He had married the chosen princess. Hell, he had been more than willing to marry her. Jessie had been his since that long-ago day when they had sat in the swing beneath the huge old oak and fought their first battle for dominance. Had he married her out of pure ego, determined to show her that she couldn't play her little games with him? If he were honest, then yes, that had been part of the reason. But the other part had been love, a strange love compounded of a shared childhood, a shared role in life, and the sexual fascination that had existed between them since puberty. Not a great foundation for marriage, he knew now. The sex had burned itself out pretty damn fast, and their old bonds hadn't been strong enough to hold them together after the attraction was gone. Jessie had been sleeping with another man. Men, for all he knew. Knowing Jessie as he did, he realized she had probably done it out of revenge, because he hadn't kowtowed to her every whim. She'd been capable of just about anything when thwarted, but somehow he'd never expected her to cheat on him. Her reputation in Tuscumbia and Colbert County had been too important to her, and this wasn't some fast-lane big city where lovers came and went and no one paid much attention to it. This was the South, and in some way still the Old South, where appearances and genteel manners held sway, at least in the middle and upper echelons of society. But she'd not only slept with someone else, she had neglected to use birth control. Again, out of revenge? Had she thought it would be a delicious joke on him to present him with a child not his own? In one short, hellish week, his wife had been murdered, his entire life and reputation had been destroyed, and his family had turned on him. He had gone from prince to pariah. He was fed up with it all. Booley's bombshell today had just topped it off. He had worked like hell for years to keep the family in the manner to which they'd become accustomed, meaning the lap of luxury, sacrificing his private life and any chance he might have had of making a real marriage with Jessie. But when he'd needed his family in a united front, supporting him, they hadn't been there. Lucinda hadn't accused him, but neither had she backed him, and he was tired of dancing to her tune. As for Gloria and Harlan and their bunch, to hell with them. Only Mother and Aunt Sandra had believed in him. Roanna. What about her? Had she set this entire nightmare in motion, striking out at Jessie without any regard to the damage she would do to him? Somehow, on a different level, Roanna's betrayal was more bitter than the others. He'd gotten so accustomed to her adoration, to the comfortable companionship he'd had with her. Her quirky personality and unruly tongue had amused him, made him laugh, even when he was so dead tired he was about to fall on his face. Grand pricks indeed, the little imp. At the funeral she'd said that she hadn't deliberately set up that scene in the kitchen, but guilt and misery had been written all over that thin face. Maybe she had, maybe she hadn't. But she, too, had avoided him when he'd have sold his soul for comfort. Booley didn't consider Roanna a suspect in Jessie's murder, but Webb couldn't forget the look of hate he'd seen in Roanna's eyes, or the fact that she'd had the chance. Everyone in the house had had the chance to do it, but Roanna was the only one who'd hated Jessie. He just didn't know. He'd kept his mouth shut to protect her, even though she hadn't supported him. He'd kept his mouth shut about Jessie's baby not being his, letting another possible murderer off scot-free, because he himself would have been the more likely suspect. He was goddamn tired of being caught in the middle. To hell with them all. He stopped the car in the driveway and stared at the house. Davencourt. It was the embodiment of his ambition, a symbol of his life, the heart of the Davenport family. It had a personality all its own, an old house that had sheltered generations of Davenports within its graceful wings. Whenever he was away on a business trip and thought of Davencourt, in his mind's eye he always saw it surrounded by flowers. In spring, the azalea bushes rioted with color. In summer, the roses and old maids took their bow. In fall, there were the chrysanthemums, and in winter, the pink and white camellia bushes. Davencourt was always in bloom. He'd loved it with a passion he'd never felt for Jessie. He couldn't put the blame for this totally on the others, because he too was guilty. In the final analysis, marrying for the legacy rather than the woman. To hell with Davencourt, too. He parked at the walk and went in the front door. The conversation in the living room stilled abruptly, as it had been doing for the past week. He didn't even glance into the room as he strode into the study and seated himself behind the desk. He worked for hours, completing paperwork, drawing up forms, returning active control of all the far-flung Davenport enterprises into Lucinda's hands. When it was finished, he got up and walked out of the house, and drove away without looking back. Book 3. The Return. Chapter 8. "Bring Webb back for me," Lucinda said to Roanna. "I want you to convince him to come home." Roanna's face didn't show her shock, though it reverberated through her entire body. With controlled grace, she replaced her tea glass on the dainty coaster without even the tiniest betraying rattle. Webb. Just the sound of his name still had the power to slice through her, bringing up the old, painful longing and guilt, even though it had been 10 years since she'd last seen him, since anyone had seen him. "Do you know where he is?" she asked composedly. Unlike Roanna's, Lucinda's hand did shake as she set down her glass. Her 83 years sat heavily on Lucinda, and the constant tremor in her hands was just another of the tiny ways her own body was failing her. Lucinda was dying, in fact. She knew it. They all knew it. Not immediately, not even soon. But it was summer now, and it wasn't likely she'd see another one. Her iron will had stood up to a lot, but had slowly bowed under the inexorable crush of time. Of course, I hired a private investigator to find him. Yvonne and Sandra have known all along, but they wouldn't tell me, Lucinda said, with a mixture of anger and exasperation. He's kept in touch with them, and both of them have visited him occasionally. Roanna veiled her eyes with her lashes, careful not to let any expression show through. So they had known all this time. Unlike Lucinda, she didn't blame them. Webb had made it perfectly plain he had no use for the rest of the family. He had to despise them, and herself most of all. She didn't blame him, considering. Still, it hurt. Her love for him was the one emotion she hadn't been able to block. His absence had been like a slow bleeding wound, and in 10 years it hadn't healed, but still seeped pain and remorse. But she had survived. Somehow, by locking away all other emotions, she had survived. Gone was the coltish, exuberant girl, brimming over with energy and mischief, that she'd been. In her place was a cool, remote young woman who never hurried, never lost her temper, and seldom even smiled, much less laughed aloud. Emotions were paid for with pain. She had learned a bitter lesson when her impulsiveness, her stupid emotionalism, had ruined Webb's life. She had been worthless and unlovable the way she'd been, so she had destroyed herself and built a new person from the ashes, a woman who would never know the heights, but would no longer sink to the depths either. Somehow she had set in motion the chain of events that had cost Jessie her life and banished Webb from theirs, so she had grimly set herself to the task of atonement. She couldn't replace Jessie in Lucinda's affection, but at least she could stop being such a burden and disappointment. She had gone to college, at the University of Alabama as it happened, rather than the exclusive all-girls college that had previously been considered, and gotten a degree in business management, so she could be of some help to Lucinda in running things, since Webb was no longer there to take care of everything. Roanna didn't like anything about her courses, but forced herself to study hard and get good grades. So what if she found it boring? It was a small enough price to pay. She had forced herself to learn how to dress, so Lucinda wouldn't be embarrassed by her. She had taken a course to improve her poor driving skills. She had learned how to dance, how to apply makeup, to make polite conversation, to be socially acceptable. She had learned how to control the wild exuberance that had so often gotten her into trouble as a child, but that hadn't been difficult. After Webb had disappeared, her problem had been in working up any enthusiasm for life, rather than the opposite. She could think of nothing she dreaded more than having to face Webb again. "What if he doesn't want to come back?" she murmured. "Convince him," Lucinda snapped. Then she sighed, and her voice gentled. "He always had a soft spot for you. I need him back here. We need him. You and I together have managed to keep things going, but I don't have much time left, and your heart and soul isn't in it the way Webb's was. When it came to business, Webb had the brain of a computer and the heart of a shark. He was honorable but ruthless. Those are rare qualities, Roanna, the kind that aren't easily replaced. That's why he may not forgive us." Roanna didn't react to Lucinda's dismissal of her competence in managing the family empire. It was nothing less than the truth. That was why the burden of decision-making rested for the most part on Lucinda's increasingly frail shoulders, while Roanna implemented them. She had trained herself, disciplined herself to do what she could, but her best would never be good enough. She accepted that and protected herself by not letting it matter. Nothing had really mattered anyway for the past 10 years. Pain flickered across Lucinda's lined face. "I've missed him every day that he's been gone," she said softly. "I'll never forgive myself for what I let happen to him. I should have let folks know that I believed in him, trusted him. But instead I wallowed in my own grief and didn't see what my neglect was doing to him. I don't mind dying, but I can't go easy until I make things right with Webb. If anyone can bring him back, Roanna, you can." Roanna didn't tell Lucinda that she had reached out to Webb at Jessie's funeral and been coldly rebuffed. Privately, she thought that she had less chance of convincing Webb to come on than anyone else did, but that was something else she taught herself. If she couldn't manage to block out her feelings, then her private pain and fears were just that, private. If she kept them inside, then no one but she knew they were there. It didn't matter what she felt. If Lucinda wanted Webb home, she would do what she could, no matter the cost to herself. "Where is he?" "In some godforsaken little town in Arizona. I'll give you the folder of information the investigator gathered for me. He's done well for himself. He owns a ranch, nothing on the scale of Davencourt, but it isn't in Webb to fail." When do you want me to leave? As soon as possible. We need him here. I need him. I want to make my peace with him before I die. I'll try, Roanna said. Lucinda looked at her granddaughter for a long moment. Then a tired smile quirked her mouth. You're the only one who doesn't put on that fake cheerfulness and tell me I'll live to be 100, she said, a hint of acerbic approval in her voice. Damn fools. Do they think I don't know that I'm dying? I have cancer, and I'm too old to waste my time and money on treatment when old age is going to get me pretty soon anyway. I live in this body, for God's sake. I can tell that it's slowly shutting down. There was no response that wouldn't sound either falsely cheerful or callous, so Roanna made none. She was often silent, letting conversation flow around her, not thrusting out any verbal oars to deflect the tide her way. It was true that everyone else in the household tried their best to ignore the situation, as if it would go away if they didn't acknowledge it. It wasn't just Gloria and Harlan now. Somehow, within a year of Jessie's death and Webb's departure, Gloria had managed to move more of her family into Davencourt. Their son, Baron, had decided to remain in Charlotte, but everyone else was there. Gloria's daughter, Lynette, had moved in her entire family, husband Greg, and children, Corliss and Brock. Not that they were children. Brock was 30, and Corliss was Roanna's age. Lucinda had let the house fill, perhaps in an effort to banish the emptiness left by losing both Jessie and Webb. Assuming Roanna could convince Webb to return, a major assumption, she wondered what he would make of all this. True, they were all his cousins, but somehow she thought he might be rather impatient with them for taking advantage of Lucinda's grief. You know that I changed my will after Webb left, Lucinda continued after a moment, taking another sip of tea. She gazed out the window at the profusion of peach-colored roses, her favorite, and squared her shoulders as if bracing herself. I made you the main heir. Davencourt and most of the money would go to you. I think it's only fair to tell you that if you can convince Webb to come back, I'll redo it in his favor. Roanna nodded. That wouldn't make any difference to her efforts. Nothing would. She would do her best to talk Webb into coming back, but not let herself feel any personal loss when Lucinda changed her will. Roanna accepted that no matter how hard she tried, she simply didn't have the knack for business that Lucinda and Webb possessed. She wasn't a risk-taker, and she couldn't muster any enthusiasm for the game of big business. Davencourt would be better off with him in charge, and so would the myriad financial investments and interests. That was the deal I made with him when he was 14. Lucinda continued, her voice abrupt and her shoulders still held stiffly erect. If he would work hard, study, and train himself to take care of Davencourt, it would all be his. I understand, Roanna murmured. Davencourt. Lucinda stared out over the perfectly manicured lawn, the flower gardens, the pastures beyond, where her beloved horses bent their sleek, muscular necks to graze. Davencourt deserves to be in the best hands. It isn't just a house. It's a legacy. There aren't many like it left, and I have to choose who I think will be the best caretaker for it. I'll try to bring him back, Roanna promised, her face as still as a pond on a hot summer day, when no breeze existed to ripple the surface. It was the face she lived behind, a face of indifference, unreadable and serene. Nothing could pierce the safe cocoon she had woven for herself except Webb, her only weakness. Despite herself, her thoughts drifted. To have him back, it would be heaven and hell combined. To be able to see him every day, listen to his voice, secretly hug his nearness to her in the long, dark nights when all her nightmares became real. That was the heaven. The hell was in knowing that he despised her now, that every look he gave her would be one of condemnation and disgust. But no, she had to be realistic. She wouldn't be here. When Lucinda, she never thought of her as grandmother anymore, died, Davencourt would no longer be her home. It would be Webb's, and he wouldn't want her here. She wouldn't see him every day, perhaps not at all. She would have to move out, get a job, face the real world. Well, at least with her degree and experience, she should be able to get a decent job. Maybe not in the Shoals area. She might have to move, in which case it was certain she'd never see Webb. That, too, didn't matter. His place was here. Her thoughtless actions had cost him his inheritance, so it was only right that she do what she could to return it to him. "Doesn't it matter to you," Lucinda asked abruptly, "that you'll lose Davencourt if you do this for me?" Nothing matters. That had been her mantra, her curse, for 10 years. "It's yours to leave to whomever you want. Webb was your chosen heir, and you're right, he'll do a much better job than I ever could." She could tell that her quiet, even voice disturbed Lucinda in some way, but injecting any passion in her words was beyond her. "But you're a Davenport," Lucinda argued, as if she wanted Roanna to justify her own decision for her. "Some folks would say Davencourt should be yours by right, because Webb is a talent. He's my blood relative, but he isn't a Davenport, and he isn't nearly as closely related to me as you are." "But he's the better choice." Gloria came into the living room in time to hear Roanna's last comment. "Who's the better choice?" she demanded, sinking into the depths of her favorite chair. Gloria was 73, 10 years younger than Lucinda, but while Lucinda's hair was unabashedly white, Gloria still stubbornly resisted nature and kept her fluffy curls tinted a delicate blonde. "Webb," Lucinda answered tersely. "Webb?" Shocked, Gloria stared at her sister. "For goodness sake! What could he possibly be the better choice for except the electric chair?" "To run Davencourt and the business side of things." "You have to be joking! Why, no one would deal with him." "Yes, they would," Lucinda said, steel in her voice. "If he's in charge, everyone will deal with him or wish they hadn't been so stupid." "I don't see why you even brought up his name anyway, since no one knows where he—" "I found him," Lucinda interrupted, "and Roanna is going to talk him into coming back." Gloria rounded on Roanna as if she had suddenly sprouted 2 heads. "Are you out of your mind?" she breathed. "You can't mean to bring a murderer among us! Why, I'd never be able to close my eyes at night." "Webb isn't a murderer," Roanna said, sipping her tea and not even glancing at Gloria. She had stopped thinking of Gloria as aunt, too. Sometime during the awful night after Webb had walked out of their lives, the titles of kinship had faded from the way she thought of people, as if her emotional distance couldn't accommodate them any more. The people in her family now were simply Lucinda, Gloria, Harlan. "Then why did he disappear like that? Only someone with a guilty conscience would run away." "Stop that!" Lucinda snapped. "He didn't run. He got fed up and left. There's a difference. We let him down, so I can't blame him for turning his back on us. But Roanna's right. Webb didn't kill Jessie. I never thought he did." "Well, Booley Watts certainly did." Lucinda dismissed Booley's thoughts with a wave of her hand. "It doesn't matter. I think Webb's innocent. There was no evidence against him so far as the law is concerned. He's innocent, and I want him back." "Lucinda, don't be an old fool." Lucinda's eyes glittered with a sudden ferocity that belied her age. "I think it's safe to say," she drawled, "that no one has ever considered me a fool, old or otherwise." And lived to tell it, was the unspoken message in her tone. 83 or not, dying or not, Lucinda still knew the full range of her power as matriarch of the Davenport fortune, and she wasn't shy about letting other folks know it too. Gloria backed down and turned on Roanna, the easier target. "You can't mean to do it. Tell her it's crazy." "I agree with her." Fury sparked in Gloria's eyes at the murmured statement. "You would," she snapped. "Don't think I've forgotten that you were crawling into bed with him when—" "Stop it!" Lucinda said fiercely, half rising from her chair as if she would physically attack her sister. "Booley explained what really happened between them, and I won't let it be blown out of proportion. I won't let you badger Roanna either. She's only doing what I asked her to do. "But why would you even think of bringing him back?" Gloria moaned, dropping her aggressiveness, and Lucinda sank back into her chair. "Because we need him. It takes both Roanna and me to handle things now, and when I die, she'll be buried in work." "Oh, pish-tosh, Lucinda, you're going to outlive—" "No," Lucinda said briskly, cutting through the statement she'd heard so many times before. "I am not going to outlive all of you. I don't want to, even if I could. We need Webb. Roanna's going to get him and bring him home. And that's that." The next night, Roanna sat in the shadows of a small, dingy cantina, her back to the wall as she silently watched a man lounging on one of the stools around the bar. She had been watching him for so long and so hard that her eyes ached from the strain of peering through the dim, smoky interior. For the most part, anything she might have heard him say was drowned out by the ancient jukebox in the corner, the clatter of billiard balls striking together, the hum of curses and conversation. But every so often she could discern a certain tone, a drawl, that she knew beyond doubt was his, as he made some casual comment to either the man beside him or to the bartender. Webb. It had been 10 years since she'd seen him. 10 years since she had felt alive. She had known, accepted, that she still loved him, was still vulnerable to him, but somehow the dreary procession of 10 years' worth of days had dulled her memory of how sharp her response to him had always been. All it had taken was that first glimpse of him to remind her. The flood of sensation was so intense that it bordered on pain, as if the cells of her body had been jolted back to life. Nothing had changed. She still reacted just the way she had before, her heart beating faster and excitement zinging through every nerve ending. Her skin felt tight and hot, the flesh beneath it pulsing, aching. The hunger to touch him, to be close enough that she could smell the unique, never-forgotten male muskiness of his scent, was so strong that she was almost paralyzed with need. But for all her longing, she couldn't work up the courage to walk to his side and get his attention. Despite Lucinda's determined confidence that she could convince him to come home, Roanna didn't expect to see anything in that green gaze except dislike and dismissal. The anticipation of pain kept her in her chair. She had lived with the pain of his loss every day for the past 10 years, but that ache was familiar, and she had learned to live with it. She wasn't certain she had the endurance to bear up under any new pain, however. A new blow would crush her, perhaps beyond recovery. She wasn't the only woman in the bar, but there were enough curious male glances her way to make her nervous. Webb's wasn't one of them. He was oblivious to her presence. It was only because she deliberately didn't attract attention that she had so far been left alone. She had dressed plainly, conservatively, in dark green slacks and a cream camp shirt, hardly the costume of a woman out on the town and looking for trouble. She didn't look anyone in the eye and didn't gaze around with interest. Over the years she had developed the knack of being as unobtrusive as possible, and it had stood her in good stead tonight. Sooner or later, though, some cowboy was going to work up enough nerve to ignore her stay-away signals and approach her. She was tired. It was 10 o'clock at night, and her plane had left Huntsville at 6 o'clock that morning. From Huntsville she had flown to Birmingham, then from Birmingham to Dallas, with a stop at Jackson, Mississippi. In Dallas she had endured a 4-hour layover. She had arrived in Tucson at 4:27 Mountain Time, rented a car, and driven south on Interstate 19 to Tumacacori, where Lucinda's private detective said Webb now lived. According to the information in the file, he owned a small but prosperous cattle ranch in the area. She hadn't been able to find him. Directions notwithstanding, she had wandered around looking for the correct road, returning time and again to the interstate to get her bearings. She had almost been in tears when she had finally run across a local who not only knew Webb personally, but had directed Roanna to this seedy little bar just outside Nogales, where Webb was in the habit of stopping whenever he had to go to town, which he'd done this particular day. The desert night had fallen with color and drama on the drive to Nogales, and when the kaleidoscope of hues had faded, It had left behind a black velvet sky full of the biggest, brightest stars she'd ever seen. The starkly beautiful desolation had calmed her, so that by the time she managed to find the bar, her usual remote expression was firmly in place. Webb had been there when she'd walked in. He was the first person she'd seen. The shock had almost felled her. His head was turned away from her, and he hadn't so much as glanced around, but she knew it was him, because every cell in her body screamed in recognition. She had gone quietly to one of the few empty tables, automatically choosing the one in the darkest corner, and here she still sat. The waitress, a tired-looking Hispanic woman in her late 30s, came by every so often. Roanna had ordered a beer the first time, nursed it until it was warm, then ordered another. She didn't like beer, didn't normally drink at all, but thought she should probably order, or she'd be asked to leave the table to make room for customers who did. She looked down at the scarred surface of the table, where numerous knife blades had carved a multitude of initials and designs, as well as random scratches and gouges. Waiting wasn't going to make it any easier. She should just get up and walk over to him and get it over with. But still she didn't move. Hungrily, her gaze moved back to him, drinking in the changes 10 years had made. He'd been 24 when he'd left Tuscumbia, a young man, mature for his age and burdened with responsibilities that would have felled a lesser person, but still young. At 24, he hadn't yet learned the full range of his own strengths. His personality had still been a bit malleable. Jessie's death and the ensuing investigation, and the way he'd been ostracized by both family and friends, had hardened him. The 10 years since had hardened him even more. It was evident in the grim line of his mouth, and the cool, level way he surveyed the world around him, marking him as a man who was prepared to take on the world and bend it to his will. Whatever challenges he had faced, he had been the victor. Roanna knew some of those challenges, because the file on him was thorough. When rustlers had been decimating his herd of cattle, and the local law enforcement hadn't been able to stop it, Webb had single-handedly tracked the 4 rustlers and followed them into Mexico. The rustlers had spotted him and started shooting. Webb had shot back. They had kept each other pinned down for 2 days. At the end of those 2 days, one rustler had been dead, one severely injured, and another suffered a concussion after falling off a rock. Webb had been slightly wounded, a crease that burned along his thigh, and suffered from dehydration. But the rustlers had decided to cut their losses and get away the best they could, and Webb had grimly herded his stolen cattle back across the border. He hadn't been bothered by rustlers since. There was an air of danger about him now that hadn't been there before, the look of a man who meant what he said, and was willing to back it up with action. His character had been honed down to its steel core. Webb had no weaknesses now, certainly not any leftover ones for the silly, careless cousin who had caused him so much trouble. He wasn't the man she had known before. He was harder, rougher, perhaps even brutal. She realized that 10 years had wrought a lot of changes in both of them, but one thing had remained constant, and that was her love for him. Physically, he looked tougher and bigger than he had before. He'd always had the muscular build of a natural athlete, but years of grueling physical work had toughened him to whipcord leanness, coiled steel waiting to spring. His shoulders had broadened and his chest deepened. His forearms, exposed by his turned-back cuffs, were thick with muscle and roped with veins. He was darkly tanned, with lines bracketing his mouth and radiating out from the corners of his eyes. His hair was longer, shaggier, the hair of a man who didn't get into town for a haircut on a regular basis. That was another difference. It was no longer styled, it was simply cut. His face was darkened by a shadow of beard, but it couldn't hide a newly healed cut that ran along the underside of his right jaw from ear to chin. Roanna swallowed hard, wondering what had happened to him, if the injury had been dangerous. The investigator's file said that Webb had not only bought the small ranch and quickly turned it into a profit-making enterprise, but that he had been systematically buying other parcels of land, not, as it turned out, to expand his ranch, but for mining. Arizona was rich in minerals, and Webb was investing in those minerals. Leaving Davencourt hadn't impoverished him. He'd had some money of his own, and he'd used it wisely. As Lucinda had pointed out, Webb had a rare talent for business and finance, and he'd been using it. As prosperous as he was, though, you couldn't tell it from his clothes. His boots were worn and scuffed, his jeans faded, and his thin chambray shirt had been washed so many times it was almost white. He was wearing a hat, a dark brown, dusty one. Nogales had a reputation for toughness, but all in all, he fit right in with the rough crowd here in this dingy bar, in this small desert border town that was as different from Tuscumbia as the Amazon was from the Arctic. He had the power to destroy her. With a few cold, cutting words, he could annihilate her. She felt sick at the risk she would be taking in approaching him, but she kept seeing the hope that had been in Lucinda's eyes when she'd kissed Roanna goodbye that morning. Lucinda, shrunken with age, diminished by grief and regrets, indomitable but no longer invincible. The end, perhaps, was closer than she wanted them to know. This might be her last chance to heal the rift with Webb. Roanna knew exactly what she was risking financially if she could talk Webb into coming home. As Lucinda's will stood now, she was the major heir of Davencourt and the family financial empire, with some modest bequests going to Gloria and her offspring, some to Yvonne and Sandra, and pensions as well as lump sum amounts settled on the long-time domestic staff, Loyal, Tansy, and Bessie. But Webb had been groomed to be the heir, and if he returned, it would be his again. She would lose Davencourt. She had blocked her emotions, hadn't let Lucinda see the pain and panic that had threatened to break through her protective barrier. She was human, she would regret losing the money, but Davencourt was worth more to her than any fortune. Davencourt was home, sanctuary, dearly beloved, and every inch familiar. It would tear her heart out to lose Davencourt, but she had no illusion that she would be welcome there if Webb inherited. He would want all of them out, including her. But he could better care for it than she could. He had been raised with the understanding that, through his alliance with Jessie, Davencourt would be his. He had spent his youth and his young manhood training himself to be the best custodian possible for it, and it was Roanna's fault that he'd lost it. What price atonement? She knew the price, knew exactly what it would cost her. But there was Lucinda, desperately wanting to see him before she died. And there was Webb himself, the exiled prince. Davencourt was his rightful place, his legacy. She owed him a debt she could never repay. She would give up Davencourt to get him to return. She would give up anything she had. Somehow, her body moving without conscious will, she found herself on her feet and walking through the swirling smoke. She stopped behind him and to the right, her gaze fevered and hungry as she stared at the hard line of his cheekbone, his jaw. Hesitantly, both yearning for the contact but dreading it, she lifted her hand to touch his shoulder and draw his attention. Before she could, however, he sensed her presence and turned his head toward her. Green eyes, narrowed and cool, looking her up and down. One dark eyebrow lifted in silent question. It was the look of a man on the prowl, assessing a woman for availability and desirability. He didn't recognize her. Her breath was rapid and shallow, but she felt as if she wasn't drawing in enough air. She dropped her hand and ached because the brief contact she had so dreaded had been denied her. She wanted to touch him. She wanted to go into his arms the way she had when she was little, lay her head on his broad shoulder and find refuge from the world. Instead, she reached for her hard-won composure and said quietly, "Hello, Webb. May I talk to you?" His eyes widened a little, and he swiveled on the bar stool so that he faced her. There was a brief flare of recognition, then incredulity in his expression. Then it was gone, and his gaze hardened. He looked her over again, this time with slow deliberation. He didn't say anything, just kept staring at her. Roanna's heart pounded against her ribs with sickening force. "Please," she said. He shrugged, the movement straining his powerful shoulders against his shirt. He pulled a few bills from his pocket and tossed them on the bar, then stood, towering over her, forcing her to step back. Without a word, he took her arm and steered her toward the entrance, his long fingers wrapped around her elbow like iron laces. Roanna braced herself against the tingle of delight caused by even that impersonal contact, and she wished she had worn a sleeveless blouse so she could feel his hand on her bare skin. The door of the squat building slammed shut behind them. The lighting inside had been dim, but still she had to blink her eyes to accustom them to the darkness. Haphazardly parked vehicles crouched in the darkness, bumpers and windshields reflecting the blinking red neon of the bar sign in the window. After the close, smoky atmosphere of the bar, the clear night air felt cold and thin. Roanna shivered with a sudden chill. He didn't release her, but pulled her across the grit and sand of the parking lot to a pickup truck. Taking his keys out of his pocket, he unlocked the driver's side door, opened it, and thrust her forward. "Get in." She obeyed, sliding across the seat until she was on the passenger side. Webb got in beside her, folding his long legs beneath the steering wheel and pulling the door shut. Every time the sign blinked, she could see the iron set of his jaw. In the enclosed cab, she could smell the fresh, hard odor of the tequila he'd been drinking. He sat silently, staring out the windshield. Hugging her arms against the chill, she too was silent. "Well?" he snapped, after a long moment when it became evident she wasn't exactly rushing into speech. She thought of all the things she could say, all the excuses and apologies, all the reasons why Lucinda had sent her. But everything boiled down into two simple words, and she said, "Come home." He gave a harsh crack of laughter and turned so that his shoulders were comfortably wedged against the door and the seat. "I am home, or near enough." Roanna was silent again, as she often was. The stronger her feelings, the more silent she became, as if her inner shell tightened against any outbreak that would leave her vulnerable. His nearness, just hearing his voice again, made her feel as if she would shatter inside. She wasn't even able to return his gaze. Instead, she looked down at her lap, fighting to control her shivering. He muttered a curse, then shoved the key into the ignition and turned it. The motor caught immediately and settled into a powerful, well-tuned hum. He pushed the temperature control lever all the way over into the heat zone, then twisted his torso to reach behind the seat. He pulled out a denim jacket and tossed it into her lap. "Put that around you before you turn blue." The jacket smelled of dust and sweat and horses, and ineffably of Webb. Roanna wanted to bury her face in the fabric. Instead, she pulled it around her shoulders, grateful for the protection. "How did you find me?" he finally asked. "Did Mother tell you?" She shook her head. "Aunt Sandra?" She shook her head again. "Damn it, I'm not in the mood for guessing games," he snapped. "Either talk or get out of the truck." Roanna's hands tightened on the edges of the jacket. "Lucinda hired a private detective to find you. Then she sent me out here." She could feel his hostility radiating from him, a palpable force that seared her skin. She'd known she didn't have much chance of convincing him to return, but she hadn't realized how violently he disliked her now. Her stomach twisted sickeningly, and her chest felt hollow, as if her heart no longer lived there. "So you didn't come on your own?" he asked sharply. "No." Unexpectedly, he reached out and caught her jaw, his fingers biting into the softness of her skin as he wrenched her head around. A purr of soft menace entered his voice. "Look at me when you're talking to me." Helplessly, she did so, her eyes eating him, tracing every beloved outline and committing it to memory. This might be the last time she ever saw him, and when he sent her away, another piece of her would die. "What does she want?" he asked, still holding her face in his grip. His big hand covered her jaw from ear to ear. "If she simply missed my smiling face, she wouldn't have waited 10 years to find me. So what is it she wants from me?" His bitterness was deeper than she'd expected. His anger still as hot as it had been the day he'd walked out of their lives. She should have known, though, and Lucinda should have, too. They'd always been aware of the force of his character. That was why, when he'd been only 14, Lucinda had picked him as her heir and the custodian of Davencourt. Their betrayal of him had been like pulling a tiger's tail, and now they had to face his fangs and claws. "She wants you to come home and take over again." "Sure she does. The good people of Colbert County wouldn't dirty themselves by doing business with an accused murderer." "Yes, they would. With Davencourt and everything else belonging to you, they'd have to, or lose a lot of their own income." He gave a harsh bark of laughter. "My God! She must really want me back if she's willing to buy me. I know she's changed her will, presumably in your favor. What's gone wrong? Has she made a few bad decisions, and now she needs me to pull the family's financial ass out of the fire?" Her fingers ached to reach out and smooth away the anger that lined his forehead, but she restrained herself, and the effort it cost her was reflected in her voice. "She wants you to come home because she loves you and regrets what happened. She needs you to come home because she's dying. She has cancer." He glared at her in the darkness, then abruptly released her jaw and turned his head away. After a moment he said, "God damn it!" and viciously slammed his fist against the steering wheel. "She's always been good at manipulating people. God knows Jessie came by it honestly." "Then you'll come?" Roanna asked, hesitantly, unable to believe that was what he meant. Instead of answering, he turned back to her and caught her face in his hand again. He leaned closer, so close she could see the glitter of his eyes and smell the alcohol on his breath. Dismayed, she abruptly realized he wasn't exactly sober. She should have known. She'd watched him drinking, but she just hadn't thought. "What about you?" he demanded, his voice low and hard. "All I've heard is what Lucinda wants. What do you want? Do you want me to come home, little Roanna, all grown up? How did she get you to do her dirty work for her, knowing that you'll lose a lot of money and property if you succeed?" He paused. "I assume that's what you meant, that if I go back she'll change her will again, leaving it all to me?" "Yes," she whispered. "Then you're a fool," he whispered derisively in return, and released her face. "Look, why don't you trot on back like the good little lapdog you're turned into, and tell her you gave it your best shot, but I'm not interested." She absorbed the pain of that blow, too, and shoved it into her inner shell where the damage wouldn't show. The expression she turned to him was as smooth and blank as a doll's. "I want you to come home, too. Please." She could feel his intensifying focus as it settled on her, like a laser beam finding its target. "Now, why would you want that?" he asked softly. "Unless you really are a fool. Are you a fool, Roanna?" She opened her mouth to answer, but he laid one calloused finger across her lips. 10 years ago, you started it all by offering me a taste of that skinny little body. At the time, I thought you were too innocent to know what you were doing, but I've thought about it a lot since then. And now I think you knew exactly how I was reacting, didn't you?" His finger was still covering her lips, lightly tracing the sensitive outline. This was what she had dreaded most, having to face his bitter accusations. She closed her eyes and nodded. "Did you know Jessie was coming down?" "No." Her denial moved her lips against his finger, making her mouth tingle. "So you kissed me because you wanted me?" What did pride matter, she thought. She had loved him in some form her entire life. First she had loved him with a child's hero worship, then with an adolescent's violent crush, and finally with a woman's passion. The last change had perhaps taken place when she had watched Jessie cheating on him with another man, and knew she couldn't tell because to do so would hurt Webb. When she'd been younger, she would have been gleeful at the prospect of getting Jessie in trouble, and told immediately. That time she had put Webb's welfare above her own impulses. But then she had surrendered to another impulse when she kissed him, and he had ended up paying the price anyway. His finger pressed harder. "Did you?" he insisted. "Did you want me?" "Yes," she breathed, abandoning any scrap of pride or self-protection. "I always wanted you." "What about now?" His voice was hard, inexorable, pushing her toward an end she couldn't see. "Do you want me now?" What did he want her to say? Maybe he just wanted her complete humiliation. If he blamed her for everything that had happened, perhaps this was the price he wanted her to pay. She nodded. "How much do you want me?" Abruptly, his hand slipped inside the jacket and closed over her breast. "Just enough to give me a feel, tease me, or enough to give me what you offered 10 years ago?" Roanna's breath wheezed to a stop in her chest, frozen with shock. She stared helplessly at him, her dark eyes so huge that they dominated her pale face. "Tell you what," he murmured, his big hand still burning her breast, lightly squeezing, as if testing the firm resilience of her flesh. "I paid for this 10 years ago, but I never got it. I'll go back and take care of business for Lucinda, if you'll give me what everyone thought I'd had then." Numbly, she realized what he meant, realized that the years had made him even harder than she'd suspected. The old Webb never would have done such a thing, or perhaps he'd always had the capability for such ruthlessness, but hadn't needed to use it. The iron was much closer to the surface now. This, then, was his revenge against her for her juvenile romantic ambush, which had cost him so much. If he went back home, he would have Davencourt as his payment, but he wanted Roanna's personal payment too, and his price was her body. She looked at him, at this man she had loved forever. "All right," she whispered. Chapter 9. The motel room was small and dingy, with a chill that went all the way to her bones. Roanna was certain there had to be better motels in Nogales, so why had he brought her here? Because it was closest, or to show her how little she meant to him? It would take a great deal of ego to think she meant anything to him at all, and ego was one thing Roanna didn't have. She felt small and shriveled inside, and a new guilt had been added to the burden she already carried. He thought he was punishing her, and in a way he was, but a secret part of her was suddenly dizzily ecstatic that soon she would be lying in his arms. The secret part was small and deeply buried. She felt the shame he meant her to feel, and the humiliation. She didn't know if she'd had the courage to go through with it, and desperately she thought of Lucinda, ill and diminished with age, needing Webb's forgiveness before she could die in peace. Could she do this? Lie down and let him coldly use her body, even for Lucinda? But it wasn't just for Lucinda. Webb needed revenge just as much as Lucinda needed forgiveness. If this would help him even the scales, if he could then return to Davencourt, then Roanna was willing to do it. And deep inside, that secret little part of her was giddy with selfish delight. No matter what his reasoning, for a brief time he would be hers, the experience held to her heart and savored during the empty years ahead. He tossed his hat onto the chair and sprawled on his back on the bed, bunching the pillow up behind his head for support. His narrowed green eyes raked down her body. "Take off your clothes." Stunned again, she stood there with her arms hanging at her sides. He wanted her to strip down naked just like that, with him lying there watching? "I guess you've changed your mind," he drawled, sitting up and reaching for his hat. Roanna pulled herself together and reached for the buttons of her shirt. She had decided to do it, so what did it matter if he wanted to look at her first? Shortly he would be doing much more than looking. The enormity of what she was doing was what shook her, and her hands trembled as she struggled with the buttons. Odd how difficult this was, to bare herself for him, when she had dreamed of it for years. Was it because she had always dreamed he came to her in love, and in reality it was the opposite? But it didn't matter, she told herself over and over, using the litany as protection against thinking too much. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. The buttons were finally undone, and the shirt hung open. She had to keep moving, or she'd lose her nerve entirely. With a quick, nervous movement, she pulled the cloth off her shoulders and let it drop down her arms. She couldn't look at him, but she felt his gaze on her, narrowed and intense, waiting. Her bra had a front clasp. Briefly, trembling with cold and embarrassment, she wished it was a sexy, lacy thing, but instead it was plain white, designed for concealment rather than enticement. She unhooked it and pushed the straps down, so that this garment, too, dropped to the floor at her feet. The cold air swirled around her breasts, making her nipples pucker into tight buds. She knew her breasts were small. Was he looking at them? She didn't dare glance at him to see, because she was terrified she would see disappointment in his gaze. She didn't know how to undress to please a man. Mortified at her own awkwardness, she knew that there had to be a way to do it gracefully, to tease and interest a man with the slowly revealed promise of her flesh, but she didn't know what that way was. All she knew how to do was unbutton, unhook, unzip, like a schoolgirl changing clothes for gym class. The best thing to do then was to get it over with before she lost her nerve. Hurriedly, she kicked off her sandals, unzipped her slacks, and bent over to push them down. It was icy in the room now, her skin rough with chills. Only her panties remained now, and her meager supply of nerve was almost gone. Not giving herself time to think, she hooked her thumbs in the waistband and pushed this last garment down to her feet and stepped out of them. Still, he didn't speak, didn't move. Her hand made a brief, aborted motion as if she would cover herself, but then she let her arms fall to her side again, and she simply stood there, staring blindly at the worn carpet beneath her bare feet, wondering if it was possible to die of embarrassment. She forced herself to eat these days, but she was still thin, a meager offering on the altar of revenge. What if her naked body wasn't desirable enough for him to have an erection? What if he laughed? He was completely silent. She couldn't even hear him breathing. Darkness edged her vision, and she fought to drag oxygen into her constricted lungs. She couldn't look at him, but she had the sudden panicked thought that he might have had more to drink than she'd imagined, and gone to sleep while she'd been undressing. What a comment that would be on her practically non-existent charms. Then the whisper came, low and rough, and she realized he hadn't fallen asleep after all. "Come here." She closed her eyes, trembling as relief threatened to buckle her knees, and edged toward the whisper. "Closer," he said, and she moved until her knees bumped the side of the bed. He touched her then, his hand sliding up the outside of her left thigh, calloused fingertips sliding over the softness of her skin, and rasping nerve endings to life, leaving a trail of heat behind. Up, he moved his hand over the column of her thigh, and around to the roundness of her bottom, his long fingers cupping the cool undercurve of both cheeks and burning them with his heat. She quivered and tried to control the sudden fierce need to rub her bottom against his hand. She didn't quite succeed. Her hips moved in a barely perceptible shimmy. He gave a low laugh, his fingers tightening on the flesh beneath him. He stroked her buttocks, shaping his palm to the underside of each one as if he could imprint the soft female shape on his hand, and running his thumb down the crease between them. Roanna began to tremble violently under the combined lash of pleasure and shock, and no amount of willpower could stop the betraying tremors. No one had ever touched her there. She hadn't known that this slow caress could make an empty ache begin between her legs, or make her breasts feel hard and tight. She squeezed her eyes even more tightly together, wondering if he would touch her breast again, and if she could bear it if he did. But it wasn't her breasts that he touched. "Spread your legs." His voice now was so low and raspy that she wasn't certain she'd heard him, and yet part of her knew she had. A dull roaring began in her ears, even as she felt herself shifting her stance, so that her thighs were open enough to admit his exploration, and felt his hand slipping between her legs. He ran his fingers along the closed, tender folds, feeling their softness, gently squeezing. Roanna stopped breathing. Tension stretched in her body, pulling tight in an agony of waiting that threatened to shatter her. Then one long finger boldly slipped into the closed slit, opening her, probing with unerring skill, and pushed deep up into her body. Roanna couldn't stop the cry that broke from her lips, though she quickly choked it off. Her knees trembled and threatened again to buckle. She felt as if she was held erect only by his hand between her legs, his finger inside her. Oh, God, the sensation was almost unbearable, his finger big and rough, rasping against her tender inner flesh. He withdrew it, then quickly pushed it into her again. Over and over he stabbed the finger inside her, and rubbed his thumb against the little nub at the top of her sex. Helplessly, she felt her hips begin to move against his hand, heard breathy little moans forming in her throat and slipping free. In the quietness of the room she could hear his breathing, heard how hard and fast it was coming. She wasn't cold now. Great waves of heat were breaking over her, and the pleasure was so acute it was almost painful. Desperately, she reached down and seized his wrist, trying to pull his hand away from her because it was too much. She couldn't bear it. Something drastic was happening to her. Something even more drastic was about to happen, and she cried out in sudden fear. He ignored her efforts, as if she were holding his hand rather than trying to push it away. She could feel him probing at her, trying to work a second finger into her alongside the other, felt her body's sudden panicked resistance. He tried again, and she flinched. He went still, and his low curse exploded in the silence. Then everything turned upside down as he grabbed her and pulled her down onto the bed, turning her, dragging her across his body to lie beside him. Roanna's eyes flew open to combat the sudden dizziness, then she wished she'd kept them closed. He leaned over her so close she could see the black striations in his green eyes, so close she could feel the heat of his breath on her face, smell the tequila. She was sprawled on her back with her right leg draped over his hip. His hand still rested between her open thighs, one fingertip moving restlessly around and around the tender opening that had grown moist for him. She felt another wave of mortification, that she was naked while he was still fully clothed, that he was touching her in her most private place and watching her face while he did so. She felt her cheeks and breasts heat, turn pink. He moved his finger back into her again, probing deep, and all the while he held her gaze with his. Roanna couldn't hold back another moan, and she yearned for the dubious comfort of her closed eyes, but she couldn't look away. His dark brows drew together over the fierce green glitter of his eyes. He was angry, she realized in confusion, but it was a hot anger instead of the cold disgust she would have expected. "You're a virgin," he said flatly. It sounded like an accusation. Roanna stared up at him, wondering how he'd guessed, wondering why he sounded so angry. "Yes," she admitted, and blushed again. He watched the flush pinken her breasts, and she saw the way the glitter in his eyes deepened. His gaze focused intently on her breasts, on her hardened nipples. He removed his hand from between her legs, his finger damp from her body. Slowly, still staring fixedly at her breasts, he stroked her nipple with that wet finger, spreading her own juices on the tightly puckered nub. A rough, hungry sound rumbled in his throat. He leaned over her and fastened his lips around the nipple he had just anointed, sucking hard on it, taking her taste into his mouth. The pleasure almost shattered her. The fierce pressure, the rasp of his tongue and teeth, sent pure fire racing through her. Roanna arched in his arms, crying out, and her hands clenched in his hair to hold his head in place. He moved to her other breast and sucked just as hard on that nipple until it too was dark red and wet and painfully erect. Reluctantly he lifted his head, staring at his handiwork with feral concentration and hunger. His lips, like her nipples, were red and wet, and slightly parted as his breath moved hard and fast between them. The heat radiating from his big body dispelled any lingering chill she might have felt. "You don't have to do this," he said, the words so harsh they sounded as if they'd been ripped from his throat. "It's your first time. I'll go back anyway." Disappointment pierced her, sliding like a dagger straight into her heart. All color faded from her face, and she stared at him with a stricken expression in her eyes. Taking off her clothes had been difficult, but once he'd touched her, she had been gradually losing herself in a rising tide of sensual delight, despite the shock she felt at every new caress. The secret part of her had been delirious with ecstasy, savoring every touch of those hard hands, waiting with barely restrained eagerness for more. Now he wanted to stop. She didn't entice him enough for him to continue. Her throat closed. A strained whisper was all that could escape the sudden constriction. Don't you want me?" The plea was faint, but he heard it. His eyes dilated until only a thin circle of green shimmered around the fierce pools of black. He caught her hand and dragged it down his body, pressed it hard over his straining penis despite her instinctive effort to pull away, an action that underscored her innocence. Roanna froze in wonder. She felt the hard ridge under the denim. It was long and thick, the heat of it burning through the heavy fabric, and it pulsed with a life of its own. She turned her hand, grasping him through his jeans. "Please, Webb, I want you to do it," she gasped. For a terrifying moment she thought he would still refuse. But then, with a sudden, violent motion, he jackknifed off the bed and began stripping off his clothes. She was only dimly aware that he watched her as she watched him. She couldn't keep the fascination from her face as she stared at his body, the broad shoulders and hairy muscled chest, the ridged abdomen. Carefully he maneuvered the zipper down, then pushed his shorts and jeans off with one motion. She blinked, startled, at his pulsing erection as it thrust forward when freed from the restraint of his jeans. Another blush warmed her cheeks. He paused, sucking in deep breaths. Suddenly terrified of doing anything that would make him stop, Roanna held herself still and quiet, forcing herself to look away from his body. She thought she would die if he turned away from her now. But he wanted to do it. She knew he did. She was inexperienced, but that wasn't the same as ignorant. He was very hard, and he wouldn't be if he wasn't interested. The glare of the light was right in her eyes. She wished he'd turned it off, but didn't ask. The mattress dipped under his weight, and she spread her hands to balance herself because the cheap mattress didn't give much support. He didn't give her any time to think, to perhaps change her mind, not even to panic. He moved on top of her, his hard thighs pushing between hers and spreading them, and his shoulders blotted out the light. Roanna barely sucked in a deep breath before he set his hands on either side of her skull, holding her head as he leaned down and covered her mouth with his. His tongue probed, and she parted her lips to accept it. Simultaneously, she felt his hot, rock-hard penis begin pushing at the soft entrance between her legs. Her heart jumped violently, banging against her ribs. She made a faint sound of apprehension, but his mouth smothered it as he deepened the kiss, penetrating her with both tongue and penis. It wasn't easy, despite her arousal, despite the dampness that readied her for him. Somehow she had thought he would simply slip into her, but it didn't work that way. He rocked his hips back and forth, forcing himself a little deeper into her with each motion. Her body resisted the increasing pressure. The pain surprised her, dismayed her. She tried to endure it without reaction, but it grew progressively worse with each inward thrust. She groaned, her breath catching. If she had expected him to stop, she was mistaken. Webb merely tightened his arms and held her firmly beneath him, controlling her with weight and strength, all of his intent and attention focused on penetrating her. She dug her nails into his back, weeping now from the pain. He pushed harder, and her tender flesh gave under the pressure, stretching around his thick length as he surged deep inside. Finally he was in her to the hilt, and she writhed helplessly beneath him as she tried to find some level of ease. Now that his masculine goal was accomplished, he set about soothing her, not withdrawing, but using touch and voice to reassure and calm her. He continued to hold her head in his hands, and he crooned to her as he kissed the salty tears from her cheeks. "Shh, shh," he murmured. "Just lie still, sweetheart. I know it hurts, but it'll ease off in a minute." The endearment soothed her as nothing else could have. He couldn't truly hate her, could he, if he called her sweetheart? Slowly she calmed, relaxing from her frantic struggle to accommodate him. Some of his own tenseness eased, and until then she hadn't realized how tightly drawn his muscles had been. Panting, she softened around him, beneath him. Her breathing calmed, became deeper. Now that she wasn't in such distress, some of her pleasure returned. With growing wonder she felt him deep inside her, pulsing with arousal. This was Webb, who penetrated her so intimately, Webb, who cradled her in his arms. Only an hour before she had watched him from across a dimly lit bar, dreading the moment when she had to approach him, and now she was naked under his powerful body. She looked up at him and met his brilliant green gaze, studying her as intently as if he could see through her to the bone. He kissed her, quick, hard kisses that had her mouth trying to catch his, begging for more, preparing her for more. "Are you ready?" he asked. She didn't know what he meant. She gave him a bewildered look, and a tight smile twitched his lips. "For what?" "To make love." She looked even more confused. "Isn't that what we're doing?" she whispered. "Not quite. Almost. But you're inside me." "There's more." Confusion changed to alarm. "More?" She tried to draw back from him, pressing herself into the mattress. He grinned, though it looked as if the effort cost him. "Not more of me, more to do." "Oh." The word was drawn out, filled with wonder. She relaxed beneath him again, and her thighs flexed around his hips. The movement caused a reaction inside her. His sex jumped, and her enveloping sheath tightened around the thick intruder, caressing him. Webb's breath hissed between his teeth. Roanna's eyes grew heavy-lidded, slumberous, and her cheeks pinkened. "Show me," she breathed. He did, beginning to move, at first thrusting into her in a slow, delicious rhythm, then gradually quickening his pace. Hesitantly she responded, her body lifting to his as her excitement soared. He shifted his weight to one elbow and reached down between their bodies. She gasped as he stroked her tightly stretched entrance, her flesh so sensitive that the slightest touch jolted through her like lightning. Then he moved his attention to the nodule he'd touched before, rubbing his fingertip back and forth across it, and Roanna felt herself begin to dissolve. It happened fast under his ruthless, sensual assault. He didn't ease her into climax, he hurled her into it. He gave her no mercy, even when she bucked under his hand in an effort to escape the intensity of it. The fierce, rapidly increasing sensation burned her, melted her. He rode her harder, thrusting deep, and the friction was almost unbearable. But he was touching her deep inside in a way that made her cling to him and cry out in a pleasure so strong she couldn't control it. It spiraled inside her, growing stronger and stronger, and when it finally shattered, she arched wildly beneath him, her slender body shuddering as her hips undulated, working herself on his invading shaft. She heard herself screaming and didn't care. His heavy weight crushed her into the mattress. His hands pushed beneath her and gripped her buttocks hard. His hips pistoned back and forth between her widespread, straining thighs. Then he convulsed, slamming into her again and again, while harsh sounds tore from his throat, and she felt the wetness of his release. In the silence afterward, Roanna lay limply beneath him. She was exhausted, her body so heavy and weak that all she could do was breathe. She lapsed into a doze, barely aware of when he carefully separated their bodies and moved to lie beside her. Sometime later the light blinked off, and she was aware of cool darkness, of him stripping the bedspread down and positioning her between the sheets. She turned instinctively into his arms and felt them close around her. Her head settled into the hollow of his shoulder, and her hand rested on his chest, feeling the crisp hair beneath her fingers. For the first time in 10 years, she felt a small measure of peace, of rightness. She had no idea how long it was before she became aware of his hands moving on her with increasing purpose. "Can you do it again?" he asked, the words low and intense. "Yes, please," she said politely, and heard a low chuckle as he rolled atop her. Roanna. Webb lay in the darkness, feeling her slight weight nestled against his left side. She was asleep, her head on his shoulder, her breath sighing across his chest. Her breasts, small and perfectly shaped, pressed firmly against his ribs. Gently, unable to resist, he rubbed the back of one finger over the satiny outer curve of the breast he could reach. Oh, God, Roanna. He hadn't recognized her at first. Though 10 years had passed, and logically he knew she had grown up, in his mind's eye she had still been the skinny, underdeveloped, immature teenager with the urchin's grin. He hadn't seen any trace of her in the woman who had approached him in the grubby little bar. Instead, he'd seen a woman who looked so buttoned down he'd been surprised that she'd spoken to him. Women like her might go to a bar if they were looking for revenge against a straying husband, but that was about the only reason he could think of. But there she'd been, too thin for his taste, but severely stylish, in an expensive silk camp shirt and tailored slacks. Her thick hair, dark in the uncertain light, was cut in a stylish bob that swung just below chin length. Her mouth, though, he'd liked her mouth, wide and full, and had the thought that it would feel good to kiss her and feel the softness of those lips. She'd looked totally out of place, a country club woman lost in a low-rent district. But she'd been reaching out to touch him, and when he'd turned, she had dropped her hand and looked at him, her face still and strangely sad, her wide mouth unsmiling, and her brown eyes so solemn he wondered if she ever smiled. And then she'd said, "Hello, Webb. May I talk to you?" And the shock had nearly felled him. For a split second he wondered if he'd had more to drink than he'd thought, because not only had she called him by name when he would have sworn he'd never seen her before, but she had used Roanna's voice, and the brown eyes were suddenly Roanna's whiskey-colored eyes. Reality had shifted and adjusted, and he'd seen the girl in the woman. Odd. He hadn't spent the past 10 years sulking about what had happened. When he'd walked out of Davencourt that day, he'd intended it to be forever, and he'd gotten on with his life. He'd chosen southern Arizona because it was starkly beautiful, not because it was about as far as it could get from lush, green, northwestern Alabama and still be inhabitable. Ranching was hard, but he enjoyed the physical work as much as he'd enjoyed the cutthroat world of business and finance. Always a horseman, he'd made the transition easily. His family had narrowed to include only his mother and Aunt Sandra, but he was content with that. At first, he'd felt dead inside. Despite the imminent breakup, despite the fact that she'd cheated on him, he'd mourned Jessie with surprising depth. She'd been a part of his life for so long that he woke up mornings feeling strangely incomplete. Then gradually he had surprised himself by remembering what a bitch she had been and laughing fondly. He could have let the uncertainty eat him alive, knowing that her killer was still out there and wasn't likely to be discovered, but in the end he'd accepted that there was nothing he could do about it. Her affair had been so secret that there had been no hints, no leads. It was a dead end. He could let it destroy his life, or he could go on. Webb was a survivor. He'd gone on. There had been days, even weeks, when he hadn't thought about his old life at all. He'd put Lucinda and the others behind him, all except for Roanna. Sometimes he'd hear something that sounded like her laugh, and instinctively turn to see what mischief she was in before he remembered she was no longer there. Or he'd be doctoring a cut on a horse's leg, and he'd remember the concern that had darkened her thin face whenever she'd tended a hurt mount. Somehow she had wormed her way deeper into his heart than the others had, and it was harder to forget her. He'd catch himself worrying about her, wondering what latest trouble she had managed to get herself into, and over the years it was the memory of her that still had the power to make him angry. He couldn't forget Jessie's accusation that Roanna had deliberately made trouble between them that last night. Had Jessie lied? She certainly hadn't been above it, but Roanna's transparent face had clearly revealed her guilt. Over the years, given Jessie's pregnancy by another man, he'd come to the conclusion that Roanna hadn't had anything to do with Jessie's death, and the murderer had instead been Jessie's unknown lover, but he still couldn't shake his anger. Somehow, Roanna's behavior, though it paled in importance when compared with the other events of that night, retained the power to make him furious. Maybe it was because he'd always been so dead certain of her love. Maybe it had stroked his ego to be worshipped so openly, so unconditionally. No one else on earth had loved him that way. Yvonne's mother love was unyielding, but she was the woman who had spanked him when he misbehaved as a child, so she saw his flaws. In Roanna's eyes, he'd been perfect, or so he had thought, until she had deliberately caused trouble just so she could get one up on Jessie. He wondered now if he'd ever been anything other than a symbol to her, a possession that Jessie had and she wanted. He'd had women since Jessie's death. He'd even had one or two lengthy relationships, though he'd never been inclined to remarry. But no matter how hot the sex he enjoyed in other women's beds, it was dreams of Roanna that woke him in the cool, early mornings before dawn, drenched in sweat, and his dick standing up like an iron spike. He was never able to remember the dreams clearly, just bits and pieces, like the way her bottom had rubbed against his erection, the way her nipples had pebbled just from kissing him, the way they'd felt when she pressed them against his chest. His lust for Jessie had been a boy's lust, a young man's hormone-crazed lust, a game of dominance. His lust for Roanna, disgusted as it made him with himself, always had an undertone of tenderness, at least in his dreams. But she was no dream, standing there in the bar. His first impulse had been to get her out of there, where she didn't belong. She had gone with him without protest or question, as silent now as she had once been mouthy. He was aware that he'd had too much to drink, known that he wasn't in complete control of himself, but putting her off until tomorrow hadn't seemed like a viable option. At first he'd barely been able to concentrate on what she was saying. She hadn't even wanted to look at him. She had sat there, shivering, looking every place but at him, and he hadn't been able to keep his eyes off her. She'd changed. God, how she'd changed. He didn't like it. Didn't like her silence, where once she'd been a chatterbox. Didn't like the stillness of her expression, where once every emotion she had felt had been written plainly on her little face. There was no mischief or laughter in her eyes, no vibrant energy in her movements. It was as if someone had stolen Roanna and left a doll in her place. The ugly little girl had turned into a plain teenager, and the plain teenager into a woman who was, if not exactly pretty, striking in her own way. Her face had filled out so that her two big features had assumed a more pleasing proportion. Her long, high-bridged, slightly crooked nose now looked aristocratic, and her too wide mouth could only be described as lush. Complete maturity had refined her face so that high, chiseled cheekbones had been revealed, and her almond-shaped, whiskey-colored eyes were exotic. She had put on a little weight, maybe 15 pounds, that softened her body and made her look less like a refugee from a World War II prison camp, though she could easily carry another 15 pounds and still be slim. Memories of the girl had haunted him. The reality of the woman had stirred his long-simmering lust to a hard boil. But on a personal level, she had seemed oblivious to him. She had asked him to return to Alabama because Lucinda needed him. Lucinda loved him, regretted their estrangement. Lucinda would give him back everything he'd lost. Lucinda was ill, dying. Lucinda, Lucinda, Lucinda. Every word out of her mouth had been about Lucinda, nothing about herself, whether or not she wanted him to return, as if that long-ago hero worship had never existed. That had made him even angrier, that he'd spent years dreaming about her while she seemed to have completely cut him out of her life. His temper had soared out of control, and the tequila had loosened any restraint he might have felt. He'd heard himself demand that she go to bed with him as the price for his return. He'd seen the shock on her face, seen it quickly controlled. He had waited for her rejection, and then she'd said yes. He was angry enough, drunk enough to follow through. By God, if she was willing to give herself to him for Lucinda's benefit, then he'd damn sure take her up on it. He cranked the truck and drove quickly to the nearest motel before she could change her mind. Once inside the cheap little room, he had sprawled on the bed because his head had been spinning a little, and ordered her to strip. Once again he'd expected her to refuse. He'd waited for her to back out, or at least lose her temper and tell him to kiss her ass. He wanted to see fire break through the barrier of that blank doll's face. He wanted to see the old Roanna. Instead, she had silently begun to take off her clothes. She did it neatly, without fuss, and from the moment the first button had slipped free, he hadn't been able to think of anything else but the soft skin being revealed by each movement of her fingers. She hadn't tried to be coy. She hadn't needed to. His dick was pressing so hard against his fly that it probably had the imprint of his zipper running down it. She had lovely skin, a little golden, with the faintest dusting of freckles across those classic cheekbones. She slipped out of her shirt, and her shoulders had a soft, mellow sheen to them. Then she had unhooked that plain, serviceable white bra and removed it, and her breasts had taken his breath. They didn't stick out a lot, but were surprisingly round and upright, exquisitely formed, with her nipples drawn into tight, rosy buds that made his mouth water. Silently, she had removed her slacks and panties, standing naked before him. Her waist and hips were narrow, but the cheeks of her ass were as deliciously round as her breasts. The need to touch her was painful. Hoarsely, he had ordered her to come to him, and she had silently obeyed, moving to stand beside the bed. He'd touched her then, and felt her quiver under his hand. The column of her thigh was sleek and cool, her skin delicate in contrast with his tanned, work-roughened hand. Slowly, savoring the texture of her skin, he stroked upward and around to her buttocks. She had moved a little, rubbing herself against his hand, and mingled excitement and delight had roared through him. He had cupped the firm mounds and felt them flex, and she had begun to shake even harder. He teased her with a daring caress and sensed her shock, and he'd looked up to find that her eyes were tightly closed. Somehow he couldn't quite believe it was Roanna who stood naked before him, yielding her body to his exploration, and yet everything about her was infinitely familiar and far more exciting than 10 years' worth of frustrating dreams. He didn't have to imagine the physical details now. They were laid out before him. Her pubic hair was a neat, curly little triangle. It had drawn his gaze, and he'd been entranced by the delicate folds, shyly closed, that he could glimpse under the curls. The mysteries of her body had made him ache with need. Roughly, he'd told her to spread her legs so he could touch her, and she had. He'd put his hand on the most private part of her body and felt her startled response. He'd petted her, stroked her, opened her, and eased one finger into her startlingly tight sheath. He was so hard he thought he might explode, but he held back because here was the proof that the lust wasn't all on his part. She was slick and damp, and her soft, low moans of arousal had nearly driven him crazy. She seemed shyly bewildered by what he was doing, what she was feeling. Then he'd tried to slip another finger into her, and couldn't. He'd felt her instinctive withdrawal, and a sudden suspicion flared in his tequila-fogged brain. She'd never done this before. He was abruptly certain of it. Swiftly, he tumbled her down onto the bed, dragging her body across his. With more deliberation, he'd probed her body, watching her reaction, fighting the alcohol as he tried to think clearly. He'd been the first with a couple of girls, back in high school and college, and even once since he'd left Alabama, so he noticed the way she blushed, her slight flinch as he pushed his rough finger even deeper. If it hadn't been for her years of horseback riding, he doubted he would have been able to even get his finger inside her. He should stop this now. The knowledge seared him. His body damn near revolted. He hadn't meant to let it go this far anyway, but he'd been undone by the tequila and by his own arousal. He'd had just the wrong amount to drink, enough to slow his thoughts and make him not give a damn, but not enough to soften his dick. He was disgusted with himself for making her do this, and he'd opened his mouth to tell her to put on her clothes, when for an instant he saw how terribly vulnerable she was, and how he could destroy her with a careless word, even if it was for her own good. Roanna had grown up in Jessie's shadow. Jessie had been the pretty one, Roanna the plain one. Her physical self-confidence, except where horses were concerned, had always been close to zero. How could it not be, when rejection had been more the norm for her than acceptance? For a split second he saw the raw, desperate courage it had taken for her to do this. She had stripped naked for him, something he was certain she'd never done with any other man, and offered herself to him. He couldn't imagine what it had cost her. If he rejected her now, it would devastate her. "You're a virgin," he'd said, his voice hard and flat with frustration. She hadn't denied it. Instead, she had blushed, a delicate rose tinting her breasts, and the delectable sight had been irresistible. He'd known he shouldn't do it, but he'd had to touch her nipple, and then he'd had to taste her, and he'd felt the answering need in her slender body as it arched to his touch. He'd offered to stop. It took every ounce of willpower he had to rein himself in and make that offer, but he'd done it. And Roanna had looked as if he'd slapped her in the face. She had gone white, and her lips had trembled. "Don't you want me?" she'd whispered, the plea so faint that his heart had squeezed. His own defenses, already weakened by the tequila, went down with a crash. Rather than answering, he had simply caught her hand and dragged it down to his groin, pressed it over his erection. He hadn't said anything even then, staying silent as he watched the sense of wonder creep into her eyes, chase away the pain. It was like watching a flower bloom. Then she had turned her hand to hold him and had said, "Please," and he was lost. Still, he had tried grimly for control. Even as he shucked off his clothes, he had been sucking in deep breaths, trying to cool the fire inside him. It hadn't worked. God, he was so ready he'd probably come as soon as he put it in her. He had damn sure wanted to find out. Somehow he managed to hold himself back. His control hadn't extended to prolonged foreplay. He had simply mounted her, tucking her delicate body under his much more powerful one, and kissed her while he forced his erection in her to the hilt. He'd known he was hurting her, but he couldn't stop. All he could do once he was inside her was make it good for her. Ladies first had always been his motto, and he had experience in achieving his objective. Roanna was startlingly, overwhelmingly responsive to his every touch, her hips moving, her back arching, hot little cries breaking from her lips. Jessie had always held back, but Roanna gave herself without restraint, without pretension. She had climaxed fast, and then his own orgasm had seized him, and he had come violently, more violently than he'd ever experienced before, pounding into her and flooding her with semen. She hadn't pulled away, hadn't jumped up to run into the bathroom and clean herself. She had simply dozed off, with her arms still looped around his neck. Maybe he had dozed, too. He didn't know. But eventually he had roused himself and slid off her, turned out the light, tucked her under the covers, and joined her there. It hadn't been long before his cock had stirred insistently, lured by the silken body in his arms, and Roanna had welcomed him without hesitation, as she had every other time during the night that he'd reached for her. It was almost dawn now. The effects of the tequila had faded from his system, and he had to face the facts. Like it or not, he had blackmailed Roanna into this. The hell of it was, he hadn't needed to. She would have lain down for him without it being a condition for his return. Something had happened to her. Something that had robbed her of her zest, her spontaneity. It was as if she had finally been defeated by all the efforts to force her into a certain mold, and had surrendered herself. He didn't like it. It made him furious. He wanted to kick himself for becoming just one more person in a long line of people who had forced her to do something. It didn't matter that she had responded to him. He had to make it plain that his return didn't depend on her giving him the use of her body. He wanted her, hell yes he wanted her, but without any conditions or threats between them, and it was his own damn fault that he was in this situation. He wanted to make his peace with Lucinda. It was time, and the thought of her dying made him regret the lost years. Davencourt and all the money didn't matter, not now. Mending fences mattered. Finding out what had extinguished the light in Roanna's eyes mattered. He wondered if they were prepared for the man he'd become. Yeah, he'd go back. Chapter 10. Roanna seldom slept well, but she was so exhausted from the day of hard travel and emotional stress that when Webb finally let her sleep, she dropped immediately into a hard, deep slumber. She was groggy when she woke, unable for a moment to remember where she was, but over the years she had become accustomed to waking in places where she hadn't gone to sleep, so she didn't panic. Instead, she lay quietly while reality reassembled itself in her mind. She became aware of some unusual things. 1, this wasn't Davencourt. 2, she was naked. 3, she was very sore in all her tender places. It all clicked into place then, and she bolted upright in bed, looking for Webb. She knew immediately that he wasn't there. He'd gotten up, dressed, and left her alone in this cheesy motel. During the night, his heat had melted some of the ice that had encased her for so many years, but as she sat there naked in a tangle of dingy sheets, she felt the cold layer slowly solidify again. It was the story of her life, it seemed. She had always felt that she could offer herself to him body and soul, and he still wouldn't love her. Now she knew for certain. Along with her body, she'd given him her heart, while he'd simply been screwing. Had she really been silly enough to think he cared for her? Why should he? She'd done nothing but cause him trouble. He probably hadn't even been particularly attracted to her. Webb had always been able to get any woman he wanted, even the prettiest ones. She couldn't compare with the type he was accustomed to, in either face or body. She had simply been handy, and he'd been horny. He'd seen an opportunity to get his rocks off and taken it. Case closed. Her face was expressionless as she slowly crawled out of bed, ignoring the discomfort between her legs. She noticed then the note on the other pillow, scribbled on the scratch pad stamped with the motel's name. She picked it up, recognizing the black slash of Webb's handwriting immediately. "Be back at 10, it read. The note wasn't signed, but then that wasn't necessary. Roanna smoothed her fingers over the writing, then tore the note from the pad and carefully folded it and slipped it into her purse. She looked at her wristwatch. 8:30. An hour and a half to kill. An hour and a half of grace before she had to listen to him tell her that last night had been a mistake, one he didn't intend to repeat. The least she could do was crawl back into her severely stylish shell, so she wouldn't look pitiful when he gave her the old heave-ho. She could bear a lot, but she didn't think she could stand it if he felt sorry for her. Her clothes were as limp and wrinkled as she felt. First, she washed out her underwear and draped it over the noisy climate control unit to dry, then turned the temperature control to heat and set the fan on high. She carried her slacks and blouse into the tiny bathroom with her, and hung them over the door while she took a shower in the minuscule stall that sported a cracked floor and yellowed water stains. The cubicle quickly filled with steam, and by the time she finished, both blouse and slacks looked fresher. The climate control unit was a lot louder than it was efficient, but still the room quickly became stuffy. She shut it off and checked her panties. They were dry except for a lingering bit of dampness in the waistband. She pulled them on anyway, then quickly dressed in case Webb came back earlier than he'd said. Not that he hadn't already seen everything she had, she thought, and touched it as well, but that was last night. By leaving the way he had, he'd made it plain that last night hadn't meant anything to him beyond physical release. She combed her straight, heavy hair back and left it to dry. That was the major benefit of a good cut. It didn't require much maintenance. The small amount of luggage she'd brought was locked in the trunk of her rental car, which was presumably still parked outside that grimy little bar just off the highway. But she wasn't certain exactly where she was in relation to it. The only makeup she had in her purse was a powder compact and a neutral-colored lipstick. She made quick use of it, not looking at her reflection in the mirror any longer than was required to get the lipstick on straight. She opened the door to let in the freshness of the dry desert morning, turned on the small television that was bolted to the wall, and sat down in the lone chair in the room, an uncomfortable number with a torn vinyl seat, which looked as if it had been stolen from a hospital waiting room. She didn't pay much attention to what was on, some morning talk show. It was noise, and that was all she required. Sometimes, when she couldn't sleep, she would turn her own television on, so the voices could give her the illusion of not being utterly alone in the night. She was still sitting there when a vehicle pulled up right outside the door. The motor cut off as a cloud of dust blew in. Then a door opened and was slammed shut. There was the sound of booted feet on the concrete walk, and Webb filled the doorway. He was silhouetted against the bright sunlight, his broad shoulders almost stretching from one side of the door frame to the other. He didn't come any farther inside. All he said was, "Are you ready?" And she silently got up, turned off the light in the television, and picked up her purse. He opened the truck door for her, his southern manners still holding sway despite a decade of self-imposed exile. Roanna climbed inside, concentrating on not giving any flinches that betrayed her physical discomfort, and settled herself. Now that it was daylight, she could tell that the truck was gunmetal gray with a gray interior, and was fairly new. There was an extra stick shift on the floor, meaning it was four-wheel drive, probably a necessity for taking it across the range. As Webb slid behind the wheel, he slanted her an unreadable glance. She wondered if he expected her to either start planning a wedding or pitch a fit because he'd left her alone this morning. She did neither. She sat silently. "Hungry?" She shook her head, then remembered that he liked verbal answers. "No, thank you." His lips thinned as he started the motor and reversed out of the parking spot. "You're going to eat. You've gained a little weight, and it looks good on you. I'm not going to let you catch your flight without eating." She hadn't booked a return flight because she hadn't known how long she would be staying. She opened her mouth to say so, then caught the flinty expression in his eyes and realized he had booked one for her. "When am I leaving?" 1 o'clock. I managed to get you on a direct flight from Tucson to Dallas. Your connection in Dallas is a bit tight, 45 minutes, but it'll get you into Huntsville at a reasonable hour. You should get home around 10:30 tonight. Do you have to call anyone to pick you up in Huntsville?" "No." She had driven herself to the airport because no one else had been willing to get up at 3:30 to perform the service. No, that wasn't fair. She hadn't asked anyone to do it. She never asked anyone to do anything for her. By the time she ate, as he seemed determined for her to do, she would have to leave almost immediately in order to turn in her rental car at the airport and make it to the gate in time to board. He hadn't left her any breathing space, probably by design. He didn't want to talk to her, didn't want to spend any more time in her company than necessary. There's a little place not far from here that serves breakfast until 11. The food's plain, but good. Just drop me off at the bar so I can pick up my car, she said, as she looked out the window. Anywhere but at him. I'll stop at a fast food place. I doubt it, he said grimly. I'm going to watch every bite go into your mouth. I eat now and then, she replied in a mild tone. I learned how. Then you won't mind if I watch. She recognized that tone, the one he used when he'd made up his mind that you were going to do something, so you might as well not argue. When she'd been younger, that tone had been of infinite comfort, symbolizing the rock-steadiness and security she had so desperately needed after her parents' death. In an odd way, it was still comforting. He might not like her, might not desire her, but at least he didn't want her to starve to death. The little restaurant he took her to wasn't much bigger than the kitchen at Davencourt, with a couple of booths, a couple of tiny tables, and 4 stools lined up at the counter. The rich scent of frying bacon and sausage was in the air, underlaid with that of coffee and the spiciness of chili peppers. 2 sun-baked old men were in the back booth, and they both looked up with interest as Webb escorted Roanna to the other booth. A thin woman of indeterminate age, her skin baked as hard and brown as that of the 2 old men, approached the booth. She pulled a green order pad out of the hip pocket of her jeans and held a stubby pencil at the ready. Evidently there was no menu. Roanna looked at Webb in question. I'll have the short stack, ham and eggs on the side, sunny side up, he said. And she'll have an egg, plain scrambled, with dry toast, bacon, and hash browns. Coffee for both of us. We can't do eggs sunny side up no more. Health department rules, the waitress said. Then I want them well done, but take them up early. Gotcha. The waitress tore the top sheet off the pad as she walked over to an opening cut out in the wall. She laid the ticket on the sill. Bats, got an order. You must eat here often, Roanna said. I usually stop by whenever I'm in town. What does plain scrambled mean? No peppers. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask if they called that fancy scrambled, but bit the comment back. How easy it would be to fall into the old habits with him, she thought sadly. But she had learned to curb her quips, because most people didn't appreciate even the milder ones. Webb had once seemed to, but perhaps he'd been kind. The waitress set 2 steaming cups of coffee in front of them. Cream? She asked, and Webb said no, answering for both of them. It'll take me at least a week, maybe 2, to get things squared away here, he said abruptly. I'm keeping my ranch, so I'll be flying back and forth. Davencourt won't be my sole concern. She sipped her coffee to hide her relief. He was still coming home. He'd said he would if she'd sleep with him, but until now she hadn't been certain he'd meant it. It wouldn't have made any difference if she'd known for sure he was lying. No matter what the day had brought, last night had been a dream come true for her, and she had grabbed at it with both hands. Lucinda wouldn't expect you to sell the ranch, she said. Bullshit. She thinks the universe revolves around Davencourt. There's nothing she wouldn't do to safeguard it. He leaned back and stretched out his long legs, carefully avoiding contact with hers. Tell me what's been going on there. Mother tells me some of the news, and so does Aunt Sandra, but neither of them know anything about the day-to-day operations. I do know that Gloria has managed to move her entire family into Davencourt. Not all of them. Baron and his family still live in Charlotte. Being under the same roof with Lynette and Corliss is enough to make me think about buying my own place in town. Roanna didn't voice her agreement, but she knew exactly what he meant. What about you? He continued. I know you went to college in Tuscaloosa. What changed your mind? I thought you wanted to attend college locally. She had gone away because for a long time that had been easier than staying home. Her sleeping problems hadn't been as bad while she was away. The memories hadn't been as acute. But it had been over a year after he'd left before she had started college, and it had been a year of hell. She didn't tell him any of that. Instead, she shrugged and said, You know how it is. A person can get along without it, but to have all the right contacts, you have to attend the university. She didn't have to elaborate on which university, because Webb had gone to the same one. Did you do the sorority bit?" It was expected. A reluctant grin tugged at his mouth. "I can't see you as a Greek. How did you get along with the little society snobs?" "Fine." They had, in fact, been kind to her. It was they who had taught her how to dress, how to apply makeup, how to make social chit-chat. She rather thought they had seen her as a challenge and taken her on as a makeover project. The waitress approached with 3 plates of steaming hot food. She slid 2 plates in front of Webb and the remaining one in front of Roanna. "Yeah, when you need a refill," she said comfortably, and left them alone. Webb applied himself to his food, buttering the pancakes and soaking them in syrup, then liberally salting and peppering his eggs. The slab of ham covered half the plate. Roanna looked at the mountain of food, then at his steely body. She tried to imagine the amount of physical labor that required that many calories, and felt an even deeper sense of respect for him. "Eat," he growled. She picked up her fork and obeyed. Once she couldn't have managed it, but keeping her emotions controlled had allowed her stomach to settle down. The trick was to take her time and take tiny bites. Usually, by the time everyone else had finished their meal, she had managed to eat half of hers, and that was enough. That was the case this time, too. When Webb leaned back, replete, Roanna laid her fork aside. He gave her plate a long, hard look, as if calculating exactly how much she'd eaten, but to her relief, he decided not to push it. Breakfast taken care of, he drove her to the bar. The rental car sat forlornly in the parking lot, looking abandoned and out of place. A closed sign hung lopsidedly on the front door of the bar. In daylight, the building was even more ramshackle than it had appeared the night before. Dust flew around the truck as he braked to a stop, and Roanna allowed the gritty cloud to settle while she fished the ignition key out of her purse. "Thanks for breakfast," she said as she opened the door and slid out. "I'll tell Lucinda to expect you." He got out of the truck and walked over to the rental car with her, standing right beside the door so she couldn't open it. "About last night," he said. Dread filled her. God, she couldn't listen to this. She put the key in the lock and turned it, hoping he would take the hint and move. He didn't. "What about it?" she managed to say, without any expression in her voice. "It shouldn't have happened." She bent her head. It was the best thing that had ever happened to her, and he wished it hadn't. "God damn it, look at me!" Just as he had the night before, he cupped her chin in his hand and lifted her head so that she faced him. His hat was pulled low on his forehead, shadowing his eyes, but she could still see the grimness in them and in the line of his mouth. Very gently, he touched her lips with his thumb. "I wasn't exactly drunk, but I'd had too much to drink. You were a virgin. I shouldn't have made that a condition to going back, and I regret what I did to you." Roanna held her spine very straight and still. "It was as much my responsibility as yours?" "Not quite. You didn't know exactly what you were getting into. On the other hand, I did know that you wouldn't turn me down." She couldn't escape that hard, green gaze. This was very like the night before when she had stripped herself naked in front of him, except now she was emotionally naked. Her lower lip trembled, and she quickly controlled it. There was no point in denying what he'd said, because her actions had already proved him right. When he had given her the opportunity to call a stop to what was happening, she had begged him to continue. "It's never been a secret how I feel about you," she finally said. "All you had to do at any time was snap your fingers, and I'd have come running and let you do anything you wanted to me." She managed a smile. It wasn't much of one, but it was better than weeping. "That hasn't changed." He searched her face, trying to pierce the remoteness of her expression. A kind of angry frustration flashed in his eyes. "I just wanted you to know that my return doesn't depend on your sleeping with me. You don't have to turn yourself into a whore to make sure Lucinda gets what she wants." This time she couldn't control her flinch. She pulled away from him and gave him another smile, this one even more strained than the first one. "I understand," she forced herself to say with fragile calm. "I won't bother you." "The hell you won't," he snapped. "You've been bothering me for most of your life." He leaned forward, scowling at her. "You bother me by being in the same room. You bother me by breathing." Furiously, he pulled her against him and ground his mouth down on hers. Roanna was too startled to react. All she could do was hang there in his hard grasp and open her mouth to the demand of his. The kiss was deep and intimate, his tongue moving against hers, and down below she could feel the iron ridge of his erection pressing into her belly. He pushed her away as suddenly as he had grabbed her. "Now, trot on back to Lucinda and tell her mission accomplished. Whether or not you tell her how you did it is up to you." He opened the car door and ushered her inside, then stood for a moment, looking down at her. "And you don't understand a damn thing," he said evenly, before closing the door and striding back to his truck. Chapter 11. When Roanna reached the long driveway to Davencourt that night, as exhausted from the second day of hard travel as she had been from the first, she groaned aloud at the light still shining like a beacon from the big house. She'd hoped everyone would have gone to bed, so she could regroup before having to face the inquisition she knew was coming. She'd even hoped she could manage to get as much sleep as she had the night before, though that was unlikely. If she couldn't sleep, then at least she could relive those tumultuous hours, savor the memory of his naked body against hers, the kisses, the touches, the shattering, unending moments when he'd actually been inside her. And when she felt calmer, she would think about the rest of it. The hurtful things he'd said, and the fact that he didn't want her again. But then why had he kissed her? She was too tired to think straight, so the analysis could wait. She used the automatic opener for the garage, then braked when her headlights swept across a car already parked in her space. She sighed. Corliss again, taking advantage of Roanna's absence to park her own car inside. The detached garage had only 5 bays, and those bays were allotted to Lucinda, though she no longer drove herself, Roanna, Gloria and Harlan, and Lynette and Greg, who each had a car. Brock and Corliss were supposed to park their cars outside, but Corliss had a habit of ignoring that and parking her car in any empty space. Roanna parked her car beside Brock's and wearily climbed out, hauling her small overnight case with her. She thought about slipping up the outside stairway and around the balcony to her room on the back, but she had locked the French doors before leaving and couldn't get in that way. Instead, she would go in through the kitchen and hope she could make it to the stairs unnoticed. Luck wasn't with her. When she unlocked the kitchen door and opened it, Harlan and Gloria were both sitting at the kitchen table, demolishing thick slices of Tansy's coconut cake. Neither of them were in their nightclothes yet, which meant they had been watching television on the large set in the den. Gloria hastily swallowed. "You couldn't find him," she exclaimed, openly gleeful of the fact that Roanna was alone. Then she gave Roanna a sly, conspiratorial look. "Not that you tried very hard, did you? Well, I won't say anything. I thought Lucinda had lost her mind anyway. Why on earth would she want to bring him back here? I know Booley didn't arrest him, but everyone knew he was guilty. There was just no way to prove it." "I found him," Roanna interrupted. She felt fuzzy-headed with fatigue and wanted to cut the interrogation short. "He had some business to take care of, but he'll be coming home within the next 2 weeks." Gloria's color faded, and she gaped open-mouthed at Roanna. The cake crumbs thus revealed were unappetizing. Then she said, "Roanna, how could you be so stupid?" Each word rose until she was fairly shrieking. "Don't you know what you stand to lose? All of this could have been yours, but Lucinda will give it back to him, you mark my words. And what about us? Why, we could all be murdered in our beds the way poor Jessie—" "Jessie wasn't murdered in her bed," Roanna said tiredly. "Don't split hairs with me. You know what I mean." "Webb didn't kill her." "Well, the sheriff thought he did, and I'm sure he knows more about it than you do. We all heard him say he'd do anything to get rid of her." "We all heard him tell her to get a divorce, too." Gloria's right, Harlan weighed in, knitting his bushy brows with concern. There's no telling what he is capable of doing. Normally, Roanna didn't argue, but she was exhausted, and every nerve in her body felt raw from her encounter with Webb. "What you're really worried about," she said in a colorless voice, "is that he'll remember how you turned your backs on him when he needed our support and tell you to find somewhere else to live." "Roanna!" Gloria gasped, outraged. "How can you say such a thing to us? What were we supposed to do, shelter a killer from the law?" There was nothing she could say to alter their position, and she was too tired to try any longer. Let Webb handle it when he got back. She had just enough energy to feel a flicker of interest at the prospect. If they thought he'd been intimidating before, wait until they saw what they had to deal with now. He was much harder and more forceful. Leaving Gloria and Harlan still sputtering their rage into the coconut cake, Roanna dragged herself up the stairs. Lucinda was already in bed. She tired easily these days, another indication of her failing health, and was often asleep by 9. Morning would be plenty of time to tell her that Webb was coming home. Roanna hoped that she would be able to get some sleep herself. If wishes were horses. Several hours later, she glanced at the lighted dial of her clock and saw the hour hand creeping toward the 2. Her eyes felt grainy from lack of sleep, and her mind was so dulled by fatigue she could barely think, but sleep was as far away as it had ever been. She'd endured a lot of nights like this, waiting through the endless darkness for morning to come. All of the books on insomnia advised the sufferer to get out of bed, not to make the bed the site of their frustration. Roanna had already developed that habit, so the book hadn't helped any. Sometimes she read to pass the hours. Sometimes she played endless card games for one, but for the most part she would sit in the darkness and wait. That was what she was doing now, because she was too tired for anything else. She sat curled in a huge, overstuffed easy chair, large enough for 2. The chair had been a Christmas present to herself 5 years ago, and she didn't know what she would do without it. When she did manage to doze off, as likely or not, it was in the chair. In winter, she would wrap up in her softest, thickest afghan and watch the night slowly creep past her windows. But this was summer, and she wore only a thin, sleeveless nightgown, though the hem was tucked over her bare feet. She'd opened the French doors so she could hear the comforting sounds of the warm night. A thunderstorm was passing by in the distance. She could see the flashes of lightning, revealing dark purple clouds, but the storm was so far away that the thunder, when she heard it, was only a faint rumble. If she had to be awake, summer nights were the best, and between insomnia and the other, she preferred insomnia. When she slept, she never knew where she would wake up. She didn't think she'd ever left the house. She'd always been inside, and her feet were never dirty, but still it frightened her to think of herself roaming around unknowing. She'd read about sleepwalkers, too. People could evidently negotiate stairs, drive, even carry on a conversation while still asleep. That wasn't much comfort, because she didn't want to do any of that. She wanted to wake up exactly where she'd been when she went to sleep. If anyone had ever seen her on her nocturnal strolls, they hadn't mentioned it. She didn't think she did it every time she slept, but of course she had no way of knowing, and she didn't want to alert the family to her problem. They did know she was troubled with insomnia, so perhaps if anyone did see her outside her room in the middle of the night, apparently perfectly awake, they assumed she was having trouble sleeping and forgot about it. If it became known that she walked in her sleep, she didn't like to think ill of people without proof, but she didn't think she would trust several members of the household if they knew she was so vulnerable. The possibility for mischief was too great, especially with Corliss. In some ways, Corliss reminded Roanna a lot of Jessie, though the relationship was only that of second cousin, which meant they didn't share a lot of genetic material. Jessie had been cooler of thought, but hotter of temper. Corliss didn't plan, she acted on impulse, and she wasn't prone to temper tantrums. For the most part, she seemed restless and unhappy, and liked to make other people unhappy. Whatever it was she wanted out of life, she hadn't gotten it. Roanna didn't think Webb would get along with Corliss at all. Thinking of Webb brought her back full circle to how she had begun the day, not that her thoughts had been off of him for long at any one time. She didn't know what to think. She was no good at analyzing a man-woman relationship because she'd never had one. All she knew was that Webb had been angry and a little drunk. If he hadn't been drinking, he probably wouldn't have put the pressure on her that he had, but the fact remained that she had fallen into bed with him without the slightest resistance. The circumstances had been humiliating, but that secret little part of her had reveled in the opportunity. She wasn't sorry she'd done it. If nothing good ever happened to her for the rest of her life, at least she'd lain in Webb's arms and known what it was like to make love with him. The pain had been more severe than she'd imagined, but it hadn't been able to overshadow the joy she'd felt, and ultimately the satisfaction. The tequila might account for the first time, and maybe the second, but what about the other times? Surely he'd sobered by the third time he'd reached for her, in the middle of the night, and the fourth just before dawn. She still ached from his love-making, with a tenderness deep inside her body that she cherished because it reminded her of those moments. He hadn't been a selfish lover. He might have been angry, but still he had satisfied her, sometimes more than once, before allowing himself release. His hands and mouth had been tender on her body, careful not to add to the pain she'd already experienced just in accepting him. But then he'd slipped out of bed and left her alone in the cheap little motel, as if she were a coyote woman. Wasn't that what the wild drinking crowd called a woman who was so ugly that when a man woke up and looked over at her asleep on his arm, he gnawed off his own arm rather than wake her up? At least Webb had left a note. At least he had come back, and she hadn't been forced to get back to her rental car as best she could. He'd said she acted like a whore for Lucinda. He'd said that she'd been a bother to him all her life, and that hurt more than the other comment. No matter what, she had always managed to hold on to the thought of those years before Jessie's death as the sweet years, because she'd had him as a friend and hero. The awful night Jessie had been killed, she'd realized that he felt sorry for her, and that had nearly killed her, but still the sweet memories had been there. Now she was mortified to think she'd been fooling herself from the beginning. Kindness wasn't the same as love. Patience wasn't the same as caring. He'd made it plain that she shouldn't expect any continuance of their love-making when he returned to Davencourt. It had been a one-night stand, pure and simple. There was no ongoing relationship between them except that of distant cousins. But then he'd kissed her and told her she didn't understand anything. He'd been unmistakably aroused. After the night she'd just spent, she was very familiar with his erections. If he didn't want her, why had he been hard? One thing was for certain, though. He'd still been angry. She sat curled in her chair, watching the lightning and thinking of Webb, and sometime close to dawn she finally dropped into a doze. Gloria marshaled her entire family to the breakfast table at the same time, a rare happening, but evidently she thought she needed reinforcements. After a restless night in which sleep had been as elusive as ever, Roanna had gone to Lucinda's room and given her the good news. Buoyed by that, there was more energy in Lucinda's movements that morning, more color in her face, than there had been in a long time. She lifted her eyebrows in surprise at the crowd seated at the table, then grinned and gave Roanna an "I-know-what-they're-up-to" wink. Breakfast was a buffet, an efficient setup, since more than two of them eating at the same time was pure chance. Roanna filled plates for Lucinda and herself and took her place at the table. Gloria waited until they had food in their mouths before launching the beginning salvo. "Lucinda, we've all talked about it, and we wish you would reconsider this harebrained idea to put Webb in charge of the business concerns again. Roanna has been doing a fine job, and we really don't need him." "We?" Lucinda queried, staring down the table at her sister. "Gloria, I've been grateful for and enjoyed your company for the past 10 years, but I think I need to remind you that this is Davenport business, and Roanna and I are the only Davenports here. We talked it over and agreed that we want Webb to resume his rightful place in the family." "Webb isn't a Davenport," Gloria pointed out, pouncing on this detail. "He's a talent, one of our family. Davencourt and the Davenport money should be Roanna's. Why, it's only right that it go to her." Anything to keep Webb out of the picture, Roanna thought. Gloria would much prefer that her immediate family have the inheritance, but Roanna was evidently the second-best choice. Gloria figured she could manipulate and dominate Roanna, but Webb was a different story. That was the crux of the matter, she realized, not any exaggerated fear that Webb was a killer. It all came down to money and comfort. "As I said," Lucinda repeated, "Roanna and I are in agreement on this." "Roanna's never been logical where Webb's concerned." Harlan weighed in on his wife's side. "We all know you can't trust her judgment in this." Corliss leaned forward, her eyes bright as she scented trouble. "Why, that's right. Don't I remember something about Jessie catching them canoodling in the kitchen?" Brock looked up from his breakfast and frowned at his sister. Roanna liked him best of all Gloria's brood. Brock was generally good-natured and was a steady worker. He didn't intend to stay at Davencourt forever, but was using the opportunity to save as much money as he could so he could build his own house. He and his longtime girlfriend were planning to marry within the year. He was more forceful than his father, Greg, who let Lynette set the agenda for the family. "I think that was blown all out of proportion," Brock said. "What makes you think so?" Lynette asked, leaning forward to look at her son. Corliss smiled with satisfaction at having stirred up the waters. "Because Webb wasn't a cheater, and I'm glad he's coming back." Gloria and Lynette both glared at this traitor in their midst. Brock ignored them and returned to his meal. Roanna concentrated on her own breakfast and did her best to tune out the conversation. Nothing would please Corliss more than provoking her into a response or to see her visibly upset. Corliss lacked Jessie's genius for cutting remarks, or perhaps it was Roanna's reaction that had changed, but she found Corliss merely annoying. The verbal battering went on the entire meal, with Gloria and Harlan and Lynette taking turns coming up with what they obviously thought were good arguments against Webb's return. Greg frankly wasn't interested, and left the protests to Lynette. Brock finished eating and excused himself to go to work. Roanna concentrated on the chore of eating, saying little, and Lucinda was as immovable as a mountain. Having Webb home was more important to her than anything her sister could say, so Roanna didn't have any worries that Lucinda would change her mind. Lucinda had lit up like a Christmas tree that morning when Roanna had given her the good news. She had asked question after question about him, how he looked, if he'd changed, what he'd said. She had seemed undisturbed when Roanna told her that he still bore a grudge. "Well, of course he does," Lucinda had said readily. "Webb's never been anyone's lapdog. I imagine he'll have plenty to say to me when he gets here, and it'll stick in my craw, but I guess I'll have to listen. I'm really surprised he gave in so easily, though. I knew you were the one who could make him listen." He hadn't listened as much as he'd made a deal with her, and when she had followed through, he'd felt bound to do the same. For the first time, she wondered if he had expected her to flatly refuse, if he'd offered the deal without any expectation of having to keep it. "Tell me how he looked," Lucinda said again, and Roanna described him as best she could. Was it accurate when she saw him through eyes of love? Would others find him less dominant, less powerful? She didn't think so. Certainly Gloria wasn't sanguine about his return. It was hypocritical of her, Roanna thought, because before Jessie's death, Gloria had always made a point of fussing over Webb, declaring him her favorite nephew. But then she'd made the mistake of turning on him instead of defending him, and she knew he hadn't forgotten it. "Where will he sleep?" Corliss drawled, interrupting her grandmother to throw another firebomb into the already volatile conversation. "I'm not giving up the suite, even if it did used to be his." It had the opposite effect of what she'd expected. Silence fell around the table. After Jessie's death, Lucinda had eventually roused herself to have the suite completely redone, from the carpets to the ceilings. When Lynette and her family moved in, Corliss had immediately claimed the suite as her own, carelessly remarking that it didn't bother her at all to sleep there. It was typical of her callousness that she could even think of Webb reclaiming his old quarters. Nevertheless, Lucinda's suite was the only one that equaled it in size. Gloria and Harlan occupied a smaller set of rooms, as did Lynette and Greg. Roanna's room was just one room, a spacious one, but not a suite. Brock's room was the same. There were 4 remaining single bedrooms. It was a picayune problem, but status was a subtle thing. Roanna knew Webb wasn't fixated on it, but he did realize the implications and how to use the symbols of status in order to dominate. Even if he doesn't want it, he may not like anyone else sleeping there, Lynette said, eyeing her daughter with a troubled expression. Corliss scowled. I'm not giving up my suite. You will if Webb says you will, Lucinda said firmly. I doubt he'll care, but I want it understood that what he says goes, without any argument. Is that clear? No, Corliss said petulantly, flinging her napkin to the table. He killed his wife. It isn't fair that he can just waltz back in here and take over. Lucinda's voice cracked like a whip. Another thing I want understood is that Webb did not kill Jessie. If I hear such a thing mentioned again, I will ask the person who said it to leave this house immediately. We didn't support him when he needed it most, and I'm deeply ashamed of myself. He will be welcomed back into his home, or I'll know why. Silence followed this flat statement. To Roanna's sure knowledge, this was the first time Lucinda had ever said anything about evicting any of the current residents of Davencourt. Family was so important to her that her threat demonstrated how strongly she felt about Webb's return. For guilt or for love or for both, Webb had her unqualified support. Satisfied that her point had been taken, Lucinda daintily patted her napkin to her mouth. The bedroom situation is difficult. What do you think, Roanna? Let Webb decide when he gets here, Roanna replied. We can't anticipate what he'll want. That's true. It's just that I want everything to be perfect for him. I don't think that's possible. He would probably prefer that we carry on as normal and not make a fuss. We're hardly likely to throw a party, Gloria sniped. I can't think what everyone in town is going to say. Nothing, if they know what side their bread is buttered on, Lucinda said. I'll begin immediately making it clear to our friends and associates that if they value our continued friendship, they'll make certain Webb is treated politely. Webb, 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 Corliss said violently. What makes him so special? What about us? Why don't you leave everything to Brock if you're so certain that Roanna can't handle things? We're just as much kin to you as Webb is. She jumped up and ran from the room, leaving silence behind. Even Gloria, who generally had the hide of a rhinoceros, looked uncomfortable at such a blatantly materialistic outburst. Roanna forced herself to eat one more bite before giving up the effort. It looked as if Webb's welcome was going to be even more strained than his departure had been. Chapter 12. 10 days later, Webb walked in the front door as if he owned the place, which, to all intents and purposes, he did. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sunlight poured brilliantly through the windows, giving the cream-colored tiles in the foyer a mellow golden glow. Roanna was just coming down the stairs. She had a 9 o'clock meeting with their broker, who was driving in from Huntsville, and was going to go over the particulars with Lucinda prior to the broker's arrival. She had already dressed for the meeting, in a summer-weight peach silk sheath with a matching tunic jacket, and afterward she was scheduled for a county commissioners' meeting. Beige snakeskin pumps were on her feet, and creamy pearl earrings dangled from her ears. She seldom wore jewelry other than her wristwatch, but her sorority sisters had taught her the value of wearing good, understated pieces for business occasions. The front door opened, and she paused on the stairs, momentarily blinded by the dazzling sunlight reflected on the polished tiles. She blinked at the dark figure whose wide shoulders and wide-brimmed hat filled most of the doorway. Then he stepped inside and closed the door, letting a leather satchel drop to the floor, and her heart nearly stopped as realization dawned. It had been 10 days since he'd sent her home, and he hadn't sent advance word of his arrival. She had begun to fear that he wouldn't come after all, though Webb had always kept his word before. Maybe he'd decided the Davenports weren't worth the trouble. She wouldn't have blamed him if he had. But he was here, taking off his hat and looking around with narrowed eyes, as if assessing the changes made during the gap of 10 years. They were few, but she had the feeling he noted every one. His gaze even lingered momentarily on the carpet that covered the stairs. When he'd left, it had been beige. Now it was oatmeal, with a thicker and tighter weave. The physical impact of his presence nearly staggered her. To see him standing there with the same natural assumption of authority, as if he'd never left, gave her an eerie sense of time having stood still. But the differences in him were sharp. It wasn't just that he was older, or that he was dressed in jeans and boots instead of linen slacks and loafers. Before, he had tempered the force of his personality with southern good-old-boy geniality, the way business was done down here. Now, however, he tempered it with nothing. It was there, sharp and hard, and he didn't give a damn if anyone didn't like it. Her chest felt oddly restricted, and she struggled to breathe. She had seen him naked, had lain naked in his arms. He'd sucked her nipples, penetrated her. The sense of unreality made her dizzy again. In the week and a half since she had seen him, their love-making had begun to seem like a dream, but at the sight of him, her body began throbbing anew, as if he had just withdrawn from her, and her flesh still tingled from the contact. She found her voice. "Why didn't you call? Someone would have met you at the airport. You did fly in, didn't you?" "Yesterday. I rented a car at the airport. Mother and I spent the night in Huntsville with Aunt Sandra, then drove back this morning." The intense green gaze was on her now, taking inventory of the suit and pearls, perhaps comparing the sleek stylishness of her clothes with the fashion failure she'd been as a teenager. Or perhaps he was comparing her now to the naked woman who had writhed beneath him, screaming as he brought her to climax. He'd rejected her fast enough, so the vision couldn't have been an enticing one. She flushed hotly, then felt the color fade as fast as it had come. She couldn't continue to stand there like an idiot. Carefully regulating her breathing, Roanna came down the last few steps to pause at his side. "Lucinda's in the study. We were going to go over some papers, but I'm sure she'll want to talk to you instead." "I came back to take care of business," he said briefly, already striding down the hall to the study. "Bring me up to speed. The homecoming party can wait." Somehow she kept her unruffled facade in place as she followed him. She didn't throw her arms around him, brokenly crying, "You're home! You're home!" though that had been her first impulse. She didn't shriek with joy or Lucinda seldom sat at the huge desk that had been her husband's, finding the overstuffed sofa more comfortable to her old bones. She was there now, leafing through several printouts of recent stock performances. She looked up when Webb entered, and Roanna, right behind him, saw the bewilderment in the faded blue eyes as she stared at this big, rough stranger who had invaded her domain. Then she blinked, and recognition dawned as brilliantly as the sunrise, bringing with it a flush of excitement that chased away the grayness of ill health. She struggled to her feet, printouts scattering across the thick Aubusson rug. "Webb! Webb!" This was the enthusiastic, tearfully gleeful welcome Roanna had been longing to give him and couldn't. Lucinda rushed toward him with her hands outheld, either not seeing or ignoring his shuttered expression. He didn't open his arms to her, but that didn't stop her from throwing her own arms around him and hugging him tightly, her eyes swimming with tears. Roanna turned toward the door, intending to give them some privacy. If she and Webb had had a special relationship when she was younger, at least in her own mind, he had definitely had a strong, special relationship with Lucinda that rivaled his feelings for his mother. Even though Webb had come back for Lucinda's sake, there were hard feelings between them that needed to be settled. "No, stay," Webb said, when he noticed Roanna's movement. He put gentle hands on Lucinda's fragile old arms and eased her away, but continued to hold her as he looked down at her. "We'll talk later," he promised. "For now, I have a lot of catching up to do. We can start with those." He nodded to the papers on the carpet. If there was anything Lucinda understood, it was the concept of taking care of business. She wiped her eyes and nodded briskly. "Of course. Our broker will be here at 9 for a meeting. Roanna and I have made it a practice of going over our stock performances beforehand, so we are in agreement on any actions before he arrives." He nodded and bent down to pick up the papers. "Are we still using Lipscomb?" "No, dear. He died about, 3 years ago, wasn't it, Roanna? Heart trouble ran in his family, you know. Our broker now is Sage Whitten, of the Birmingham Whittens. We've been pleased with him for the most part, but he does tend to be conservative." Roanna saw the wry expression cross Webb's face as he readjusted to the nuances of Southern business, where everything was tinged with personal information and family relationships. Probably he had become accustomed to a much more straightforward method of doing things. He was already studying the papers in his hand as he strolled over to the desk and started to drop into the massive leather chair. He halted and gave Roanna an inquiring glance, as if checking her reaction to this abrupt takeover of both territory and authority. She didn't know whether to cry or shout. She had never really enjoyed business, but had nevertheless staked out her own territory. Because this was the only thing in her life for which she had ever been needed, by Lucinda or anyone else, she had worked doggedly to understand and master the concepts and applications. With Webb's return, she was losing that territory and her usefulness. On the other hand, it would be a relief not to have to sit through any more interminable meetings or deal with businessmen and politicians who questioned her decisions with barely veiled condescension. She was glad to be rid of the duty, but had no idea how she was going to replace it. She allowed none of her ambivalence to show in her expression, however, maintaining the blank wall of indifference she presented to the world. Lucinda resumed her seat on the sofa, and Roanna walked over to one of the file cabinets to extract a thick folder. The fax machine beeped and began to whir as a document printed. Webb glanced at it, then at the rest of the electronic equipment that had been installed since he'd left. "Looks like we're on the information highway." "It was either that or spend most of my time traveling," Roanna replied. She indicated the computer on the desk. "We have 2 discrete systems. This computer and printer are for our private records. The other one," she pointed to the electronic setup in the corner, arranged on a custom-built oak computer desk, "is for communication." The second computer was hooked up to a modem. "We have the dedicated fax line, email, and 2 laser printers. I'll show you the programs any time you want. There's also a laptop for traveling." "Even Loyal is on computer now," Lucinda said, smiling. "The bloodlines are thoroughly cross-referenced, and his files include breeding times, results, medical history, and identification tattoos. He's as proud of the system as he would be if it had 4 legs and neighed." He glanced at Roanna. "Do you still ride as much as before?" "There isn't time." "You'll have more time now." She hadn't thought of this benefit to Webb's return, and her heart gave an excited leap. She missed the horses with painful intensity, but her statement had been the flat truth. There simply hadn't been time. She rode when she could, which was enough to keep her muscles accustomed to the exercise, but not nearly enough to satisfy her. For now she had to devote herself to the intricacies of handing over the reins to Webb, but soon, she would be able to begin helping Loyal again. "If I know you," Webb said lazily, "you're already planning to spend your days in the stable. Don't think you're going to dump everything in my lap and play hooky. I'll have my hands full with all this and my Arizona properties, too, so you're still going to have to handle some of the work." Work with Webb? She hadn't considered that he'd want her around, or that she would still be of any use. Her heart gave that little leap again at the prospect of being with him every day. He concentrated then on studying the diagrams and analysis of stock performances, and considering the projections. By the time Sage Whitten arrived, Webb knew exactly where they stood in the stock market. Mr. Whitten had never met Webb before, but by his startled expression when he was introduced, he'd heard the gossip. If he was dismayed by Lucinda's explanation that Webb would henceforth be handling all the Davenport concerns, he hid it well. But no matter what people suspected, Webb Talent had never been charged with the murder of his wife, and business was business. The meeting was concluded faster than usual. Scarcely had Mr. Whitten left than Lynette breezed into the study. "Aunt Lucinda, there's a bag of some sort in the foyer. Did Mr. Whitten—" She stopped dead, staring at Webb, seated behind the desk. "The bag belongs to me." He scarcely glanced up from the computer, where he was reviewing the history of a stock's dividends. "I'll take it up later." Lynette's cheeks were blanched, but she rallied with a forced laugh. "Webb! I didn't know you'd arrived. No one told us you were expected today." "I wasn't." "Oh. Well, welcome home." Her tone was as false as her laugh. "I'll tell Mama and Daddy they've just finished breakfast, and I know they'll want to welcome you themselves." Webb's eyebrows lifted sardonically. "Is that so?" "I'll get them," she said, and fled. "About the bag." Webb leaned back in the chair and swiveled so he was facing Lucinda, who was still on the sofa. "Where do I put it?" "Wherever you want," Lucinda firmly replied. "Your old suite has been completely redecorated. Corliss has taken it over, but if you want it, she can move into another room." He rejected the offer with a slight shake of his head. "I suppose Gloria and Harlan have one of the other suites, and Lynette and Greg the fourth one." He slanted an unreadable look at Roanna. "You, of course, are still in your